Volume 1. Translated by Antoinette Vanessa. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1: An Encounter with the Prince. Those are blood-sucking flowers. You'll get burned if you touch them. Ha! In the backyard of Fala Rubia Academy, where aristocratic children from all over the country enrolled, Sherina spotted some mysterious flowers. They were black and had appearances similar to those of bells. However, when she was about to touch them, a sudden voice surprised her. Observe it closely. There are a multitude of thorns on the stem, or needles, to be precise. Ignorant people who try to touch them will get pricked. Once you're punctured, you might not feel any pain due to the paralytic venom, but your fingers will surely swell. That's because the flowers are sucking your blood. Black hair covered most of the face and stretched to the shoulders. Between the hairs were some barely visible dark green eyes. From the low voice, it could easily be determined that the person was a he. However, he was only a little taller than Sherina. Besides, his physique only excluded little masculinity. He was carrying some heavy-looking books. It probably originated from those senior knights whom went to the demon forest the other day. They did some training there. That's probably how the seeds got carried here. I'll report it to the teacher so they can get rid of it. In the meantime, don't even think of touching it. Due to shock, Sherina was unable to move. In contrast, as soon as he finished speaking, the boy turned his heel as if nothing had happened. He wasn't only plain-looking, but also frank. Not only that, he excluded a sullen aura, and his image was that of somebody who stuttered too much. To put it simply, it was quite rare to encounter someone like that in this academy filled with gorgeous, glittering, aristocratic children. Why you? Name, your name please. Right before the boy disappeared around the building's corner, Sherina finally returned to herself and shouted at his thin back. A breeze of wind fluttered the boy's black hair. Riyle. His voice was so small, it could be blown away by the wind. That was Sherina's first meeting with Riyle. Section. For a long time now, she was disinterested in men. The picture book of the prince who saved the princess that her mother read when she was young didn't particularly affect her heart. She also failed to sympathize with her sister and her friends, whom would always swoon and coo at the sight of this kingdom's prince. Until she reached the age of 15, she kept wondering when she would have her first crush. Riyle Sama, I made you a sandwich. Why don't we eat together? You're the one who made it. What? Do you not have chef at home? I finally understood. The reason was simpler than I thought. It wasn't because I wasn't interested in men. It's just because I haven't met a really awesome one, yet. Dark eyes that were covered by jet black fringes exuded gloominess. An inscrutable expression. Physique that lacked masculinity, all of those belonged to Riyle, a boy who was so keen on studying, he wouldn't put his book down for a mere second. I did obtain the recipe from my chef, but I made it myself at the dorm kitchen. Come on, dig in. A few days ago, at lunch break, Sherina went to the school's backyard instead of the cafeteria which she frequented every day. What would people think if they saw me accepting a gift from the eldest daughter of the Earl Clydia? Handmaid, even. The idea of a baron's third son receiving a handmade gift from the Earl's eldest daughter is just plain crazy. Besides sandwiches, tea, there are also cookies. No, thanks. Over a few days, she had gathered information on Riyle. It was said that he was Baron Glen's third son, who lived far away from the capital. He wasn't able to enroll in the academy due to poverty. However, he scored first place in the writing department's entrance exam. Thus, he obtained a scholarship and enrolled as an honor student. The person in question didn't seem to be that proud of himself, saying this is but a useless skill. It serves me no purpose whatsoever. Although, to me, it sounds a tad bit cool. I specially made this so that it wouldn't inconvenience you in reading. Even when he revealed that he was a scholarship student, it was only to tell people that he couldn't afford school elsewhere. By the way, the reason they never encountered each other, albeit being in the same year, was because their departments were different. Riyle belonged to the study of written magic department, while Sherina to the department of witchcraft. By having a little lunch, I'm positive you'll gain a boost of concentration, enough to withstand the afternoon classes. I'll have one. Sherina was aware that the cafeteria and stores around the school were too expensive for Riyle. Hence, she brought him lunch every day as a way to express her gratitude. He did save her from that blood-sucking flower, after all. I'll bring you food tomorrow, as well. Is there anything that Riyle-sama particularly likes? No, it's good enough already. All I did is stop you from touching some flowers. What you're doing for me goes beyond that. I can't accept this. No. Riyle-sama is my benefactor. Please, let me express my endless gratitude. The way to a man's heart was through his stomach. In her heart, Sherina rejoiced the moment he muttered, "Delicious," to himself after a few bites of her sandwich. Her eyes glimmered with joy. "I'll bring you cookies next time." She excused herself from the backyard. After all, Riyle was using lunchtime to study. If she stayed there for too long, she would end up being a distraction. Hence, Sherina always made sure to leave after Riyle finished eating. He didn't touch the cookies, though. Well, there was no point in forcing him to eat them, anyway. She had no other choice but to take it home quietly. I caught a whiff of something sweet. It's from you." "What?" Sherina, while eating the remaining sandwiches, was in good mood. She was skipping when a person suddenly appeared from behind the shade. She halted by surprise. I came this far to escape from all that foul-smelling perfume, but now it's sweets instead. It reeks to the point of being nauseating." A strange man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started victimizing himself. "It seems that he dislikes sweet smells. Well, okay. It has nothing to do with me, though. However, it does seems delicious. All right, I'll have one." Sherina's eyebrows rose. He insulted her, but then acted as if he were doing her a favor. What kind of attitude was this? Was this some kind of a prank? Anyway, he was still a suspicious man. He might also be dangerous. "I refuse. I have no cookies to give to a rude person that doesn't even bother introducing himself." "Ho! What's with that condescending ho? Shouldn't this be obvious enough? No matter how much you look at it, isn't it this idiot's fault? Do you not know who I am?" "Unfortunately, I don't. None of my acquaintance demands me to give them sweets at our first meeting." Sherina's assumption about the state of this man's head deepened. He has a screw loose. Hence, she vigilantly took a step back. Aren't you an interesting one?" "Yeah, it's plain and simple. He's crazy. My name is Leonardo. If you call yourself a noble lady, then you better remember my face, woman." Kia. As soon as the mentally unstable man introduced himself, a magic circle appeared just under the bag of cookies and a small tornado arose. The cookie bag soared in the air, out of reach. To not know who I am is a grave sin, however, with this, I'm willing to ignore it. Wait. The cookie bag landed in the man's grasp. "Okay, see you. What is wrong with you? Give them back." She chased the man. However, when she tried to reach for the bag, their difference in height was made obvious. "Whoa, you sure are loud, woman. Just like a noisy, stray cat. Well, still better than those women who keep rubbing themselves against you like cats in heat, I guess. What are you babbling about? I understand none of it." Kia. After throwing retorts for a while, the man snapped his fingers. Instantly, a huge tornado formed around him. "I don't have time to play with you." "Well then, it's goodbye for now." Amidst the strong gush of wind, large amounts of dust rolled up and hit Sherina. It was unbearable. Sherina had to shield her face with both arms. What just happened? In the next moment, when Sherina opened her eyes, the man had already fly away with the bag of cookies in one hand, while the other flipped his long, golden hair in a condescending manner. Thief. It was Ryle's. It was especially made for someone she liked. After countless failed attempts and practices, for Riyle, who seemed to enjoy the bitterness of his hometown's tea, she had earnestly kneaded bitter tea leaves in the whole grain dough, while pursuing a balance between sweetness and the crunchy texture. Who does he think he is? The nerve of him. How dare he? To steal at their first meeting and in broad daylight like this. Sherina's fists shook with anger. To think that such an outrageous student existed. What? Does he think by stealing my cookies, I'll bore myself to sleep? Alright, I'll report to the teacher. Because they aren't just some cookies, they are intended for my special someone. Sherina. Her anger regarding the stolen cookies was forgotten instantly. After all, said special someone suddenly appeared in front of her. He was unusually out of breath, and he also didn't have any books. Riyle-sama, what's wrong? Sherina rushed to Riyle. I should be the one asking that. I heard clamors of wind from the direction you went. Riyle-sama. In other words, he came because he was worried about me. He even put aside those heavy books for me. Sherina was utterly moved. She was in the brink of tears. What happened? Are you hurt? Did someone conjure up a tornado, or what? The cookies were stolen by a shady person. More importantly, Riyle-sama. Shady person. In this school. Wait, cookies. Because of the running, his bangs were messy, hence, both of his eyes were clearly visible. The way he raised his face was also cool and refreshing. Above all, this is the first time you called my name. You said it, right? Sherina. Yes? Finally. Until now, he had only referred her as Clydia House's eldest daughter. No, forget that. That was rude of me. I'm but a baron's son. Addressing you like that was too improper. Let's just pretend that as a count's daughter, you were doing incognito. Then let me address you casually, too. Now, we are even. So call me Sherina again, Riyle. My special someone called my name for the first time. Hence, she wasn't going to tarnish this memorable day by fussing about that cookie thief's deed. Well. It's Sherina, Riyle. Come on, once more, say it, Sherina. Just this once, I'll put up with you and not go through with reporting you to the teacher, cookie thief. Sherina. Yes. Her heart, which was once cursing the cookie thief, was immediately filled with joy and excitement as she took her crush hand in hers. Her smile went wide. Blonde hair and blue eyes, was able to manipulate wind without chanting. That should be Leonardo, the first prince of our kingdom. Ooh. Certainly, the name fits. What was it? Right. His Highness Leonardo Randall Ulisha Elgatia. I learned that in 4th grade. Well, it's also possible that he was giving you a false name. Can you confirm if he was indeed the prince? I've seen my sister's pictures. To be honest, it's hard for me to tell someone apart when we're all wearing the same uniform like this. Including this kingdom's first prince. Well, it has been a month and a half since school has started. I never had any chance to interact with seniors, much else a prince. After school, Sherina headed back to the girls' dormitory with Riyle. Although the collateral was only some cookies, the fact still didn't change that someone had harassed her. Because she felt wary, Riyle accompanied her back. As for the currently living the dream Sherina, her mind had transformed the previous cookie thief into Cupid cookie thief that blessed Sherina's love. Besides, all the royalty and nobility have similar features, I think. For Sherina, handsome men generally had similar faces, thus becoming a common sight to her. It was only her opinion, though she knew she was entitled to it. When you're a noble, blonde hair and blue eyes are some of the most common sights. I have them too, see? Don't paint them all with the same brush, oi. On the other hand, your hair is a strawberry blonde, which is unique among blondes. Your eyes are also a lighter blue compared to them. You're not the same at all. Thank you. I was praised by Riyle. No, I was just pointing out the facts. It's the best day ever. It's such a shame that my cookies were robbed. But, thanks to that, I could spend some more time with Riyle. Right now, she could as well reward the thief with 10 gold bars. What time do you leave the dormitory tomorrow morning? I usually go 30 minutes before the class starts. Well then, I'll wait for you in front of your dormitory. It'll be better if you don't walk alone for a while. That's going to school together, not only today, but tomorrow also. I'm so glad. I love you, Riyle. Why, you shouldn't be saying those kind of things so casually. Thus, the Cupid cookie thief transformed yet again, becoming the love archangel cookie thief. Section. Meanwhile, at the same time, on the top floor of the men's dormitory, Your Highness. Ever since you left the cafeteria at lunch break, where have you been? Nowhere, just wandering around. Does it matter? No. But, couldn't you at least be considerate of me? It's tough dealing with that swarm of noble girls whom were chasing you. Come on, do you think I enjoy being chased around? In a spacious room, about 3 times larger than those of the average students, sat a blonde man. Next to him was his attendant, whom enrolled in the same year. It's a first for you to not return right away after lunch break is concluded. Did you have something to do? Obviously, yes. After all, I spotted a cat with rare-colored fur. A cat? But the blonde man, the first prince, Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia, laughed and took a small bag out of his pocket. Here, a consolation prize to make up for your trouble. What? Cookies? Wait, why are they green? Are these cookies all right? Yep, they're edible and also delicious. Turns out the thing the fluffy cat made was as interesting as herself. Ha! Hey, wait a minute. You're saying you went out of your way to eat such a thing, without testing whether or not it was poisoned? Your Highness. When Sherina found out about this particular exchange, she started throwing a farce, jumping up and down, kicking, and also fussing. I didn't want them to be eaten by you. Chapter 2A Handmade Sandwich. Fala Rubia Academy was a prestigious academy where the aristocratic children of Kingdom Elgatia enrolled. Only aristocrats could enroll in the academy. Other than that, the area was large. Within the academy, various facilities were built. In regards to the food, all the cafeterias were managed by professional, 5 stars, chefs. In addition, a kitchen was furbished on each dormitory floor for the purpose of those who brought their own chefs. In one of the kitchens, where a particular noble lady currently was, Haya, Uria, Doya, her voice rose with enthusiasm, to the point it was almost unrecognizable. The noble lady, Sherina Clydia, was struggling with bread dough. The strategy of winning Ryle's heart through cookies was abandoned, not only because Riyle refused to eat them, but also because the cookies were stolen by a shady person. It seems that Riyle-sama would only have my sandwich. That was why she earnestly practiced how to make bread. Of course, she acquired the recipe book from her chef. The book was sent a few days ago. After that, let it ferment first. If I cut my sleeping time, it'll finish just in time for tomorrow morning. Starting from tomorrow, Riyle would be picking her up in the morning and escorting her home in the evening. She had to fully take advantage of the opportunity. She would show him the cute lunchbox in the morning and invited him to eat together in the backyard at noon. Until yesterday, she had brought the food herself. However, now, maybe we can promise to eat together, like a real couple. What am I imagining? Too fast, it's too fast. She jumped up and down because of her imagination. Don't lose track of reality. Riyle-sama only offered so because he's worried that the suspicious man would appear again. How kind of him. He's so cool. Where else can I find such a nice guy? No, I'm going off on a tangent again. It was obvious that Riyle did his previous actions out of concern for her, and not, per se, because of attraction. Ryle's impression of Sherina was probably a friendly person that gives delicious lunch at best. I mustn't become delusional. But, maybe, this plan to get his heart through his stomach could succeed. If she practiced diligently to improve her cooking, Riyle might fall for her someday. Other than this method, she couldn't think of anything else. As she began to ferment the dough, she hoped for that certain day to come with all her heart. The blush of her cheeks were rose. Tomorrow, it'll be ready, purely handmade bread. Thus, my special sandwich is done. The next day, early in the morning, Sherina baked the dough. After that, she sandwiched multiple ingredients with the slices of bread. Full of energy, the sandwich she made too was full of stuffing, a bit too much, to be honest. The sandwich's final height was amazing. If this sandwich stayed by its conventional form, the stuffing was likely to spill out. Hence, Sherina went out of her way to slice the round bread half up and down, so that the ingredients would be held from top and also be supported from the bottom. I wonder if it'll be easier to eat if I wrap it in thin paper. Tomato, lettuce, cheese, bacon, fried egg, and lastly, hamburger. Unfortunately, The hamburger wasn't handmade. It was pre-made, thus, the only thing she needed to do was bake it. The chef of her family, with whom Sherina consulted with, sent said patty. His advice was, meat is a sure way to a man's heart. She used it with gratitude. The other noble ladies' chefs in the kitchen also taught her how to handle fire. All right, this is perfect. Thank you everyone. Now, time to go. Haha, take care on the way, young miss. She wrapped the hamburger sandwich in thin paper before stuffing it into a lunchbox. She left the kitchen, full of spirit. 30 minutes before the appointed time. I can't make Riyle wait, I have to come early. That's clearly not a sandwich. Oh well, it looks both nice and scrumptious, doesn't it? 10 seconds after Sherina had left, the chefs murmured to each other. Oh, hey, if it isn't the cat from yesterday. Today, you don't smell of sweet, but sauce instead. It was 20 minutes before the appointed time. Unable to wait any longer, Sherina went to the boys' dormitory by herself. There, she spotted a carriage. When the carriage's window opened, the passenger was none other than that man. It was only a short distance from here to the school building, about a 10 minutes walk, top. However, a lot of students prefer to use horse-drawn carriage. But, it was clear as day that this wasn't just the average carriage. Your Highness, don't just suddenly order the carriage to stop. Ah, right. Hey, woman, get on. It's for yesterday's cookies. No, I'm all right, thank you. Ho. So, have you figured out who am I? The cookie thief. She was about to spout so, but managed to shut her mouth. How dare you not know of His Highness' identity? He's this kingdom's first prince. Leonardo Randall Ulisha Elgatia. Only ignorant people are unable to discern this carriage's royal crest. Ho. It seems that you're aware of that, already. Yet, there's no change in your attitude. Why, this is so interesting. The day has barely begun, but this guy's nonsensicalness has already reached its peak. I wonder if his head is all right. Should I check if there's a hole somewhere? Maybe his brain is already leaking out. Sherina's mind was filled with profanity. This is an order. Woman, get in the carriage. What? No. No. The thief prince snapped his finger and a magic circle appeared, this time under Sherina's feet. The next moment, a heavy wind blew and tried to lift Sherina. Batchin. Ha! The wind scattered, as if it was deflected by something. The magic circle under her was ruined and vanished. What just? Sherina, are you okay? Riyle. At the same time, her special someone rushed towards her. Did Riyle negate the evil magic circle? Was that your work? What did you just do? Again, I should be the one asking that. What do you think you're doing, Your Highness? Best regards to the kingdom, its prince already possesses the audacity to flip a lady's skirt in broad daylight. Moreover, with magic. What? Riyle. Riyle raised his voice as he came between Sherina and the carriage. No, Riyle, actually. He wasn't trying to lift her skirt, and more like, trying to lift her into the carriage. Both were awful, but the former was just. To the misunderstanding Riyle, Sherina was trying to explain the situation. However, be quiet, Sherina. Okay. What a true gentleman. I'm utterly grateful to Riyle. My feet are trembling. I swear my hips are going to break. Instead, Your Highness should be the one explaining his intentions to me. Your Highness made a magic circle appear under her skirt. She screamed and held her skirt. If your magic wasn't stopped by my magical amulet, what would have happened then? Well, what else could happen then? I don't care whether you're a prince or not. I shall not overlook attempted sexual harassment. I'll report this to the teacher. Wait. You misunderstood. Immediately before Riyle could proceed with his words, the prince's attendant jumped out of the carriage. You are misunderstanding something, Riyle Glen. How do you know my name? You won the first place in writing department exam. Riyle Glen, I know the face and the name of every special student, even those in study of written magic department. Furthermore, the attendant was drenched in sweat. You misunderstood because you were far away. His Highness wasn't trying to flip her skirt. He was just trying to help her onto the carriage. Help her get onto the carriage? The carriage door isn't even open. He's going to open it after lifting her. The attendant was desperately explaining the truth, however. His desperation only made it sound like a painful excuse. The attendant, whom was also aware of that, nervously bit his lips. Hey, you're the cause of all this. Explain properly. Stop it right there. You referred to me by name, then why don't you refer to her as such? If your explanation was correct, she should be well acquainted enough with His Highness to ride together with him. Are you saying that you don't even know her name? When the attendant tried to get close to Sherina, Riyle got in the way again. I do, she's Miss Sherina, right? That's because I called her. What about her house name? Do you know it? The attendant grew completely silent. It was a tough job to remember all of the house names, especially of those that didn't stand out, even if the number wasn't unreasonable. Unlike Riyle, Sherina was an average student. He knew of Count Clydia, but not to an extent of recognizing his daughter on sight. But it's true, His Highness didn't mean to do that. Please, believe me. In spite of his suffering, the attendant bowed his head to an impoverished baron's third son, who resided at the bottom of the social ladder. Even though as an attendant, he probably hailed from a decent house. You're explaining it to the wrong person. Their difference in status didn't faze Riyle in the slightest. So cool. Please shut up. Okay. With a face suggesting he had swallowed something bitter, the attendant turned towards Sherina. I'm sorry. Regarding this uncouth behavior, I beg for your forgiveness, lady. It's okay for you to speak now. Sherina, whom was finally granted permission to speak by Riyle, assumed that the attendant asked for her house's name. It's Clydia. My name is Sherina Clydia. Lady Clydia, again, I'm sorry about this. It's fine, after all, it was just a misunderstanding. While bowing, we apologized to each other. This development was kind of unexpected, however. It seemed that everything would finally settle down. Are you not done yet? The prince, scratch that. The root of all evil, who didn't even bother stepping out of the carriage the whole time his attendant was busy covering him, complained. Oh, black rat. This time, I'll forgive your rudeness. I did this for that uniquely furred cat's sake. Keep in mind that you've just narrowly escaped death. After the distasteful remark, the carriage loudly left. Once the carriage couldn't be seen anymore, Riyle collapsed onto the ground. That was my lifetime's worth of shouting. I don't want to talk for a while. Riyle, what you did just now, it was really awesome. Did you not hear what I've just said? Sherina cheered as she gleefully clung to his back. You've done yet another thing that could be labeled insane. You've just turned down a prince's invitation, and became that one lady who refused His Highness' invitation. Are you aware of this? Do you realize the consequences? Yes. Sherina innocently nodded. It could be said that she was more focused on enjoying Ryle's voice rather than taking in his words. Be it the difference in status, course, etc., it was irrelevant to Sherina. All that mattered to her was that they were all the students of the same school. Hence, even if Riyle hadn't intervened back then, Sherina would have still refused him with all her might. Without knowing that her stubbornness would attract enemies from all sides. Then, what'll happen to you, Riyle? Sherina's face grew pale in an instant. If the attendant were to say anything about you, instead of her, Riyle became the one who took the fall instead. He could be charged with the crime of disgracing the prince. It matters not. Which attendant would dare to spread word about their master being accused of trying to flip a woman's skirt? The prince would lose face for sure. Oh, there's that, too. That it was just a misunderstanding wouldn't matter. Some people would surely be misled. After all, there was no smoke without fire. Truly, if you chose to ride the carriage from the start, then I wouldn't end up this tired. I'm sorry. Realizing that she was being foolish, Sherina became downcast. At the very least, when turning him down, I didn't have to be that disrespectful. Ryle's favorable impression of her must have disappeared by now. All that effort down the drain. I just wanted to go to school together with Riyle. I'm really sorry. When she involuntarily shed tears while apologizing, Riyle seemed taken aback. Is he disgusted of me now? It's fine. You're still the victim, here. Come on, if we don't hurry, we'll be late. You said it yourself, didn't you? That we'll be going to school together. Yes. Even if all that was true. Riyle stood up and dusted off some soil from his clothes. Then, he gently extended his hand towards Sherina. Stayed kind to me. Thank you, Riyle. I love you. I already told you to not say that sort of thing so easily like that. It had only been 10 days since they had first met. And yet, she kept falling in love with him over and over. Swallowing her love, Sherina gladly took the man's thin hand. Section. What is this? It's a sandwich. If it requires 2 hands instead of 1, then it doesn't certify to be called a sandwich. Backyard, during lunch break. At first, Sherina was worried that Riyle wouldn't come there anymore. However, she was relieved to see the mop of black hair sitting under the tree's shade. As usual, she sat next to him, opened the lunchbox, and presented it to him. Well, you're right. But I guarantee the taste. The bread is handmade, just so you know. The bread is. Sandwiches was designed to be eaten with 1 hand. If the size made it so that it couldn't be eaten without using both hands, the name would lose all significance. So a noble lady that's willing to knead the dough herself exists. Albeit the hamburger was prepared by my chef. No, I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Not to mention, the fried egg came from my house's beloved chickens. It isn't an exaggeration to say that I loved the egg as if it's my own child. You're exaggerating. Riyle left the book open on his lap and held the sandwich. He took a small bite and gnomed it, before muttering delicious. What a relief. No problem, I'll make it again. This time, the hamburger too, will be kneaded with my own hands. I'm starting to worry that the vegetable, too, will be grown from scratch. Oh, right. That also count as handmade. No, stop. Don't turn your dorm into a farm. Although, I feel that it's already way too late to say this. After all, you're already kneading bread. Sherina also ate the sandwich, pseudonym. For a while, there was only silence. However, there was no awkwardness, only a small happiness. Ho, uniquely furred cat, this is where you spend your time. Ah, black rat, you're here, too? Which was ruined. His Highness. While hiding her fed-up expression, Sherina lifted her face. The smell from this morning, I still remember it. Which one do I get? A certain blonde, blue-eyed, cookie thief stood in front of her with a smug face. I want to beat him up. Chapter 3 After School Date. This guy sure has a strong mental fortitude, was the next thing that came upon Sherina's mind. Not even a day had passed since he was accused of sexual harassment, and yet, here he was. No matter how much she detested it, Sherina still had to stand up and pay her respect towards this kingdom's prince. To be honest, I don't feel an ounce of respect towards him. When she glanced towards her side, Riyle was doing the same, also with the same expression as her. He was probably thinking along the same line. This is solidarity at its finest. Women do makeup, wear perfumes, and love to eat confections. To put it simply, they like everything that is sweet, even if it's sickening, to the point that it becomes unpleasant. Hey, don't you agree with me, cat? Well, if you find the smell unpleasant, how about holding your nose with a clothespin? However, Sherina managed to keep her mouth shut. It was thanks to Riyle, who glowered at her behind those long bangs of his. He's so cool. I'm hungry because I didn't stop at the cafeteria. Give me some of that sandwich and I'll let this morning's incident go unquestioned. No, he isn't mentally strong, just thick-faced. Sherina dropped her gaze on the lunchbox on the grass. Riyle would surely do the same. Well, the sandwich size was originally big, anyway. So big that 2 people couldn't finish it. So giving some away probably doesn't matter. I apologize, Your Highness, but this is the sandwich I made. I'm an amateur who's only imitating my chef, hence, it's unlikely this'll suit your palate, Your Highness. It's not about quantity. She just didn't want the food she had wholeheartedly made for her beloved Riyle to be eaten by a thief. Her heart absolutely objected to that. Do not worry. I already knew yesterday's cookies were made by an amateur. By the way, those cookies had an amazing color, just like their maker. I was surprised to hear that. Behind his bangs, Ryle's eyes widened. Well, the cookies can be considered a snack, but to offer something like this as a lunch for your highness is too. You sure are persistent. I said that I'm fine with it. Hence, give me some, this is an order. All right. TCH. She cursed in her heart. She couldn't afford to cause more trouble, especially with the kingdom's prince. Thus, Sherina reluctantly obliged and offered the basket to him, which contained the remaining hamburger sandwich. By all means. If it doesn't fit in your mouth, you're free to throw it away. To be honest, she'd rather throw it away than let it be eaten by this guy. Ho, that's quite a huge sandwich. This is his fourth ho today. Who knows, the first prince might have been an owl in his previous life. You won't get owl, Fukuro, my mistake, I'm trying to say, since it's wrapped in thin paper, Bukuro, you shouldn't get any oil in your hands. I inadvertently said what was on my mind. For some reason, Riyle was gagging next to her. Could it be that he choked on the sandwich? Sherina couldn't help but worry. Fumu. It's quite delicious. You hereby receive my compliment. Hey. Shouldn't ho be your first word there? Did he deliberately switch to Fumu? I'm honored, your highness. Oi, it's about time for you to stop your deliberate act. Ha. After Leonardo finished half of the sandwich, he furrowed his eyebrows. His expression seemed sour. Then, he glanced at Riyle. Who's actually paying attention to me? I'm not even sure anymore. What's the point in pretending this late in the game? You won't fool me, so stop that. If I stop, I might just kick you right now, your highness. You must be careful of what you say, such is the danger of talking without thinking. In fact, Sherina had already raised one leg. However, she immediately remembered the consequences, and subsequently lowered it again. See, it's because even in rage, I never stop thinking. Yap. It was totally not because of Riyle, who stuck close to her and pinched her face. Are you crazy? He whispered. Could your highness be saying that we should be casual around you? We're not worthy of such a grand act, your highness. Sherina humbly objected. Or, black rat. Get away from her. Because of you, uniquely furred cat isn't behaving like her proper cat self. As you wish, your highness. Riyle obliged. Fun. The thief prince started acting cocky again. I want to smack him down. Riyle. But, alas, the prince had again given his command. Riyle couldn't help but obey. He quietly walked away, picked up his book, and started to leave. After school, I'm waiting in front of the school building. Ah, yes. As he passed her, he gave her a gentle pat on the back. It was enough to fill Sherina with the energy of 100 people. Finally, the nuisance has left. Now, you can finally take it easy. Right. No, it hasn't. It's still in front of my eyes, being such an eyesore. She stepped back while withholding some curses. As a thanks for the sandwich, let me take you to a good place. Ha! Kia. Before she knew it, the prince was approaching her. He snapped his finger, and a magic circle appeared under the two of them. From the circle, a strong gush of wind came forth. It only took the wind a few seconds to levitate them both. Here we go. Follow me, Chem. As soon as she was about to be dragged towards Leonardo, the wind was dispelled and the magic circle destroyed, just like this morning. Ah, is that amulet still nearby? Sherina's body fell to ground as if nothing happened. TCH, something gets in the way of our fun again. All right, I'll stop. Leonardo, who was still floating midair, waved his hand in a lazy, but exaggerated manner. But, I'll let this one go due to the sandwich. Nevertheless, tell the black rat, there mustn't be a third time. Leonardo left in a lackluster manner. It was clear that his mood was clouded. When he disappeared off the building's corner, something fell off Sherina's back. Ha! It was a single-use paper amulet. Due to having fulfilled its duty, it fell off. There's no mistaking it, it's Ryle's. Before Riyle left, he had stuck it there while pretending to pat her back. I love you. Cool. He's just so cool. Sherina gently picked up the fallen amulet and fondly embraced it to her chest. With eyes full of hearts, she swooned. Riyle, thank you so much. I love you. I gladly receive it, only your gratitude, though. Sherina spent the whole day with her mind far above the clouds. Before she realized it, all her classes had already concluded. After school, it was finally the time she had been waiting for. As soon as she left the building, she found him reading near the flower bed. True to his words, Riyle was waiting for her. She rushed towards him. Oi, why are you sitting down? Aren't we going to go home? Before Riyle could close his book, she already sliding next to him. But if we walk from here to the dormitory, we'll arrive right away. Won't you get into trouble if you don't return soon? I want to stay longer with Riyle. Don't say such foolish things. Let's go home, already. Sighing, Riyle picked up his book and stood. He headed to the dormitory. Riyle. After passing the school's gate, he turned right. Stop glancing around. Don't look at the dormitory, either. Just leave the school gate. Act normal. Ha! Okay. Sherina chased after Riyle, who kept walking, and stayed in line with him. Okay, let's go somewhere. Wherever is fine. We'll kill some time there and then go home right away. Gladly. Although it was sudden, she had no questions. Or more like, no time to even come up with a question. After all, who cares about such trivialities? A date. It's a date. I'm being invited on a date. Let's see, where shall we go, I wonder? I heard from a friend that this new cafe near the school is very good. Oh, but there's also a bookstore nearby. Those are fine. Let's hurry. As if escaping from something, Riyle grabbed Sherina's hand and started walking fast. Love escape. A flower garden instantly expanded in Sherina's mind. Listen, the prince's carriage is parked in front of the slope near the dormitory. He has been waiting there since this afternoon. It's literally an escape. Moreover, the direction the carriage is facing is strange. It's not facing the dormitory, but the school gate. I'm pretty sure he's been waiting for you all along. Hence, before that could happen, we shall escape to town and later take a detour to return to the dormitory. We'll use the back gate. Ha! Why would he? Wait. Isn't it obvious? He wants you to ride the carriage with him. And if that happens, not only would it attract jealousy and bad rumors, it might also develop into a scandal. In short, you'll be well known throughout the entire academy, and not for a good reason. Seriously, that prince. I truly can't fathom what's going in his head. We have no time, let's leave before he notices us. We're literally escaping from imminent danger. But, no way he's waiting for me. He could also be waiting for another girl, or a friend. Isn't it another way around? Girls wait for him. Besides, is there any girl who'd dare to make a prince wait? Moreover, if he's waiting for a friend, is there a need to lie in ambush on the slope like this? Using process of elimination, you're the only possible answer. Ooh. I see. For a mere noble lady, wasn't he very persistent? Should she quit calling him cookie thief and start calling him stalker instead? However, thanks to that, I can go on a date with Riyle. As if. It's not a date. It's just leisure. I invited you because you made cookies for me, only for me to reject them. Riyle started walking again. Sherina couldn't see the expression behind his bangs, but she knew he felt sorry. This afternoon, he mentioned it, didn't he? Cookies with amazing color. It could only mean that the culprit who robbed you of your cookies was the prince. Ah, right. Sorry for not telling you sooner. Come to think of it, she never mentioned about the thief being the prince. Yesterday, Riyle spoke to the possibility of that, but they dismissed it because Sherina didn't know the prince's face. Now, everything was confirmed. That's why. You being noticed by the prince, part of it is also my fault. Riyle. It's not your fault at all. But Sherina was cut before she could finish her sentence. I shall accept the responsibility. Stay by my side as much as you can until everything cools down. Of course. You needn't tell me that. This situation is good enough. Hence, that easily, Sherina abandoned her previous idea of convincing Riyle that it wasn't his fault. Let us hurry to the cafe. We'll stay there until dark, Riyle. Even better, let's stay there all night. Let's see, Which cafe let you stay until dawn? That'll just bother other customers. In the meantime, Sherina joyfully approached the cafe. Unfortunately, the signboard informed them that it would be closed at 9 o'clock in the evening, so they couldn't stay there until the next morning. Even if it's open 24 hours, there's no need to stay there until morning, right? We'll leave before dark. It seemed that Riyle could guess what she was thinking through her face. She was scolded. It is a shame, but due to our circumstances, we have no choice but to stay here until the last minute before closing. I'm sorry, Mr. Clark, she's just joking. Ignore her. We'll go home right after we have our drinks. The clerk's face was twitching. There was about 5 hours before closing. Riyle took care of the rest, and thanks to that, nothing major happened. They arrived safely to their seats. A cup of tea is good enough. After that, we'll stop by the bookstore for a bit, and wander around a little. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury to wait for hours. The same thing applies to him. Ha! Who are we waiting for? Him. The prince. Don't forget the sole reason we came here in the first place. After opening the menu, Riyle spotted a matcha and his eyes, which were of the same color, gleamed. Of course, Sherina didn't fail to notice that. By the way, he refers to people as cats. Is that supposed to be cool? It might also be that he's waiting for you to get angry and say I have a name. It's Sherina Clydia, which would make you sound desperate for him to call your name. Roger. I'll remember not to respond like that to that for the rest of my life. Good answer. She didn't want anyone to overhear her bad-talking the prince, so she purposefully changed the way she referred to him. In the end, Riyle ordered matcha and dumplings, while Sherina ordered black tea and a cake. That's right. What if tomorrow we go to school earlier than we did today? It'd be troublesome if you encounter that again. Okay. In the end, the prince's nickname too ended up as neither cookie thief nor stalker but that. By the way, why does that refer to Riyle as Black Rat? Does Riyle have nothing to say against it? Different from cat, I think calling me rat is his way to look down on me. I see. He sure is the worst. Section. Meanwhile, during the same time, Fumu. To make me wait this long, that uniquely furred cat sure is brave. This is weird. Her classes should have ended long ago. In front of the slope leading to the dormitory, a single carriage was dignifiedly parked, hindering the passage of other students. Shall we go on ahead? Your Highness' precious time is being wasted on that girl. It's fine. Sometimes, it's fun to wait. Numbers of students passed by the carriage, however, the student the passenger was waiting for didn't come. The school had started to empty. Even worse. Fumu. I see that the girls are swarming around us. We must be careful not to get too close. The prince's carriage was adorned with the royal coat of arms. Furthermore, it was drawn not by normal horses, but unicorns. Even from a distance, the carriage was a sight to behold. Everyone knew immediately that it belonged to the prince. Such a carriage was parked there, waiting for someone. The girls kept glancing at the carriage, hoping for just the slightest glance from the prince. Some of them pretended to have some unattended business in the dormitory, or pretended to have forgotten things, just so they could pass again by the carriage. Don't look so disinclined. I just want to observe that cat for a little bit. No. But, in my opinion, it's very likely that she pretended to not be interested in Your Highness in order to attract Your Highness' attention. By all means, Your Highness, you should just leave that girl alone. It's you who's being too skeptical. This is just my token of gratitude for the sandwich. Don't worry too much. Now, not only girls, boy students too, were swarming around the carriage. In the meantime, Leonardo imagined what would happen if he were to open the door for a certain noble lady. Wondering how that uniquely furred cat would react, a smile tugged on Leonardo's lips. She's too slow. Even from the school's windows, it's unlikely for her to miss this carriage. Maybe she's in the library, that's why she hasn't noticed yet. Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia never failed to be everyone's center of attention ever since he was born. Hence, he found Sherina's lackluster attitude to be fascinating. He didn't believe that she truly wasn't interested in him. Hence, it never occurred to him that the royal carriage would be ignored upon notice. Chapter 4 Redhead Angelica. Sherry, where did you go yesterday? Good morning, Angie. What's wrong? It was the next day. According to the plan, Sherina and Riyle went to school early. Due to the spare time, Sherina decided to devote herself to her studies. However, a certain classmate whom just arrived called out to her. Sherina looked up from her book. You know what? Yesterday, Prince Leonardo's carriage was spotted near the dormitory gate. I don't live in the dorm, so I could only make one round trip. A shame, really. A red-haired girl puffed her cheeks, bemoaning how Sherina could do as many round trips while how she, herself, couldn't. Angelica Kirklight. Count Kirklight's only daughter. Ah. Even though that was an once-in-a-lifetime chance to be noticed by His Highness Leonardo. All of you who live in the dorm have it good, right? You can pretend you've forgotten something and wander around his carriage as you like. Apparently, Angelica had wanted to use Sherina's, who lived in the dorm, help. Sherina would pretend she had forgotten some things, and Angelica would offer her help to pick them up together. That way, they could pass by his carriage numerous times. Speaking of which, Angie, during your pastime, you love to gaze at His Highness pictures, don't you? Just like Rumi. That reminds me, Rumi's coming to visit me again. She looks forward to seeing you. I'm going. I'll certain go. But now, let's get back to His Highness. Ooh, I should have chose to live in the dorm. Sherina and her younger sister, Rumi, had been friends with Angelica since childhood. The three of them used to play together. Aren't you the one who chose to live in the capital, Angie? Since you have a home there, you said that you would go to school from there. I also want to live in the dorm with you. Well, living in the capital also has its own charms too, you know. Angelica sat beside her. She looked truly regretful. So, tell me, where were you yesterday? Did you pass by His Highness' carriage at least once? No, I went to the city right after class yesterday, so I didn't see the carriage. What a waste. I feel for you, Sherry. I'm not sad. Yesterday was very dreamlike for me. Oh yeah, thanks for telling me about the cafe. It's a very nice place. Yup, Angelica told me about the cafe. That one cafe had a wide selection of tea, including rare ones. Sherina could still recall how Riyle beamed when he saw one of the menu items. Did you go to the cafe? Could it be a date? With whom? Fufu. I wonder if Angie knows him. His Riyle Glenn, the research of written magic student. We are of the same year, you know? When Sherina recalled yesterday's date, her cheeks were dyed red instantly. Angelica, awestruck, blinked. Why you mean? That impoverished, scholarship student, Riyle? The one who received the highest score in writing exam and raised the academy's overall point. That brooding guy. Well, he certainly was a hot topic during the entrance exam. Angelica asked, looking incredulous. Why would you go on a date with that guy? His writing skill is top-notch, sure. But, isn't that skill practically useless? Moreover, his dad is a poor baron who lives in the countryside, you know. In the countryside. He isn't even pleasing to the eye, and I bet he smells, too. Batchin. Higher. The glass pen Sherina was holding cracked. I won't allow you to insult Riyle any more than this. Sorry. Yes, right. It's based on rumors. It's because I heard such rumors, that's why. Her childhood friend, who was shocked, lowered her head. Angelica probably didn't have any bad intentions in mind, and said so without thinking deeply. Still doesn't make it okay, though. Riyle is my benefactor and also a very nice person. Don't say mean things without knowing the truth first. Right. I'm sorry. Immediately after that, Sherina felt depressed. Where was the previous cheerful atmosphere? Why did she utter whatever was on her mind on spot, without properly considering it? I'm such a kid. Titi, that's right. He's such an amazing guy, isn't he, Sherry? To be so excel in writing and achieve first place. The countryside scenery must have been so beautiful and the air crisp. His family is poor. Doesn't matter, even if you're rich, there's always something you can't buy with money. The face behind that long bangs of his might also be comely. Batchin. This time, Sherina's pen broke in two. Angie, are you saying that you've fallen for him? Let me say this, if you become my rival, I'll fight with all my might. I shan't lose to you. I'm not. I'm saying that I'll never be your rival, so calm down, Sherry. Sherina couldn't forgive anyone who say bad things about him. However, she also couldn't keep calm if someone overly praised him. Such was the complexity of a maiden's heart. Riyle, in case another girl approaches, you and act bothersome in any way possible. You mustn't hesitate to come forward to me either. That's really unlikely to happen. Why, you needn't come forward, then. Just let me know. Mere informing. That's not what I meant. I mean, it's really unlikely for any girl to approach me, so there's nothing to inform you about. The afternoon's lunch break. Although it was a great lunchtime with Riyle as usual, Sherina couldn't shake off her uneasiness about her possible future rivals. Rather than concerning yourself about such an unlikely event, you should be more worried about the situation you're in right now. Talking is easy. Speaking of which, I haven't encountered that today. That referred to the first prince of the kingdom, derived between the two of them, who held no respect towards that thing anymore. I see. Well then, this is it for today. While talking, Riyle had already finished the sandwich. He opened his book. Sherina stood up while thinking how unfortunate it was. Yet, she must leave. I mustn't distract Riyle from his book. Where are you going? Riyle, whom until now was reading, suddenly grabbed her arm. What? No, I was just about to go back to class. I just don't want to get in the way of Ryle's reading. You see, even if it was lunch break, it was also study time for Riyle. She shouldn't disturb him. That was why Sherina always left as soon as Riyle finished with his lunch. You're not in the way. Ha! You're not in the way, not really. Besides, I already said it yesterday, stay with me as much as you can. Riyle. Albeit his gaze remained on the page of his book, his intention was conveyed through his arm, which was grasping hers. Yes, I'll stay by your side. Even until the end of my life, I'll stay by your side. You, until the problem with that is solved. Not for a lifetime, oi. Then let the problem persist until the remainder of our lives. Do not say something so ominous that casually. I'm so happy. I'm happy enough to die. I want to spend the rest of my time beside this person. I want this joyous moment to last forever. If only the time would stop. At the time, Sherina was thinking along such lines, which only belonged to a romance novel, when fun. As I thought, you're here, uniquely furred cat. Once that voice entered her ears, Sherina's murderous intent rose exponentially. Suffice to say, her urges to kill someone had never been that high. What have I done? I spoke of the devil. I came to offer my gratitude for the sandwich. Unfortunately, I didn't catch you yesterday, after class. Riyle, whom was about to stand up, was immediately stopped by Leonardo. Don't be that cautious, black rat. I didn't come today to inquire about that cheap amulet trick of yours. Prince Leonardo waved his hand casually with an adamant smile. Where does that confidence of his come from? Between him and Riyle, he suffered more defeats, so how could he be that confident? Or, does he just possess a hairy heart? Sherina pondered so. Yesterday, I was going to take you to a store. It was sudden, I know, but I ordered for them to prepare for my visit. However, it's quite saddening that I didn't meet the cat it was meant for. Leonardo took a small, white, box adorned with silver decoration from his pocket. The small box bore the stamp of a famous jewelry store in the capital city. Here, take this. I can't receive that. Sherina refused to. She stood up instantly and stared straight at the prince's eyes. An equivalent of jewelry, such a sandwich, I don't recall of ever making that. Or, if I were able to, if I could, I would already be millionaire now. Ho! The price of what he offered as token of gratitude was incomparable to what he had received. It was to the point that Sherina honestly thought he was making a fool out of her. Moreover, rewarding her with such expensive jewelry spelled showing off his wealth on his part rather than earnest gratitude for a mere sandwich. Besides that, jewelry was something to be worn. Even more so when it was given by the prince. Was there even an option to not put it on? If she were to accept it, she would not only be forced to put it on, but also relish the unpleasant feelings it brought through the memory of receiving it. I don't need it. I really don't need it. Heck, he could even bestow her a gift of cockroaches, and she would still be grateful at this point. At the very least, cockroaches could still be mercilessly crushed without hesitation. Is that so? That's a shame. Let's do this another way, then. The sandwich was very delicious. I want to thank you for that. So what can I give you as a thanks? If it's a thank you, your words of gratitude are enough. Because she could forget them right away. No hard feelings. Coo. Ha 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 ha. Up until now, only your hair color was considered interesting by me. But now, I can see it. You are interesting. You truly are. I like that. Ha! She was relieved. Too early. Until a second ago, she thought he was finally backing away. However, Leonardo burst out laughing. Staring right into my eyes, recognizing the royal crest stamped upon the jewelry box, and still not even a slight of doubt in your eyes. I hesitated showing this to you at first because I thought you might freak out. But you didn't. You truly are something else. This is the first time I have ever met a woman like you. I just said I don't need towards something I don't need. I was thinking that if you accepted it without a thought, that would be it for me. I'm telling you. I only said so because I truly don't need it. But now, I've decided. Uniquely furred cat. I'll make you mine. Sherina, too shocked, finally opened her mouth. You jest. You couldn't seriously mean that, right? Otherwise, you truly are wrong in the head. Do you need me to wrap my hands around your neck so I can shake your head to the maximum? Be prepared. In my dictionary, there's no give up. Leonardo turned his back on the two, leaving swiftly after achieving his goal. Behind him were two stunned people. Riyle. Yeah. After the prince's back completely disappeared, Sherina slowly turned behind her. Hey, if that won't give up until the end, does that mean I can stay with Riyle until the end, too? Don't encourage him. Sherry. Great news. Once lunch break was over, Sherina returned to the classroom. Angelica raised her voice while rushing towards her. Apparently, there was no teacher. It seemed that the afternoon class would be self-study. What's wrong, Angie? This is the second time I've said this today. It's about His Highness. His Highness Leonardo will be attending the dance party next month. What? Angelica was excited about getting a new dress tailored, but at the same time also worried whether or not it would suit the prince's taste. Is it hosted by the academy? Can the new students attend too? Absolutely. After all, it's a welcome party for new student. Not just Angelica, other girls were also excited. The topic in the class that day centered on Leonardo. But wait. The fact that His Highness would also be there at the party, how did Angie know? When the lunch break was about to end, His Highness was invited to a birthday party hosted by other seniors. However, he refused because he said he was going to attend the school party. Someone overheard that and the news was spread instantly. The dance party hosted by the school. Certainly, it was briefly mentioned during her orientation. Sherina could still faintly recall it. All students were free to participate, however, most of them sat it out unless their grades were involved. What about you, Sherry? What dress will you be wearing? It seemed that the news of Prince Leonardo, the 4th grade student, attending the party was a huge news for the 1st graders. I might consider not participating. For Sherina, the news was both big and sad, especially when she remembered the prince's ultimatum. She could already imagine him asking her to dance upon spotting her at the party. Why? This is your chance to see His Highness. Not like I wanted to, anyway. Do you even dream? Or rather, it would be better if my situation stayed a dream. But there's also a rumor that a certain freshman caught the prince's eyes. I also heard that the prince is going to invite that freshman. If the prince were to be that freshman's escort for the whole party, then there'll be no chance for us. Yes. Hearing Angelica's words, Sherina stiffened. How could I not think of that? Without attending the party, she surely wouldn't be asked for a dance. But what if the prince personally invited her? In the unlikely event Prince Leonardo would go out of his way to invite Sherina, a mere count's daughter, wouldn't be able to refuse him. It was a whole different story than merely refusing his unsuitable gift. The only reason someone would turn down an offer like that was because they're dissatisfied with the partner. That would count as insulting the prince. She was also confident she wouldn't be able to reason her way out of it. In other words, if he did invite her, it's game over. But we mustn't give up hope. After all, this is only the beginning. For all we know, the freshman His Highness is looking for could be one of us. Yes, we mustn't give up, indeed. How do I avoid this? The dance party was scheduled for the beginning of next month. Sherina considered not stepping a foot out of her dorm for the next 20 days or so. Indeed, it's too early to give up. There aren't any student wearing blue and gold rose accessories yet, so we still have hope. Yeah, the blue rose. What are you talking about? Aren't we talking about His Highness? Sherry, you didn't know? It's one of our academy's dance party traditions. Sherina pretended to be ill so she couldn't quite catch her mean. A boy gives a flower accessory to a girl he wants to escort. The girl who receives it will wear said accessory until the day of the party. Basically, it means you already have a partner so no one else would invite you. That's a first I've ever heard of this. Then, to inform everyone who gave it to you, the boy will give you flowers that match the color of his hair and eyes. His Highness has a wonderful blonde hair and blue eyes, and Algatia's national flower is rose. So, if His Highness were to invite you, he'd probably give you a gold leaf and blue rose ornament. A flower accessory of the same color as the giver's hair and eyes served as a sign that the girl already had a partner. Black and dark green. If she were to be invited by Riyle, she was likely to receive an accessory of those colors. But, in the first place, Riyle didn't seem to be one who would be interested in attending that kind of party. Jet black like the darkness of night, a really immersive deep green that could sink someone all the way to the bottom. They would surely make a nice flower accessory. Sherina exhaled. Chapter 5 Dance Party Invitation, Part 1. Here. A corsage of black and green appeared in front of her. The mysterious flower consisted of jet black petals and dark green leaves. With these kinds of colors, dahlias and roses are just creepy, so bear with this instead. Just think of it as some kind of amulet, or something. It's the same color. It's a corsage with colors belonging to person I love. After only dreaming about it yesterday, today, it appeared in reality. It's nothing to be compared with that corsage, but it'll do. It's better than nothing. This. Sherina could no longer hear what he was saying. She received it with both hands, and asked, "Did Riyle make this?" "A tailor-made one was too expensive. I'm sorry because it's handmade." Riyle. Sherina finally understood. The meaning of this corsage, the fact that Riyle himself made it. And, also this flower. The blood-sucking flower. The flower from our first meeting. It has nothing to do with our first meeting. It's just, I couldn't find another flower with the color black, so. The flower's shape were mysterious, like that of a row of small, black, bells. This is the first time I've ever seen a corsage this beautiful. I shall treasure it for the rest of my life. There's no need for such blatant sarcasm, although I'm aware of from whom it's coming from. Riyle leaned his head on his palm, sighing. I'm being honest, though. After all, you're the one who made it. Ryle's shoulders were still slumped, thus. It's the truth, I swear. Although just a little, Sherina felt that happiness reflected from his green eyes. By the way, how did you make this corsage? Even though you were lacking in materials. With some excess cloth I procured from a boutique and a clasp. It shouldn't matter, right? I'm really just asking out of curiosity. Section A. Sherry. That corsage, no way. You foo-foo, no way, indeed. It was the morning right before class would start. Her friend's eyes bulged, to which Sherina proudly turned away from. Black flowers and dark green leaves. We talked about this yesterday, but I'm just going to confirm, that corsage should be from Riyle Glen, right? You're correct. There was no mistaking it. It wasn't a dream. Sherina touched it a dozen times to confirm that it was indeed reality. Well, if Sherry is happy, then it's okay. In contrast to the hyped-up Sherina, Angelica's reaction was subtle. Noticing Angelica's stare towards her black and green corsage, Sherina furrowed her eyebrows. I don't care if Angie is an important friend of mine. When it comes to Riyle, I won't be defeated no matter what. Why do you keep thinking that? As I've said, that's impossible. Did Angie just become my love rival? They didn't have any contact up to this point, or did they? It seems that Angie knows Riyle. Then, it's not strange for her to fall in love with him. Like, no, isn't that strange? Hearing Sherina's muttering, Angelica retorted with all her might. Yes. Very strange, indeed. Why would you fall in love with him when you barely even know him? You're wrong, Angie. It's after knowing him that I learned I've fallen in love with him. Even if you say so with such dignity. Riyle appeared when she was in a pinch and proceeded to save her. All the while, his dashing black hair swayed, being blown by the wind. Those intelligent eyes, and the knowledge hidden beneath. No matter how smart he was, he never showed off, that, topped with his unpretentious attitude. Is there a girl who can resist falling in love with such a wonderful person? No, one couldn't possibly exist. I'm sorry, but this is it. This marks the start of our rivalry, my nemesis in love. Okay, but let's end that now. I choose to be your friend, Sherry. Angie. Friendship or love? The ultimate choice that had been imposed on humanity since the ancient times. I'm so sorry, Angie. I only thought about myself. It's all right. No matter how much she cherished her childhood friend, she couldn't give up this much, right? That was why Sherina desperately chose love. That was also why she was thoroughly moved by Angelica's virtue, who chose friendship without hesitation. No worries, Sherry. A shame, though. You no longer have the chance to be invited by His Highness Leonardo. A shame? Why? Like, who would miss a chance to dance with His Highness? A lot of girls are going to attend the party without an escort just to try their luck. Is that so? Sherina felt guilty for thinking that her fellow first years had such bad taste. In fact, it's not only limited to the first years. Our 2 to 4 year upperclassmen have also reserved themselves for His Highness. Welcoming the new students is no longer the priority, here. They are clearly aiming for His Highness. Sherina thought that both the first years and upperclassmen were the same. They all had bad hobbies. This time, she no longer felt guilty about it. But Sherry is more interested in Riyle Glen rather than His Highness, right? A newfound hobby. I mean, a different in taste isn't a bad thing. Speaking of which, unlike Rumi, I've never been interested in admiring His Highness paintings. I prefer the real thing, you know? So, this party might be my chance. Just now, was she hinting that my preference is bad? Must be my feelings. Well, if it's Riyle Glen, then you probably don't have to worry about others stealing him. On the contrary, I think it's quite possible. Sherina clenched her fists, full of determination. The fact that a lot of girls were participating without an escort meant it was easier for them to aim for Riyle. No, even girls who had escorts might try to switch to Riyle. I won't lose to them. What should I do? I don't want to go to the dance party, but at the same time I want to, with Riyle. You sound troubled. Angelica's gaze was full of concern towards Sherina, whom was seriously anxious. For today's sandwich, I tried adding more onions and pickles. No wonder the volume increased. Have some fried potatoes, too. With a sandwich this large, you're still offering more food. So far, lunch break was Sherina's only opportunity for increasing Ryle's love points. Today as well, Sherina prepared a sandwich with great enthusiasm. Our chef sent me a letter of advice. Meat is a sure way to a man's stomach, but after that comes potatoes. I've been thinking about this for quite some time now, but your chef sure is unique. No, more like, your entire household is peculiar. Riyle placed his book upon his knees and held the sandwich with both hands. As usual, most of his face was hidden behind his bangs. His green eyes are mysterious and cool. Now that I think about it, you're the Earl's eldest daughter, and yet you live in a dorm. No carriage, no chef, no maid, either. Only now did I realize your peculiarity. It makes no sense to use a carriage for such a short distance. Besides, when the cafeteria is readily available like this, why would I need a chef? For an aristocrat to possess quite common sense. Why do I still find it strange? While eating the sandwich carefully, Riyle nodded to himself. By the way, Riyle, it's about the dance party. What is it? The sandwich grew smaller and smaller. After the final bite, Sherina was ready to talk. There's a high chance that you'll be swarmed by many pretty girls at the dance party, but please don't forget me. Now I'm seriously wondering, how do you really see me? Your eyes must be perceiving a different world altogether. That's not true. On the contrary, it's Ryle's self-esteem that is too low. Riyle nonchalantly shrugged his shoulders. His expression was rejecting the possibility of such an outcome. Or rather, the one who'll be invited by many people to dance is more likely going to be you. However, please do your best to turn them down. Stay in a position where I can follow you even after the party starts. Even without you telling me that, I absolutely won't leave Ryle's side. That's good, then. Sherina was trying to sneak a peek at the profile behind his bangs. However, he suddenly turned away. Thus, Sherina couldn't decipher his expression. Well, the easiest solution is to not attend the party in the first place. What? You can try to avoid being invited to the party until next month, then feign sickness during the day. That would be less risky. It was during that moment she remembered the true purpose of the corsage. Oh, right. This corsage is just a way to prevent Leonardo from becoming my escort for the dance party. Everyone knew it. It was a violation of manners to request for a woman whom already had an escort. That was why, if she were to don that corsage, even a prince would find it hard to invite her. Yes, indeed, I don't need to go to the dance party to begin with. This corsage is just camouflage. What Riyle had suggested not only rang true, but was also rational, for her to have never thought about it that way. Sherina reached a whole new level of shame. Attending the same party as Leonardo, what good would it do? Not only that, Riyle even went out of his way to attend together with her. I'm truly lacking in foresight. Sherina felt like a summer insect ignorantly flying towards fire. Her wish to attend the party with Riyle went out like a candle. As I've said before, you only need to stay in a position where I can follow. Sherina meekly lifted her face. Well, that kind of trivial reason shouldn't be stopping you from attending the party. Besides, for such an ugly-looking corsage to be an instrument in camouflage, are you kidding me? Stuttering, Riyle buried his face in his big book. Riyle. The gloominess she felt not too long ago vanished into thin air. Ryle's words returned Sherina's beaming smile. But don't expect too much, okay? For the formal wear, I only have my brother's hand-me-downs. After all, I'm going to be blatant here. He bought it 10 years ago. Hence, it should be out of fashion by now. Knowing full well of the consequences, don't blame me if later you are being made fun of for walking beside me. The good old retro fashion. Looking forward to it. There should be a limit to being ignorant. A certain prince who couldn't read the mood should appear around this time. Simply put, it had already become a common occurrence. Fortunately, until the afternoon class bell resounded, that never appeared in the backyard. 10 days later. Everything sure is going well. Too well, it's freaking me out instead. Under the trees in the backyard, Sherina leisurely remarked. There were 3 days left until the dance party. During that time, she went to school and spent lunch break together with Riyle. There wasn't a single interruption from Leonardo. It was very peaceful. I highly doubt that we'll attempt anything this late in the game, as expected of a prince. He's respectful towards manners, as he should be, and doesn't attempt to disregard it. I'm glad. I sure hope so. At least he still has an awareness to respect it. It was peaceful. It was eerily peaceful. She didn't even see a trace of Leonardo in the last 10 or so days. Maybe he has given up. It's our win. Who knew that being courted by the kingdom's prince could be so annoying? No one got in the way, thus she could spend every day with Riyle, alone. It was supreme bliss, as if she had already ascended to heaven. By the way, for today's lunch, in addition to potatoes and a sandwich, I also made shaved ice juice. The glaze was made using your favorite tea leaves, Riyle. Shaved ice. Won't it melt? It's okay. I applied an ice magic circle to the water bottle. Ah, that's right. Isn't water element your expertise? She kept working on his lunch every day. Of course, the idea about the shaved ice juice also originated from her chef, who said that sweets were as important as meat. Thus, she made it with a matcha flavor. Moreover, what's shaved ice juice? It's similar to ice cream. My chef makes it for me whenever it gets hot every year. Although he looked a bit skeptical, he still opened the lid and drank using the straw. At first, Riyle looked confused, but in the next second, his eyes widened as he chewed with a crunch. Do you like the flavor? Riyle gulped the drink down with relish as Sherina watched him, full of joy. Later, she would send a letter expressing her gratitude home. Delicious. Yay. Say, if you make me your bride, you can drink it anytime you want. Saying that, I could also just recruit your chef. What? It couldn't be. Even Astrea, my personal chef, is also my greatest love rival. The Clydia family's chef has quite a nice name. Sherina, whom was about to tear apart the thank you letter, was told by Riyle that he was just joking. That was quite a surprise. Thankfully, it was just a joke. For a moment there, I was ready to pack all my things and leave the academy so I can start aiming to be a chef, instead. Don't decide on something that important so easily. I was just joking. Yes, except that it didn't sound like one. The wind blew and a birdsong flowed. A certain someone didn't interrupt. What a peaceful afternoon. Sherina was content with her situation, not knowing how fragile such a peaceful moment was, that it could easily be destroyed the following morning. Chapter 6 Dance Party Invitation, Part 2. In the morning, 2 days before the dance party. As usual, she woke up early in the morning and was ready to go while everyone was still asleep. However, when she was about to open the door, something fell, which caused her to momentarily lose her breath. Section. Riyle. What? Did something happen? Sherina rushed through the intersection between the girls' dorm and the boys' dorm, towards the boys' dorm gate. There, she saw Riyle, whom was about to pass through the dorm gate. She desperately called his name, not sparing a moment to adjust her breath. Riyle felt her desperation and approached. Just a while ago, when I opened the door, this fell. It was the reason Sherina ran all the way there. It was in her hands. A corsage of a blue rose and gold leaves. As soon as he saw it, Ryle's expression hardened immediately. They probably thought the same thing, that narcissist prince. It's from that. As I thought. Their hearts became one. And here I thought nothing would happen. Riyle exhaled, his eyebrows furrowed. The corsage is too ominous, and you made sure to wear it on place everyone could see. It's probably because of that. What? You mean, the corsage Riyle made for me? Yeah. It wasn't official, but there also existed a certain custom in Fala Rubia Academy, that was, to implicitly appeal to girl whom already had an escort. They wouldn't do it in plain sight, but chose an underhanded, often indirect, method to do it. Of course, if the girl accepted, it would also be violation of manners. Suffice to say, even if this one came from a prince, not even for a millisecond had Sherina considered of accepting it. Even if he's an idiot who thinks that the world revolves around him, he should know that there's no point in inviting you at this point. Ryle's angry voice, especially when it's aimed towards that. I love it very much. That's not important right now. Between them was a prior engagement. A prior engagement that was being made known to others. Yet, he still made his advances, anyway, even after knowing that she had a partner. But, he could excuse himself by saying that he's an upperclassman, that he rarely met us, that he didn't know about your prior engagement, thus, it can't be helped. What that had just done was a violation of manners, however. It would be different if he didn't know about the prior engagement, that would just be him committing a simple mistake, and not violating any manners. That was why. Then, I should try explaining it to him, find a chance to speak with him alone. That would be unlikely. That will always be surrounded by many people. If Sherina could explain to Leonardo why she had to turn down his invitation, things would be solved. However, if she were to do it in front of many people, she would be shaming him in front of many. But, if she kept silent, the day would arrive and Leonardo would naturally come to pick her up. If you can't talk to him by the day after tomorrow, explain the situation to me, and return my corsage. Wear his, and wait for him to pick you up. That would be the safest option with that. I would end up choking him with the corsage, for sure. You don't care about your appearance, and lack self-control. Not that I hate it. If it were a formal party within noble society, things would be a lot more different than this. She would have to attend, regardless of anything. However, this was only a school event. They were in school where all students were equal. There should be no problem in refusing it normally. Nevertheless, status was status in the end. That was why they were thrown into such a troublesome circumstance in the first place. I guess I have no choice but to feign sickness. Between taking another man's hand to the party and not attending due to a fake illness, Sherina chose the latter. That would be for the best. Riyle nodded absent-mindedly. I'll use a high fever as my cover, and say that I've been down with it since the day before. Then, pangs of regret and sadness pricked the back of her eyes. Tearful, Sherina squeezed the blue rose corsage so strong, the petals crumbled. Then you'll rest. By the next day, you'll be better, thus, you can go to the party with no problem. Ha! Sherina was about to retort, what's the point in feigning sickness, then? However, Riyle had already run back into the dormitory, while saying please wait there. Hey, is it true? Was there a blue rose corsage in front of Sherry's room? Yes, indeed, there was. It was the next day after Sherina feigned illness. In fact, her physical condition indeed deteriorated, hence she rested for the day. She even entered her class later than usual. Angelica beamed and rushed towards her. Did you bring it? Let me see. I've also promised to show it to the other girls. I do. Here. Yay, wait. It's all crumpled up, though. Because it was on the floor, I accidentally stepped on it. To be honest, it was because she crushed it with her own palm. However, she didn't bother to explain. But the prankster sure was pretty elaborate with his trick, wasn't he? Everyone in the girls' dormitory received the same corsage. This joke is in bad taste. Yes. What a cruel prank. Angelica was impressed by the corsage, even though it was in tatters. Were you in the dormitory yesterday? Did you spot anyone suspicious? I'm sorry. Because I was feeling unwell, I slept through the day. No, you don't need to apologize. Yesterday, while Sherina had locked herself within her room due to sickness, there was quite a commotion both outside and inside the girls' dormitory. Why would someone be this mischievous? Someone suggested that it was intended for some purpose, that the corsage was just a distraction. However, nothing was stolen. There was no evidence of an intrusion, either. Not only that, it only happened in the first year's dorm, 2 out of the 4 female dormitories. Once the school was over and the residents returned, there were blue rose corsages outside everyone's room. When they left in the morning, there were no such things, not even the dormitory manager knew why. In other words, the deed was done during the day, when the manager wasn't looking. What a tasteless joke. Maybe the prankster just wanted to be the center of attention. Well, it's certainly going to be the topic of the day. It's quite funny, though. Causing such a fuss. He must be laughing right now. Exactly. Well, the perpetrator might be closer than you think, so keep a close eye on your vicinity. Heck, the person could even be right in front of us, right now. Come on, don't say something so scary. It would be truly difficult for a perfect outsider to break into the school premise, much else the dormitory. The prank was likely done by a student or a staff member. It also spurred the speculation that the mischief was related to the corsage-giving custom of the academy. The rumors say that the perpetrator is likely one of those boys who are heartbroken due to being rejected by the girls. Well, no matter how hard they try to invite a girl out, in the end, it's still up to the girl, is it not? In no way is the girl obligated to accept it. Ahaha, Sherry sure is harsh. Indeed. Sherina would certainly prefer to be invited directly, and with dignity. unlike a certain someone who used a roundabout way to make sure she couldn't refuse. Those rose corsages were originally white. Riyle obtained them from his part-time job, while Sherina applied the watercolor magic she had learned in beginner art class to them. Then, after taking her absence, placed them in front of everyone's room. If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest. The same goes for a corsage. The corsage is certainly beautiful, but still, it's no good. The perpetrator is just heartless. He just wanted to cause a ruckus. It was truly troublesome. The two of them started their work right after Sherina reported the blue corsage to Riyle. After 2 minutes, Riyle came out of his dorm carrying white rose corsages. Then, for 5 minutes straight, Sherina dyed them all blue while listening to his devised plan. Finally, she returned to the girls' dormitory. Within a total of 27 minutes, she was able to finish all the preparations before anyone woke up. Of course, even though everyone went to the school, there was still the manager. However, time was aplenty. It must be tough for you, Sherry. Everyone in the girls' dorm must have caused such a scene yesterday evening. I only heard of the news this morning because I went home right away yesterday. She hoped the commotion would reach the ear of the prince, whom was in the 4th grade. However, things might have gotten a bit out of hand. The manager immediately reported to the teachers, and some students overheard. In the end, as she had hoped, it reached the boys' dormitory. Everyone was very frustrated. Anyway, the corsage that Angelica was holding, which she thought was fake, was actually the one Sherina received in front of her room yesterday. It became a joke. Well, not like Sherina could convince her otherwise, either. Doing so would be pretty useless by that point. But, how did you initially feel, Sherina? Your feelings must have soared, right? Thinking that you were invited by the prince himself. After seeing that others had also received it, I knew it's impossible right away. In addition, Sherina, while twirling her strawberry blonde hair, said with twinkling eyes, "Don't all the other noblemen also have blonde hair and blue eyes? Don't just lump the entire nobility together." Angelica, whose eyes and hair were the same color as a burning fire, answered with a wry smile. "Well, what your friend said is reasonable." Ha! During lunch break, Riyle expressionlessly said so while eating a hamburger sandwich for the first time in a few days. They were in the backyard. Since the school thinks the perpetrator is the prince, they won't conduct a serious investigation. While lifting a fried potato, Sherina tilted her head. Ha! Is there truly only one blonde with blue eyes in this school? There should be many more in the school alone, right? So much that I think the dance party customs need some restrictions. How many times do you need to lump them together until you're satisfied? Sherina was talking about the rumored pleasant corsage prank in first-year female dormitory when she accidentally told him about her conversation with Angelica. Riyle nodded, unamused. Although it's very likely that it was done by a student, it would be a major problem if it was, by any chance, committed by outsiders. Normally, they'd look for the culprit with more diligence. Even if you say that. Riyle was right. The fact that Sherina was the only one in the dorm throughout the entire day alone should suffice for her to be alleged as the culprit, and yet, the morning after, she was only asked a few questions like "Did you see anyone suspicious?" and "Did you leave your room?" before immediately being released. However, if the culprit is the prince, then there is no problem because it means no outsider entered. Or rather, if it is revealed that the prince sneaked into the girls' dorm, it would lead to an even bigger scandal, for sure. Even if they found evidence, the teachers would surely turn away from it. If the teachers dare to accuse him, obviously, some heads will fly. Hence, they turn a blind eye. It's indeed reasonable. After all, who would dare to incite the royals' wrath? The upper echelon of the school wanted to keep making money. At the same time, they wanted to give the impression that they tried to solve the problem by conducting a small-scale investigation. After all, it would be troublesome if any evidence turned up, since they knew it was the prince's doing. But why are all the teachers so sure it's the work of Leonardo? Don't casually invent new nicknames for him as you please, although he's indeed a narcissist. The dance party corsage revealed the hair and eye color of the partner. If it was blonde with blue eyes, surely there would be many more. It was too early to conclude that it belonged to Leonardo. It's obvious, already. Only Leonarcissist is capable of such a feat, to violate both the tradition's custom and the rule of the girls' dorm, a place considered banned territory to all boys. Even though he wasn't allowed to step a foot there, he managed to put a corsage in front of a girl's room. Ah, I'm beginning to see your point now, in our recent studies of Leonarcissist. Indeed. Your dormitory manager overlooked, or to be more exact, was forced to overlook that entrance. Otherwise, that would be unable to place a corsage in front of your door. Riyle, who had finished eating the sandwich, was sipping the matcha juice instead of eating the dessert. The way he held the water bottle with both hands was very adorable. Did Narcissist go himself? He could have just sent his attendant. As if they would let the prince do such a thing. All he needed to do was use his expert wind magic to unlock the dorm entrance from the outside. That was probably an easy feat for him. He doesn't need to chant, remember? After leaving the corsage, he probably went away with a dash. You mean? That was how the manager figured it was him? Yes, the door was unlocked, but there was no sign of a forced entry. Then, there was also that blue rose corsage. Well, who else could it be? There's also a high chance the prince visited the night before this incident, as a kind of a preliminary inspection, or something. Riyle explained while drinking juice, as if he was answering a simple quiz. How did he manage to reach that conclusion in such a short time? I love you. Yeah. His amazed face due to her abrupt words seemed a little bashful. Section. Meanwhile, at the same time. How strange. Your Highness. What could be the problem? In the greenhouse at the rooftop of the academy, Leonardo muttered over a cup of black tea. He sat on a table surrounded by rose bushes. Was it the taste of the tea? I'll make them prepare another right away. No, it's fine. The noble girl sitting on his left was ready to call the butler, but Leonardo stopped her while silently sipping the tea. In addition to tea, sandwiches and baked goods were lined up on the table, but so far none had been touched. Your Highness, would you like something to eat? Yesterday, I wasn't prepared, however, today, I prepared everything that seemed to be in your Highness' liking. The young lady sitting on his right proudly showed the high-class dessert and food, however, Leonardo didn't even bother answering, only glancing at them. Violet-sama, you mustn't bother him like that. The fact that His Highness agreed to sit here with us is already something for us to be grateful of. Right, Imelda-sama? I agree, it is as Camilla-sama says. A young lady who sat diagonally from him, Camilla, reprimanded Violet, who recommended the food. Imelda happily agreed with her. Fuan. What a shallow conversation, and they all belong to the rank of a marquis. In disgust, Leonardo put his cup back in the saucer rather harshly. Your Highness, was something not to your liking? I'm deeply sorry. Duchess Rosalind Aria Rose, who sat in front of him, said with a very remorseful expression. Platinum blonde hair with no curls. Her blue eyes were like the deep sea, beautiful, but hidden beneath was an absolute coldness. Fuan. Even though they are both blonde, they're so different. When he thought about a certain strawberry blonde, immediately, what came afterwards was something reminiscent of a gentle, warm spring, to which the girl's clear blue eyes were the sky. Leonardo laughed bitterly. That girl should be wearing his blue corsage by now, and would attend dance party tomorrow. While he was busy preparing a suitable corsage for that uniquely furred cat, the annoying black rat beat him to it. Yet, who had ever heard of a cat dancing with a mouse at a party? Dancing with a mouse shouldn't be the cat's real intentions. Your Highness, were you thinking of something interesting? The cat probably felt bad refusing the rat's invitation, hence she had no choice but to accept. Leonardo's invitation would be the solution to that. With it, the cat could refuse the rat's invitation. In a way, he was lending her a hand. Your Highness, are you perhaps unwell? While he was busy thinking, Rosalind inquired once again. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about yesterday's commotion. He was reluctant, but making enemies with those girls would be troublesome. Thus, he reached out for one of the sandwiches on the table. Ah, yes, that was indeed quite a commotion. There was an intruder in the girls' dormitory, who, for some reason, gave everyone a blue rose corsage. Ever since we enrolled, this is the first time this kind of thing has happened. Not just the first years, the whole school is talking about it. Even if there's no collateral this time, it's still creepy. Yes. What a strange coincidence. He chewed the bland sandwich and drank the tasteless tea. It's too much to be called a mere coincidence. After putting the cup back in the saucer, Leonardo uttered, "So, Your Highness." "Never mind. I'm returning to the classroom. Just continue your tea party." Now that he had confirmed that the commotion had truly happened, there was no longer any need to waste his time there. Leonardo left his seat. "Your Highness, but please wait. You haven't had any." The noble girls were obviously disappointed, however, he didn't spare them a single glance. Not worth it. He left the greenhouse, and was finally free from the grasp of the sickeningly sweet perfumes blended with flower scents. "I've kept you waiting." "No, I haven't been waiting." The servant shook his head. "You sure you want to leave? You could always stay with the rose garden a little bit more and converse with them, and endure those sickening aromas for a little bit more. My nose will bend. It's also your responsibility to maintain a relationship with them, Your Highness. Even though you were advised to attend tea parties, you never did. Now, when you finally do it for the first time in a while, you were barely there. So noisy. It's up to me where I spend my lunch break." Rose Garden, a group formed by 4 noble girls with the Marquis title. Duchess Rosalind Aria Rose was the leader. They were all the candidates to be the prince's fiancé. "This is beneficial for your future, Your Highness. Someday, you'll have to choose one of them to be your queen and reign with her. Whom I'll marry is my own decision. I won't accept any kind of instruction from others." Leonardo's fiancé candidates had already been decided from an early age. Those so-called fiancé candidates were, in reality, only some women who had no interest in anything else beside his status. In reality, all you want is to gain your father-in-law's favor, who favored your sister-in-law more than you. That's not true. I'm only thinking about your future, Your Highness." His attendant belonged to the Aria Rose family, whom were trying to make their lady a queen. This man was from a very distant relative. The attendant was generally a nice person, but that didn't mean Leonardo trusted him. Because, at the end of the day, those from the Aria Rose family were just trying to appeal Rosalind to him. What did you gain out of this? Here, why are we suddenly talking about this? What? Something you want to say? You better be quick, then. The attendant shut his mouth in frustration. It seemed that he didn't have the heart to continue. After a while, he switched topics. "Your Highness, the culprit of the girls' dormitory incident. You aren't searching for him? You dare order me around? I've spoken out of line." Last night, Leonardo overheard another student talking about an event in the girls' dormitory. However, it wasn't about Sherina Clydia, the first year, received the prince's blue rose corsage, and instead, about someone who dared to give out the same corsage to everyone in the dorm. He was shocked. To pinpoint the culprit, he had tasked one of his attendants to bring him one of the fake corsages from the first-year female dorm. Fuan. As expected, it's a cheap imitation. The corsage was made of a material so cheap, no aristocrats would even think of wearing it, just as Leonardo imagined. As what you can expect from that rat. This is obviously the extent of his wealth. Your Highness, what could you possibly? Even if the trick was still unknown, the true perpetrator was easy to guess, considering their motives. There was only one person capable of such things. I said it, didn't I? There would be no third time. Leonardo laughed fearlessly, as he crushed the faded corsage in his hand. You dare latch around my cat, huh? You delusional rat whom forgets his own position. Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia was born a winner and never had a shortage of women. As such, the fact that he had since the start lost to a poor baron's son who lived in the countryside, that his approach was seriously unasked for. He had never dreamed of such possibilities. Chapter 7 The Best Escort. Kia. Riyle, you look absolutely dazzling. On the day of the dance party, Sherina saw Riyle in front of her dorm and rushed towards him with great joy. Today, Riyle wasn't in his usual school uniform, but attire for the evening party. He wore an open-front black suit embroidered with silver thread on the rim. Beneath it, a dark grey vest with light grey buttons, coupled with a white shirt, could be seen. On the bottom, he wore a simple 3/4-length culottes that matched the color as his suit. He wore simple boots and a leather belt. Taking my very image into consideration, along with this mostly black attire that had aged for more than 20 years, I'm the exact definition of bitterness itself. How suitable, don't you think? I don't think so. I personally think that the color black is much more elegant and that it exudes the aura of mysterious elegance rather than those flashy glaring colors. Moreover, Ryle's stunning jet black hair accentuates the color of your suit, giving an overall intellectually cool charm. In a way, your suit, which is like the exact replica of the night itself, is like a backdrop for your deep green eyes, which are the stars twinkling in the quiet night. You need to inhale. The steady line of praises that came out automatically made her forget to breath. Even if the color is good, my older brothers are much taller than me, so the size doesn't fit. The suit that is supposed to be above the thigh reaches to the knee below, and the knee-length culottes are 3/4. Well, better than literally wearing trouser, I guess. I'm so sorry, but I have to disagree with you. The 3/4 length beautifully emphasized your feet lines. The simplicity of the culottes, along with the boots and the belt, only accentuate it more. Your long suit gives your contour a nice, sleek accent. Due to that, you also look intellectual and charming from behind. You need to exhale. This time, she actually breathed in too much. She lacked oxygen. Because she was going to attend the party with Riyle, she absolutely couldn't die. Sherina took a deep breath. In summary, you look truly, truly handsome, Riyle. Thanks. I've never imagined I would get the chance to walk alongside such a cool person before. Sherina swooned in admiration and put her hands on her chest, where the corsage was placed. Of course, it was the black and green corsage given to her by Riyle. To match the corsage, she chose a green dress instead of the pink or blue she usually wore to events. You, too. It must have been hard to pick a dress that matched the color of that corsage. Indeed. But no worry, I specifically dyed it for today. What? Correction. She dyed a dress green. Why, you specifically dyed it? What? How? First, I prepared 30 liters of hot water. I didn't mean how you exactly did it, but she only had pastel-colored dresses, such as yellow, light blue, and pink. They wouldn't match well with the corsage. I didn't have time to order a new dress, hence why I have to re-dye it myself. No, first of all, where did you even learn that? This wasn't the same as dyeing a small corsage with watercolor magic. To evenly re-dye a single dress, considerable effort was required. My maid Gabriella taught me of this trick after saying, "You can't go out in the same dress again and again to the Count's evening ball." Who would have thought that the Count's daughter would boil 30 liters of water in her room? All just so she could wear a dress that matched Ryle's corsage. I probably doesn't look too good, right? In the first place, why are my dresses only pink, light blue, and light yellow? Well, my parents thought they would suit me best, hence they prepared them. Honestly, I've never worn a green dress before. Even if the dress suited the corsage, she was unable to do anything if it didn't suit her. My dresses are always either pink or light blue. This dress was originally yellow, too. My family told me light colors like that of spring flowers suit me well. They were right, I guess. I don't look good in green. Sherina grasped the hem of her green dress. That's not true. Riyle, after pondering a little, awkwardly opened his mouth. By wearing green, you look like flower itself, so it's a good thing. When Sherina lifted her face, Riyle covered his eyes with one hand and turned away, while saying, "Give me a moment. Don't look at me right now. It's not good." Riyle. No, wait, no, I said don't look at me, it's not good. Just now, it's just a slip of the tongue. I shall dye all my dresses green. No. For real, stop. Regardless of how many students traveled by carriage, they walked together to the academy as usual. Even though it was a dance party, no dance hall was reserved. It was because Fala Rubia Academy was one of the largest academies in the kingdom and was different from ordinary schools. The top floor of its largest building was always used for events such as dance parties. Listen to me. Stay on guard. Always check your surroundings through your peripheral vision and keep your distance. Be sure to never meet his gaze, either. After a short while, they arrived at the venue. Both went to adjust their breath. Riyle advised seriously while facing forward. Understood. Today, I'm going to think of that as Medusa. Similarly, Sherina responded seriously. If the prince of this kingdom were to invite her to dance in front of many people, she wouldn't be able to refuse. However, if she overdid it, it would backfire, too. She had to keep it natural and distance herself from him. The Medusa. Good answer. As he complimented her, he extended his hand. Receiving his hand, Sherina stepped into the hall with a dreamy feeling. I'm currently walking with my most favorite person in the entire world. It's as if I'm walking on cloud. In the gorgeous dance hall, I can't even bother to hear anything else. All those noises. Fly away. Your Highness. Where are you going? Your Highness Leonardo. Kaya. His Highness is coming over here. Anything else? Your Highness. Please wait. He isn't escorting any of the Rose Garden's members. The dance is about to start, and yet, it doesn't seem that he has a partner yet. Fly. Away. Ooh. As I've thought, His Highness is reserving himself for me. His Highness went away. Wait a minute. Your Highness. They aren't flying away. The noises are approaching me. Follow me. Riyle immediately pulled her. Sherina was quick on the uptake and follow. They headed towards a table filled with lots of snacks and drinks. Did that put a tracker on you? Riyle exhaled, while taking a glass. I almost became a stone. Don't be relieved, yet. That Medusa won't yield easily. The party was to start soon. It would open with the principal's speech. Then, the music would start signaling the time for the first dance. It wasn't a violation of manners if someone were to invite a nearby person for first dance, but said inviter would surely be ridiculed. In other words, it was possible for the prince, who didn't have a partner yet, to invite Sherina to dance at the last minute, regardless of whether or not she had a partner. As such, Riyle and Sherina kept their distance from him. A certain distance needed to be maintained, hence, they escaped to the food and drink area at the end of the hall. Even so, does he think I would accept him just like that? Well, he wouldn't, if he had any certain degree of common sense. It was no problem to invite someone who was alone in that area to dance during the middle of the party. However, trying to invite someone at first glance would result in the inviter being considered unable to read the situation. After all, said someone might be alone due to simply wanting to take a break. However, it was different if someone was in that area along with her respective partner. Such would mean that the two wanted to spend time together chatting, not that they were tired or anything. By staying there, either with or without Riyle, the prince should pick up on her intentions, that she didn't feel like dancing with others. Other than that, most of the girls seemed to be wearing blue and gold dresses. The hall looks like the dawn sky. Sherina, whom had entered the safe zone, finally had a chance to look around. She sipped on her drink. Although the men's costumes had become more gorgeous these days, the women's dresses were the most prominent at the dance hall. Sparkling gold laces and embroideries on a fluttering blue fabric. Each ribbon flapped due to wind magic and glimmered from being sewn on with light magic. Yet, for some reason, the color scheme were largely the same. In the end of the day, that is still a prince. Every dress is the same color as the prince's hair and eyes. Since so many girls in school yearn for him, they probably wear said colors to express exactly that. Then, I'm the existence that yearn for you, Riyle. In the end of the day, you're still you. Well, for now, anyway. If there were many dresses of the same color, it would be difficult to tell who was whom. Angelica, her best friend, should be there, and yet, she couldn't find her. Maybe because Sherina was searching for her within the swarm of blue dresses, wondering if Angelica had decided to join the trend instead of wearing her usual red dress. Look, it's Lady Rosalind. She's alone. Even though Lady Rosalind came, His Highness isn't her escort. The rumors are true. A woman whom had just appeared from the door drew in everyone's attention. How beautiful! The woman was so beautiful, it hurt. Deep blue eyes, like the bottom of the sea. Platinum blonde hair, almost silver, without any fray. Her dress, too, was blue embroidered with gold. However, other than that, she didn't wear anything flashy. She only wore a simple silver necklace. Pearls were scattered on her hair. She didn't wear corsage, either. The simplicity only drew out her beauty. Rosalind Aria Rose, one of the prince's fiancé candidates. No way. What a terrible fate. Well, you're probably the only one who thinks that way. In the eyes of others, she is in a position to be envied by everyone. In fact, she is envied by everyone, isn't she? I get where you're coming from, though. Riyle explained in a quiet voice to Sherina, who was still admiring Rosalind. Sherina also knew that the prince had no fiancé, only candidates. Well, that was her first time seeing one of those candidates. Whether she was interested in such gossip or not was irrelevant. The point was, all the aristocrats knew their names. He has such a beautiful fiancé candidate. I truly don't know what he sees in this little me. Everyone also knew that the fiancé candidates and the prince weren't getting along too well. Your normalness has its charms, too. Ha! As he heard to himself, Riyle had an unusual look of surprise on his face. Such a rare expression, very cool. Well, if Rosalind manages to attract the prince, that would be good, too. We would be saved. As Rosalind treaded forward, everyone naturally opened a path for her, one that led to Prince Leonardo. Sherina watched Rosalind give a perfect bow from a long distance. The prince and Rosalind, neither of them had partners. Furthermore, Rosalind was the prime candidate to be the prince's fiancée. If the prince didn't invite her to the first dance, Rosalind would lose face for sure. No matter how much of an idiot that prince is, he should at least be aware of that fact, right? It's a very simple thing to do. This should end well. Even if she couldn't think of a reason to back that up, still. Although it's no use to expect anything of that. What happened next went as Riyle expected. The idiot prince left Rosalind behind and exited the place. His attendant seemed to be panicking and saying something, but the person in question only shook his head dismissively, before suddenly turning back. See you later. Even though there was a considerable distance between them, their eyes still met. Leonardo's lips moved, and through those movements, Sherina caught what he was trying to say. Are you okay? Hold on. She felt so disgusted she collapsed on spot. Riyle supported her and somehow managed to get her back up. I'm sorry, Riyle, even though you told me not to meet his eyes. Don't worry about it. I wasn't even the one he's looking at, and yet I'm ready to throw up. How much did you get damaged by that direct hit? Ha! What's this? What's this sudden self-loathing I'm feeling? Was it because I was able to correctly read his lips? Sherina supported herself by leaning on Riyle. Truth to be told, she had already recovered enough to stand on her own, but she obviously couldn't miss that chance. If you find it hard to stand, do you want to go to where the chairs are? It seemed that she had leaned on him a bit too strong, raising his concern. Riyle sounded seriously worried. However, when she was about to stand upright and reassure him, then let me take you there. Her body stiffened from the voice coming from the immediate vicinity. In the next moment, her feet floated into the air. What a tragedy. The moment she allowed her eyes wander, the source of her nausea was already rushing towards her. What? No matter how much she regretted it, the die had been cast. She realized it too late. The voice's owner had already embraced her and was carrying her towards the venue. Your Highness, please wait. She's my partner. I'll take her. I told you already, Black Rat, there shall not be a third time. Immediately after that, a strong gust of wind arose before her. It burst open the door, and as the stream of wind billowed against the wall, Riyle, there was a sound of someone collapsing on the floor after being slammed into the wall. She no longer cared about being profane. Right away, Sherina screamed and twisted about. However, no matter how strong she swung her legs and twisted her shoulders, she couldn't get free. There, don't go wild, cat. She exerted her utmost strength, but she wasn't as strong as she thought she was. She only added to her kidnapper's satisfaction, who thought she was playing when her hopes were actually dying out. This is a lie. Who's that girl? It couldn't be. Is she the rumored freshman? There's no way that could be true. She's just faking it. By feigning sickness, she's exploiting our highness' kind heart. This kind of desperation makes me sick. What an eyesore. Loud screams were heard everywhere. The entire venue became noisy. The principal should be giving a speech, however, none paid it any attention. I can walk by myself. I don't want to trouble His Highness. His Highness can just return to the party. Don't worry, it's my duty as a gentleman to help a lady. Sherina had already given up all hope of freeing herself from his grasp. Even while her stomach was curling, she forced herself to calm down. Yet still, he didn't release her. Lady Rosalind, please get a hold of yourself. Right before they went through the opened door, Sherina felt like she was hit by torrents of ice. She struggled to look behind her. Over the shoulder of the kidnapper, in the middle of the hall, Rosalind, excluding cold aura, was staring at Sherina, full of wrath. Chapter 8 Worst Escort. Isn't this a great place? The breeze feels nice, doesn't it? Fuan, are you nervous? Sherina was taken to the terrace on the other side of the venue. The hustle and bustle she had heard until just before felt so far away. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. I'm all right now. Please return back to the venue. Many are looking forward to seeing you, Your Highness. Fuan. They can just keep waiting, then. She desperately held her tongue. Her nausea had increased. Today is a welcome party for new students. It's intended for the freshmen, including you. As your senior, I'm just showing you some hospitality. What's wrong with accepting it? Then please grace those in the venue with some of your hospitality, as well. I've received enough. Please go back to the other freshmen. Ho! Your mouth is good at turning around things, as always. Thinking about it, it was such a good start. She took Ryle's hand to the party venue, but somehow ended up alone with Prince Leonardo on the terrace. In short, things went from heaven to hell. That's right. Where's that attendant of his? That attendant whom was always not present during crucial times. I don't know your circumstances, but please keep your lord on a better leash. You're truly a uniquely furred cat. Others would certainly be happy when I, the prince, talked to them like this. Nope. There was mixture of feelings, but none of them was delight. It was more like nausea. You have too much pride in yourself. You receive special treatment from me, the prince, however, you don't seem pleased. Nor were you with my previous gift of expensive jewelry. That jewelry with the royal crest was my token of gratitude for your sandwich. However, I haven't thanked you for your cookies, yet. Leonardo laughed, then shrugged his shoulders. You sure are giving me some problems. No, you are the one giving me the biggest problem, here. How much effort do you think is required to act this civil with you? What should I give you? What is it that would please you? You don't care for status, nor wealth. No. Rather than what to give, the problem here was who gave it. If the present was given by the person she liked, even a wild flower would appear like the world's largest bouquet of roses. If it was given by someone she hated, it would end up being nothing but thorny, prickly, trash. I wouldn't see them as flowers, not even as wild flowers. To me, they're just garbage. I feel bad for the flowers, as they were innocent, but if they are given straight from a trash can, they'll remain utter garbage. I don't need any luxurious items. Those cookies and sandwiches were made by an amateur. I don't deserve your gratitude. In fact, she was okay with being bestowed actual garbage by him. Patchin. Leonardo snapped his fingers. Immediately, a magic circle appeared in the terrace. Then, let's do it this way. I'll show my gratitude through something other than items. What? Leonardo stood and approached her from the end of the table. Then, he took the still stunned Sherina's hand. Let me escort you. This is an invitation towards the vast, starry sky of the night. Her hand was pulled strongly and her chair toppled over. Sherina was about to fall when he caught her. Suddenly, They were in a position as if they were about to dance. Let's head straight above. Surprised, Sherina's breath was caught in her throat. Leonardo had already jumped onto the terrace fence. The terrace, which was rarely occupied and mainly used to enjoy the scenery, had a fence so low it could be jumped over even by children. Wait. At the same time Sherina was about to scream, the terrace's door opened, revealing a figure. Riyle. Sherina spotted him and her tears threatened to fall. Please wait, Your Highness. It's dangerous. Fuan. As expected, you came. I thought that this should be the time you came to interrupt. Leonardo laughed shamelessly, his arm was wrapped around Sherina's waist. It's dangerous, you say? You doubt my magical expertise. That's not what I'm saying. Be honest. Where did you put those amulets this time? Ryle's face, which was out of breath, turned blue. If you don't answer, I shall conclude that you didn't put any and take off with her right this instance. There's no way my magic will fail, unless your amulet intervenes with it. The fence clanked, creating an unnerving noise. Leonardo was ready to leap off at any given moment. In the unlikely event the triggered amulet cancelled his magic, Sherina would fall to the ground. The outcome would be terrible. It's on the root of the corsage's leaves. While answering, Riyle clenched his fist in regret, his eyes closed. Fuan. As I thought. After he made fool of Riyle, Leonardo's hand extended towards Sherina's dress. Wait. You'll be fine, now, cat. Right at that moment, the blood-sucking flower corsage was ripped from her dress and was thrown away. The shocked Sherina reached out too late. Seize that black rat until I return, Edward. Understood. The shock was too overwhelming, Sherina was unable to speak. In the meantime, his attendant whom had just arrived reached Ryle's shoulders. Your Highness, please stop fooling around. I'm not fooling around, I'm being serious, here. What? Your Highness. Ryle's desperate plea was drowned by the roar of the wind. You'll love the view of the ground from above. Let's go. Her body titled upwards, while also being pulled by gravity. A strong wind blew against her as she soared into the air. Are you amazed, yet? Beautiful, isn't it? Open your eyes, cat. The ground was so far below, she felt faint. It only increased her desire to escape. She hated it. She felt so disgusted. However, she was wary of speaking her mind to that man. After all, if he could hurt her beloved person like swatting a fly, what would stop him from dropping her down below? No jewels gleam as brightly as the stars. Stars shine on everyone, without caring who they are, and can't be bought with gold. I thought that this would be the right present for you. She wasn't joking around about the nausea. Right now, she was ready to vomit. Sherina. Rio. L. It pierced the raging wind, the voice that uttered her name. Intermediate water magic. Water column. Heed my commands. Her mind was in shambles. She was unsure of what she said. However, it was just for a moment. What use was there in summoning intermediate water magic at that time? The answer to that. Sherina's specialty was water magic. Of course, her magical expertise couldn't compare to that of the prince, hence, her spell couldn't dispel his magic. The water column was only thick enough to be held with both arms. But then, water, the source of all things, the shapeless flow, become a pillar and penetrate the heaven. Aqua column. What are you doing? She didn't need to hesitate. She believed in Riyle. I have to think of something. Sherina's voice echoed the spell's incantation. Due to fear, not only her voice was squeezed, her eyes were also tightly closed. What is this? Sherina felt something cold touch the tip of her nose and opened her eyes. Before her was a pillar of water that could engulf 1 or 2 people in an instant. It grew from the terrace like a giant tree. Wait. Sherina shouldn't have that much power to manipulate water, however, she never doubted Riyle. She felt like she knew what he was aiming. Dive in. Her body moved without even being told. Even though Leonardo was embracing her, he was only using one arm, unlike before. Her strength alone was enough to break free from it. The water pillar was so close, part of her body was already soaked. That was how easy she jumped inside. This insolent rat. The abandoned Leonardo's words were almost indiscernible underwater. She slid slowly using the water flow that reached towards the sky. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Kiho. Geho. She was suddenly pulled out of the water. Apparently, she had landed on the terrace. I'm all right. Riyle. But, how? Her feet were firm on the ground again. Riyle was also right in front of her. There was no relief as big as what she was currently feeling. It's another one of my magical amulets. This one amplifies your magic. I originally tried to make something that would enhance your magical output with only a little input. However, when the amulet is triggered, the field of magic formed forcibly absorbs the magical power of those who are nearby, instead, and regenerates your own. Wait. I see. That explains the fallen attendant over there. It seems that he lacks magical power. On the other hand, your magical prowess is quite a deal. Even if you have a large amount of magic, it's useless if you're unable to control it. Riyle scoffed at himself for his failed product. It isn't a failure, it's superb. It's truly amazing, Riyle. Sherina, with her eyes gleaming, was about to take Ryle's hand, however. I've had enough from you, Black Rat. The cheerful atmosphere dispersed in an instant. Your Highness. Riyle and Sherina took sharp breaths. As much as they despised the fact, they were once again reminded that this man belonged to the royal family. Why, Your Highness, Riyle is just. If she was going to be punished because of her harsh attitude, she was fine with it. However, if Riyle was the one who must took the blame, I apologize profusely, Your Highness. However, she probably felt the need to protect herself, and without thinking straight, did her previous actions. However, before Sherina could attempt to shield Riyle, Riyle stepped forward. How? She felt the need to protect herself, you say? What, was my magic going to fail, or something? No, that isn't what I was saying. What she tried to protect wasn't her safety, but her heart. What did you say? The air froze. What Riyle had uttered just now was more offensive than doubting His Highness' magical prowess. She's afraid of heights. What? Ha! Sherina was also speechless. Didn't she look nervous when she came to this terrace? She definitely closed her eyes when both of you were flying, right? Didn't her face turn blue? That is. Leonardo found himself unable to say anything against that. Certainly, what Riyle said just now aligned with the actual reality. Of course, in all actuality, Sherina was more scared of that man rather than the height. Your Highness, acrophobia is an irrational phobia of height. Regardless of how safe it is, the fear will always remain. It's more extreme than anyone else can imagine. Ryle's full-blown explanation on fear of heights even convinced Sherina herself that she was actually afraid of heights. But then she could have just said it, instead of using magic. She was probably afraid you would doubt her and fly farther to a higher altitude. In that instance, she probably thought she wouldn't make it and chose to jump. As I've said, fear messed with her mind, causing her to use magic. Please pardon her. It's fine if you were to punish this lowly me. Riyle, no. Riyle suddenly knelt down. Not even for a second did he hesitate, even if said action would soil his clothes. Gah! It was very effective, as Leonardo appeared to be suffering a great blow. In his mind, he probably realized that the girl he was supposed to show gratitude to was deeply traumatized by his own actions. All because he was unaware of her fear of heights. No matter which perspective he was using, he was still the bad guy in this entire scenario. Instead of punishing Riyle, he should be thanking him. After all, Riyle had prevented the worst-case scenario from happening. Nevertheless, even if Riyle was correct, he was still just a mere baron's son. Leonardo would lose his face if he were to bow to the likes of him. But, to punish him would also make him a tyrant. There was no way he would let himself look bad in front of the girl he loved. Raise your face. Forget this ever happened. Let's go, Edward. With utter disgust, Leonardo spat those words out and immediately exited the terrace afterwards. Right away, Your Highness. The follower, Edward, who had become a jelly-like substance, struggled to keep up with him. The footsteps grew fainter. Sherina and Riyle were the only ones left in the terrace. Riyle, thank you very much, I couldn't possibly. He saved me again. He prevented her from being capitally punished. Sherina stared at Riyle, her eyes moistened. She wondered how many times it was already that she would fall in love all over again for him like this. Forgive me. Ha! An unexpected apology came out of Ryle's mouth. I'm sorry that I can only protect you in this way. Riyle looked bitter as he clenched his already used up amulet. If only I was able to use wind magic, I could have stopped him from taking you, from causing you such fear. If I was able to use water magic myself, then I could have got to you without forcing you to use so much magic. Even better if I could use earth magic. Right now, I can't even conjure up a simple fire magic to warm you up. As he spoke, Riyle tried to conjure up a small flame on his palm. A small magic circle emerged, before immediately fading away. The already small fire turned into smoke in an instant. Even though it was a beginner magic that anyone should be able to use, it was apparent that Riyle lacked the magical power to trigger it. I am only able to use cheap amulets and cheap words. I can't compete against real magic. But you can. Sherina couldn't bear to hear any more, and raised her voice. The prince's magic is great, sure. But has he ever used it to actually help me even once? Even once? Has he ever tried to protect me with it? No, but Riyle always helps me. Riyle always protects me. Your knowledge has saved me so many times, already. So many times, ever since the first time we met. Those are blood-sucking flowers. You'll get burned if you touch them. Yes, she still remembered it vividly. Sherina didn't know that the flower was poisonous, and magic had nothing to do with it. The weapon that you have, and the shield that you have, I guarantee that they're much stronger than magic. I assure you, because I've been protected by you over and over again. Between his long, jet-black hair, his deep, green eyes widened. They were exactly like stars that gently shone in the night sky. In addition, you can warm me up without using magic just fine. Riyle, what? Sherina enveloped his clenched fist with her own. When Riyle holds my hand, both my body and heart feel warm. After a moment, Riyle, who previously looked like he couldn't find what to say next, burst out laughing. I wasn't kidding, you know. I'm 100% serious. Yes, I know. Sherina panicked when she suspected Riyle thought she was joking. However, apparently, that wasn't it. Her hand was gently being held in the palm of her precious person. That alone made her felt like she was soaring in the sky. I'm the one who's being saved. Sherina couldn't hear what he was saying, but she knew it wasn't anything bad. The transmitted warmth felt comfortable. Let's go back. I'll escort you. Yes. Sherina responded to Riyle with a wholehearted smile. He held her hand gently all the way to the dormitory. This is officially the happiest day of my life. Aren't you exaggerating? What? When they exited the terrace, they halted at the same time. There stood an unexpected person. Lady Sherina Clydia, a dignified, beautiful voice that permeated her like freezing wind. There's something we need to discuss. Would you spare me some of your time? Since when was she here? The Rose Garden's leader, a candidate to be Prince Leonardo's fiancé, and also their fourth-year upperclassmen. Rosalind Aria Rose shot a furious glare at Sherina that somehow felt chilling to the bone. Chapter 9: The Ice Lady's Advice. Thank you for agreeing to my selfish request, despite of how sudden it was, Miss Sherina Clydia, Mr. Riyle Glen. In the center of the terrace, where the door was now closed, Rosalind Aria Rose gracefully thanked them. The elegance of her bow was beyond measurement. From the top of the head to the tip of her finger, nothing was off by even the slightest millimeter. Suffice to say, perfection. I should be thanking you, too. You've helped me dry my dress. The same goes for me. Thank you for allowing me to be in your presence. Sherina and Riyle bowed their heads. After Rosalind had invited them to a talk, she helped dry Sherina's soaked dress with warm air magic, saying you'll catch a cold if it's left as it is. It was an advanced magic that combined both fire and wind magic. However, in the hands of Rosalind, it seemed like quite an easy task. What is it that you want to discuss? Two people joined Rosalind at the table. Albeit her dress was dry, her back still felt chilly. No, her entire body felt like it would freeze underneath the piercing ice-like gaze directed straight at her. "I'll be straight with you. Are you ready to take up the responsibilities of a princess?" Ha! Her body froze. In fact, her body was about to be sent flying from the impact of Rosalind's sudden proclamation. Take up their responsibilities of a princess? No. Wait. Perchance, she had just misunderstood. Rosalind probably, hopefully, meant something else other than what she had just literally said. Otherwise, take up their responsibilities of a princess was probably an incantation for a light spell. Yes, no doubt about it. A light spell that would conjure 7 colored lights to create a rainbow in the sky. To fall in love with the prince of the kingdom, there's no way you don't know what it means, or what it entails. Ah, I get it. It's the name of some kind of magical creature. She was running away from reality. I've researched quite a lot into you, about your friendship with His Highness. I don't want to be too quick to judge, however. I won't say that I don't understand the meaning of your advances towards my fiancé. I also won't say I was trying to get close to him, either. No, I really want to say the opposite right now. However, she kept missing her chance. After all, albeit composedly, this person kept talking like running water. You seem unconvinced. I understand what you want to say. I, and us, the Rose Garden, aren't officially his fiancé, yet, only candidates. No matter how much you want to get close with His Highness, we don't have any right to stop you. After all, every year, freshmen who dream like that never cease to appear. The prince's most eligible fiancé candidate, Rosalind Aria Rose, furrowed her eyebrows. Even when she was merely sitting on a chair, her figure looked beautiful and perfect. If Sherina was to describe it, it was like when someone managed to slide a thread in the needle on the first go. Even her fingers were aligned gracefully. Certainly, a candidate is a candidate. However, things aren't like what they seem. Sherina kept coming up with explanations in her mind, however, she never managed to utter even a single sentence. Because again, it's Rosalind's turn to speak. She hadn't been able to explain a single thing because she kept getting interrupted. You see, all of us candidates are qualified to be the princess. The wind blew right at that moment, and Rosalind's platinum blonde hair swayed. Not everyone is qualified to be a princess. To be a candidate means to have passed a certain process and be qualified to be a princess. Hence, we are hereby called the candidates. The fact that Rosalind could talk literally without interruption worried her. Is her breathing okay? Therefore, a candidate is actually in line with being his actual fiancé. Making advances on him is the same as challenging us, the Rose Garden. Do you understand that? There might be many of us, but in the end, only one will be chosen as the princess. That's why, until then, everyone is free to try until the choice is made, is what they think, anyway. Do you understand? Sherina was asked that. In her mind, that question had already turned into some kind of declaration. Do you understand? Ever since childhood, we've received strict princess education, etiquette, dance, general magic, princesses' manners, political knowledge to support the king, the kingdom's history, foreign cultures, languages, for the crowning of His Highness, Leonardo. Sherina gave up on explaining and could only squeeze out some no. You see. Yet, she still managed to be swept away by the endless waterfall pouring from her opponent's mouth. The moon sure is beautiful. Sherina was watching the night sky behind Rosalind. Do you possess the same knowledge? The same set of skills? Are you ready to dedicate yourself to this princess's education? Or, are you one of those people who think falling in love with him, of all people, require no foundation whatsoever? Sherina's eyes were taking in the wonderful starry skies. Her gaze wandered as she looked for a constellation. Can you please not get too close to His Highness? This is an advice for you. Rosalind stood up. This concludes our conversation. I shall excuse myself. Until a while ago, Sherina sympathized with this beautiful girl, who had to shoulder the fate of being that prince's fiancé. However, as of the current, she was unsure of what to think about people that didn't even bother to listen to others. Be it that prince or her, Their skill of not listening to others are on par with each other. Doesn't this make them a surprisingly good pair? However, if you dare to say that you truly love His Highness, if you can, without the slightest hesitation, say that you're ready to become the Queen, then there's room for argument. Rosalind halted for a moment, then finally turned away. Didn't she retract her words too fast? Shouldn't this princess education include something about being responsible of what you say? If it's me, I would, without any doubt. I'm different than those who fall in love with His Highness without concern to other aspects. When she opened the terrace's door, Rosalind's line of sight swept over Riyle. From the first time I met His Highness in the royal palace, I admired him. Her final piece before taking her leave is too long. Can't she just skip the rest? I would like you to be more concise about it. Please, make up your mind, already. As expected, she still wasn't given a chance to say anything. Even though Rosalind was currently in the tough position, leaning towards the door, her story remained uninterrupted. In such a posture, it was a miracle Rosalind's spine stayed all right. Hey, it's all right even if you decide to return and continue this another day, you know? No one will blame you. Even though the princess education is harsh, for the sake of the prince, for the sake of this kingdom, I don't mind it. No, your timing for saying this is completely off. Can't you just excuse yourself with one word? His Highness is probably attracted to both your innocence and your unexpected behavior that is unbefitting of your title whatsoever. But for me, you're just being ignorant, rude, and careless. Please think about what it means to be an aristocrat once again, and properly, this time. For real, can't you just conclude this with "this ends our topic" or something? However, until the bitter end, Rosalind didn't let Sherina utter a single retort. The door that had been open for a while was finally closed. The terrace was quiet. What kind of research has she done on me to arrive to that kind of conclusion? Sherina whispered when Rosalind had completely disappeared behind the door. His Highness is attracted to your innocent, carefree attitude, while his actual fiancée is truly in love with him, is it? Where have I heard this exact plot before? From Rosalind's view, who had been decided to be his fiancé candidate since an early age and endured a severe princess education, the presence of a certain bubbly girl who had recently entered the frame threatened her. Rosalind was probably worried her beloved fiancé, whom she should be marrying after graduating, would be stolen by a certain airhead. To put it simply, there was no way she would have a good impression about Sherina. Even if she said research, it was probably executed by Arya Rose family's henchmen anyway. Most likely, they didn't have a good impression about you to begin with. This whole conclusion was the result of their biases towards you. In no way is it a decent result. Even though she managed to repel Prince Narcissus a while ago, this time, a tragic heroine appeared and declared her an enemy. There was nothing more troublesome than this. And she suspects I'm in love with that. Goosebumps erupted on her entire skin. But now, we have a good card on our hand. Ha! Ryle's tired countenance slightly brightened. Sherina titled her head. Now, you can avoid the prince due to being told off by Duchess Arya Rose. Considering your own status, can you disobey her? It wasn't an advice, but an order from the Duke's daughter, who wasn't only a mere duchess, but also the prince's most eligible candidate. There was no way she could disobey Rosalind. She could already imagine being approached by Leonardo and excusing herself while saying, "Forgive me, Your Highness, but Rosalind." Then, she could escape with no problems. They had indeed acquired the strongest trump card. No matter how much of an idiot that prince is, there's no way he would try to eliminate Rosalind. After all, there's no way he would look down on his own fiancée. That's right, no matter how much of an idiot he, that's actually possible. Riyle. Even if he did, the king and Arya Rose family wouldn't stay silent. Yes, right, it'll be fine. Apparently, Riyle had already given up on the possibility of the first prince, Leonardo Randall Ulisha Elgatia, to behave like a proper, sensible, human being. He had instead contemplated it from the perspectives of the royal family and Arya Rose family. But, especially because they're the parents of that idiot. No, even his trust in the king had diminished. They were committing a capital crime. If a dragonfly could give birth to a hawk, the reverse is also true. It could also be that the parents are the exact same as that. It makes me sad to even think about it. Sherina was being Sherina, a person naturally devoid of respect. Well, there's no point in doubting them, anyway. It has nothing to do with us. Riyle, while pondering with his head in his arms, shook his head and swung his hands. Let's return. There's no use in remaining here. Yes. As usual, he extended one hand to Sherina, and Sherina went to receive it without the slightest hesitation. Wait, I want to look for Ryle's corsage. That bastard threw it away. You haven't given up on that. It's impossible to do that in this darkness. I'm going home. No, that won't do. It's my precious heirloom. Sherina tried to find her heirloom by reaching out her hand through the fence. Decide. Which is more important, that heirloom or me? Riyle, obviously. Then, let's go home. This time, she finally took his hand. Look, Riyle, doesn't the moon look amazing? That's what I kept thinking about during our conversation with Rosalind. No wonder you were looking in the wrong direction at that time. Is that what you were doing when I was busy paying attention? No, not only that. I also searched for summer constellations. That one is the bird. Gigant eagle. I give up on retorting. They held hands firmly and walked to the dorm. Sherina looked up at the sky, sometimes halting to observe the constellations, some other times suggesting they take a detour. Riyle grunted as if he was amazed every time, but never said anything to hasten their way home. Section. On the other hand, in the capital city, at the residence of Duke Rose. Why would His Highness Leonardo? In a room with a small amount of decorations, but was furnished enough for everyone to see, right in front of the mirror. A beautiful noble lady quietly stood there. However, said beautiful features were marred by frustration and sorrow, casting a shadow on the beauty that was praised as being on par with an ice fairy. Lady Rosalind, I hereby am reporting to you. Irene, you did well today. A blonde twin-tailed maid appeared next to her from the shadow. As a result of talking and listening to witnesses, Miss Sherina, who fainted at today's party, kept wriggling and rubbing herself to His Highness as she was being carried. Later on, they were also reported to be laughing at each other, and talking in such an intimate way as if they were in a serious relationship. I see. As expected. Rosalind clenched her fists in despair. She no longer knew how many times she had lost hope at this point. Perhaps her beloved fiancé did it out of pure generosity. He just didn't want to leave a sick maiden unattended. Or so said her glimmering, faint hope, right before it shattered. And, how do I say this? Before the party, there were no signs of Miss Sherina being unhealthy. However, the moment His Highness Leonardo had greeted her, she collapsed right away. Rosalind also saw it. That innocent-looking strawberry blonde girl had taken another man's hand on the terrace. Even though until just a moment ago, she was with Leonardo. But, as soon as Leonardo left, she was holding hands with another guy and seemingly having fun. Of course, there were also no signs of her being sick. That girl also collapsed as soon as Rosalind gave her greetings to Leonardo at the party. There was only one conclusion. She did it on purpose. To attract Leonardo's attention and prevent Rosalind from dancing with Leonardo. That girl has only been enrolled for a month or so, and yet she has been treated so specially by His Highness. When the strongest fiancé candidate like me can't even secure a dance with him, milady, unable to bear it, the twin-tailed maid rushed to Rosalind. This is officially the happiest day of my life. By merely listening to it, her anxiety expanded. That girl's voice kept echoing in her head over and over. Rosalind heard it when she wandered through the hall, looking for the missing prince. The voice of the strawberry blonde girl who should have left the venue with His Highness because she was sick. Why didn't Leonardo return? So it turned out, the reason was because he was having so much fun with his beloved cat. Everything fell into place. I'm sorry, Irene, but I want to be alone. Understood. The maid, looking miserable, left the room. Why that girl? Just because she was innocent, just because she was loved, it wouldn't make the princess education any less hard. I've worked hard, compared to that girl, who doesn't have the slightest qualification." Rosalind shook in anger. She never imagined that Sherina didn't want anything to do with the Queen's position. Sherina would be neck-deep in trouble if she were to directly refuse the courtship of the first prince, or reject his advances. Hence, she had to be very careful in her steps. Rosalind, who loved and yearned for him, and had competed against many rivals, plus having endured the strict princess education, couldn't stand such carefree girl. Rosalind assumed Sherina wanted to steal everything from her. It never occurred in her mind the opposite was happening, not even for a millisecond. Chapter 10: The Rose Garden's Visit. Do you still remember the scenario we came up with yesterday? Yes, definitely. His Highness was only worried about a collapsed student. He was trying to bring me to the break room. His Highness didn't know my name, nor ask for it. Immediately after His Highness had taken his leave, Duchess Rosalind came. She soon followed him back. Hence, the two of them probably didn't return to the venue because they were spending time together. You pass. It was the morning after the party. As usual, Sherina left her dormitory early in the morning and joined Riyle. As they walked, they practiced the dialogue they had arranged yesterday in the school building, when no one was around. However, you need to be more dramatic, otherwise, it wouldn't sound convincing. Yes. Then, I shall reenact the despair I felt when that violent man slammed you to the wall with wind magic. I shall immerse myself in the self-loathing I had felt because of my utter inability of doing anything. You needn't go to such an extent. Besides, it feels like you're taking aim on the prince instead of trying to convince people. Yesterday's happening caused a commotion. It didn't even matter that Sherina was at the end of the venue, all the participants knew already. Soon, it would spread to the rest of the school. Just like Rosalind, everyone was under the false assumption that the prince and the countess were in love with each other. Some of them will definitely try to cause you trouble. Be careful. It doesn't matter. Whatever troubles comes in my way, they would still be a better one than Narcissus. That's, well, not like I disagree with you. Sherina's evaluation of that narcissist bastard was already so low, it sank deep under the ground. In the contrary, her evaluation of the girls was so high, it penetrated the cloud. There was no way for her to forget what he had done. The supposedly handsome and perfect prince, always gentlemanly and stoic, wasn't interested in most of the girls or even his own fiancé candidate. There was still a chance for anyone because his fiancé hadn't been decided, yet. She recalled her redhead best friend who encouraged her to dream. How many times had she tried to wake up by pulling both cheeks, already? However, I prefer her to stay as my friend rather than my love rival. Just you wait, Riyle. By this afternoon, the rumor will change to Prince Leonardo and the Countess aren't in love or anything. Because to her, a certain baron's third son with intelligent eyes, jet-black hair, vast knowledge, and kindness like the sea has already become her night and day. After meeting the world's #1 handsome, best boy, why would she consider anyone else? For sure. Stick to the original lines. They finally arrived in the entrance of the academy. Sherina lightly patted her chest for a boost of confidence before heading to the class. His Highness was only worried about a collapsed student. He was just trying to bring me to the break room. His Highness didn't know my name, nor ask for it. Immediately after His Highness had taken his leave, Duchess Rosalind came. She soon followed him back. Hence, the two of them probably didn't return to the venue because they were spending time together, or so. Inside the classroom, as expected, Sherina was immediately surrounded by several girls who demanded an explanation. She recited the previous dialogue. The questions were as follow. What happened yesterday? His Highness didn't return to the venue at all, you know. Are you familiar with His Highness? What kind of relationship? No way. What? Duchess Rosalind? According to rumors, aren't they on bad terms? Well, he certainly didn't return to the venue last night. How dare her? It doesn't matter even if she's a fiancé candidate. She couldn't just prevent His Highness from attending the freshman's welcome party. Because of the dialogue, everyone's focus shifted to Rosalind almost immediately. Sherina felt sorry for Rosalind, however. This was certainly better than the rumor of Prince Leonardo and Sherina being in love with each other. We mustn't ignore this. I'll let everyone know. Besides, if it's Rosalind, what can we say? Not like we can compete against her. As simple as that. The girls soon dispersed. Moreover, I've already decided that my heart belonged to the world's coolest, strongest, gentlest, smartest boy, Riyle Glen. So, when Sherina arrived to the main topic, no one was there to listen to her. Sherry, are you all right? This class is being crowded by both freshmen and the upperclassmen. Are the rumors true? I heard something happened yesterday. Oh, Angie. Good morning. The out-of-breath Angelica burst into the classroom. Apparently, she managed to pass the swarm of students. Other than that, she wasn't mistaken. They are making a fuss about yesterday's party. Do they have no shame? They said a lot of bad things, which is the same as trampling over His Highness' generosity. What if His Highness heard them and feels hurt? Unlike the other girls, Angelica didn't blame Sherina. Angelica was genuinely looking forward to seeing Leonardo at the party. I'm all right, Angie. She was glad for that and smiled cheerfully to her best friend. Are you sure? Have you heard anything from anyone other than them? So far, no one else has come. Even if they are talking bad about me, they aren't saying it right to my face. Well, who knows about that? As we're talking right now, they are surely busy saying nasty things regarding you, like those small villains in love novels would do. As soon as she explained that, Angie gave Sherina some examples. She covered her mouth with a fan, while glaring condescendingly at her. What do we have here? Isn't she just a mere countess? No wonder she's unaware of her own stature. Some of the crowds outside, whom were murmuring, became silent as soon as they heard that. Thank you, Angie. I was just stating the obvious. With the royal family obviously inhabiting the top rank in the aristocratic pyramid, the Clydia family was located in the middle. The pyramid got smaller as it went up, so there weren't many who dared insult Sherina directly. All of the girls who confronted her earlier were probably ranked above an Earl. However, the Clydia's territory was rather close to the countryside. As such, it possessed neither mines nor harbors. Hence, be it people with a rank below her or beyond, as long as they possessed territory with excess natural resources, or were just disgusting rich, they would be able to insult her with basically no consequences at all. The authority system of the aristocrats was very complicated. What happened, exactly? Give me the details later, I promise, I won't tell a single soul about it. Sherina was grateful for her friend, but she laughed unintentionally when she saw Angie's eyes. Angie's eyes glimmered, as if about to hear a long-awaited theatrical romance play. It was because this dreamy, red-headed, best friend of hers didn't know what kind of severe education and training princesses and princes had to go through from an early age. Could this be a love triangle? With that Riyle Glen and His Highness. But Sherina is tilted towards Riyle Glen. If she were to be honest and told Angelica the truth, the redhead girl's dream would certainly shatter into pieces. Sherina didn't have the heart for that. I'm so sorry, Riyle. The rumors about me and His Highness certainly stopped, but no one heard the story of the world's coolest baron's third son. Because you don't need to spread the story of such a fictional character. It was lunch break. Having only managed to fulfill half of her main objectives, Sherina headed rather dejectedly to their usual meeting place, the backyard. It isn't fictional. He's an actual person. Now, I'm finally convinced of it. You perceive the world differently than I do. Coincidentally, she met Riyle on the way. It seemed that Riyle had just left his classroom as well. Meeting in a corner of the school, they decided to walk together. By the way, today's sandwich has a new taste. The fillings consist of fried chicken coated with tartar sauce, honey mustard, and your favorite black pepper. Looks delicious. She proudly unwrapped the basket and revealed her masterpiece to Riyle. Yes, the chicken in my land was frozen and delivered here at high speed, by none other than the guardian eagle of my house. You let a bird deliver an otherwise deceased member of its race, a chicken? Guardian eagle? You raise one? She was worried that serving a hamburger sandwich every day would bore Riyle. When she consulted with her chef, she was advised to change the meat. It seems that I forget to mention it before. Yes, my house adopted a carrier guardian eagle. They are different from carrier pigeons. They can easily deliver large or frozen items like this. Finally, my confusion about how you got the ground beef for the hamburger in such a frightening speed is answered, too," Riyle uttered, although it didn't seem to bode well with his reasoning. "Even so, I've heard of blood crows and king owls, but it's amazing that your family managed to get their hands on a Geigen eagle. They can easily catch and carry 1 or 2 big monsters, right? How did you manage to get them?" Geigen eagles didn't attack people, but also didn't follow people either. Other than that, it was probably only the Clydia family who adopted such a creatures and assigned to them tasks that should have belonged to carrier pigeons. The beast tamer in my house, Apollon, is a genius that could tame both animals and demons. My father told me he managed to tame all the watchdogs in one go during the interview, thus, he was hired. Again, such an amazing sounding name being revealed as Clydia's servant. Aren't those just some incompetent watchdogs? Why? No. Your watchdogs, obeying a stranger they met for the first time just like that. What would happen to their master? Apollon, the proud servant of the Clydia family, was fond of creatures that didn't eat human. The first time he had arrived at the Clydia's household, they had to comfort him, who was just being dismissed from another house for some reason. It was unlikely the reason would come forth anytime soon. He and the Geigen eagle bonded nicely. Since then, whenever he leaves, he will use a gondola carried by the bird. Certainly, I said that it can easily carry 1 or 2 big monsters, but still, I also used it as a means of transportation whenever I went out. Finally, they reached the backyard. She was about to relax under the shade of the big tree, sitting on the fertile soil near the foot of the tree. Ha! She saw shadows on the thick tree trunk. Not just 1 or 2, but 4. It seems that you didn't listen to my advice. A familiar, cold, and sharp voice she had just heard yesterday. Lady Rosalind. Why is she here? Sherina stared in surprise as she held the basket tightly. Rosalind Aria Rose, the fiancé candidate for the first prince. This time, she came with the other candidates. They met again. All of you from Rose Garden, do you need anything from her? Riyle responded, his posture as straight and firm as Rosalind's. Unless they called out, Sherina would probably not realize their presence. Did the severe princess education also include some tidbits about erasing one's presence? Didn't I say that if you're unprepared to take on the princess education, you should never approach His Highness again? Don't say that you forgot. Ha! What? Sherina and Riyle both blinked at once. Even if they were told to stay away, they hadn't come across the prince today. You're about to secretly meet His Highness in this spot, right? As I've said, I did my research on you. Do you think I won't know this much? Sherina was about to interject. However, Rosalind was as uninterruptible as usual. Handmade cookies, handmade sandwiches. Yes, they would certainly taste unique to His Highness, whose meals are always cooked by elite chefs. But, you don't know the fundamentals, do you? Rosalind kept staring daggers at her basket. Well, I don't know what this fundamentals thing you're talking about. However, shouldn't someone fundamentally be waiting for another's reply when talking? Why do you think there are so many elite chefs serving His Highness? Why do you think we don't stoop as low and do the same thing as you? Let me tell you, the reason isn't just because cooking skill is wasted on noble ladies. The 3 people behind her also stood while glaring at her. It seemed that they wanted to say something too, but Rosalind's one-man recital prevented them. It's because handmade sweets, handmade meals, can basically be made by everyone. Yes, they are that ordinary. What should I do now? Unlike yesterday, it was daytime. Hence, she couldn't hunt constellations nor admire the moon. Those handmade foods made by amateurs, they should have never entered His Highness' mouth. Rather than trying to appear different, shouldn't you prioritize the health of your kingdom's prince first? What kind of sin had Sherina committed in her previous life? To listen to such an uninteresting speech was enough for her to contemplate dying. As always, Rosalind didn't give her a chance to speak. Actually, Sherina had been blabbering. No, you misunderstood. You're mistaken. Oi. Fountain mouth. Before Riyle grabbed her arm with a look that said, "Are you crazy?" Edward, my brother-in-law and also His Highness attendant, tried to stop him. However, It seems that His Highness was deemed on coming here for the purpose of none other than eating your handmade sandwich. No matter what she said, Sherina would only be interrupted. Finally, she decided to count how many clovers were at her feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was actually quite a fun pastime. Adjacent leaves overlapped, making them surprisingly challenging but also worthwhile to count. If you truly have feelings for His Highness, then stop putting his life in danger. Oh, there's a 4-leaf clover. Should His Highness suffer from food poisoning, can you take responsibility? Rosalind raised her fist and flipped her hair as her speech reached its climax, while at the same time managing to steal all lines from her other 3 group member. Meanwhile, Sherina's hunt for 4-leaf clovers had also reached its climax. I found 3. That's enough. Footstep could be heard through the weeds, as a new shadow emerged on the ground Sherina was staring at. Your Highness. For the first time, Rosalind's long-winded speech got interrupted. Sherina also lifted her face, pausing her 4-leaf clover hunt. I've keep you waiting, my uniquely furred cat. The man, no, the uncalled-for root of all evil, stood there with an angry face that was ready to rampage. Chapter 11. The Rose Gardens Retreat. Rosalind Aria Rose, Violet Rodriguez, Camila Gary, Imelda Campbell. What do you think you're doing? With folded arms, Leonardo's eyes swept over all his fiancé candidates. His voice was cold. I said, what do you think you're doing? Explain to me, Rosalind Aria Rose. Why, Your Highness Leonardo? Your Highness. Both Lady Rosalind and we were just giving them some advice. This was the first time the rest of Rosalind's group had ever spoken up. We haven't said anything wrong, exactly. Well, you guys aren't mistaken. To be more precise, none of you had a chance to say anything, not with Rosalind being here and all. However, their argument itself was pretty solid. It wasn't wrong for the prince's fiancé candidates to give words of truth to an ignorant noble lady who kept clinging to their prince. In short, it wasn't the argument that was wrong, but the person who was given the task to deliver it. Indeed, that person was a fatal mistake. Silence. If you actually admit your wrongdoings, I would readily forgive you all. How disappointing. Be gone from my sight. You commanded them to explain, only to tell them to shut up afterwards. Which is it, exactly? Forgive my lateness. You must have been scared. No, it's no problem. Sherina responded to the approaching Leonardo as expressionless as a doll. Compared to what you did last night, Rosalind's words only pierced my chest as deep as 1 millimeter. What Lady Rosalind has said is perfectly justified. Please don't be too harsh on them. Fuan. You don't have to pretend to be strong in my presence. Pompon. Leonardo was lightly patting her head. Bile rose to her throat and she felt extremely nauseous. And no, those aren't metaphors. Lady Rosalind. Please wait. Witnessing such a scene, Rosalind couldn't stand it and ran away. Her eyes were brimming with tears. The other noble ladies immediately went after her. As Leonardo's gaze swept over those noble ladies, the tip of his nose rose smugly, and his smirk was full of ridicule. His gaze then returned to her. She wished he wouldn't do that. She wished she could have just fallen asleep right there and then. I'm truly sorry. Not just for now, but also for yesterday. And also for the few weeks before the party. Because I didn't visit you, you must have been lonely. I'm sorry for making you feel like that. Ha! He bowed his head. His expression looked utterly miserable. Other than that, he had certainly said something she couldn't just let pass. Sorry for not visiting her. A few weeks before the party. Making her feel lonely? No. Actually, your absence felt rather comfortable. Of course, there was a reason why I couldn't meet you before the party and had to hand the corsage that way. You see, it was part of my plan. But I'll have to keep it to myself, since you wouldn't understand why. I'm sorry. His gaze turned serious. But that little plan ended up failing, anyway. Because of a certain meddlesome coward's interference. Leonardo's lips rose in a meaningful way as he glanced at Sherina and Riyle. A certain meddlesome coward. Leonardo must be referring to the blue rose corsage incident. That moment when every first-year girl in the dormitory received a blue rose corsage. The perpetrator was right under his nose, however, he probably didn't know that. Because of that, I got impatient and dragged you into doing something without actually perceiving your appearance. Until a certain rat stopped me. Sherina wondered how to deal with Leonardo's extremely sad and annoying face. The fact that he, the actual bully, was playing the victim card made it hard for her to empathize with him. That said, part of it is my fault, too. Everything is. That's why, Black Rat. I can forget all your rudeness up to now, however. With his hair raised and voice lowered, Leonardo stared at Riyle. Does he think his acting cool? Once again, Sherina was the executioner of the blue rose corsage incident. However, if she were to appeal to Leonardo, it felt like she would only strengthen his false assumptions towards Riyle. There'll be no next time. The same goes for you. How Sherina wished for a certain magic to exist. A certain magic that would allow this prince to hear other people's thoughts without actually knowing who the owner was. A shame that such magic still doesn't exist to this day. Sherina bit her lips. Fuan. Don't pout, cat. That sentence alone was enough to light her murderous intent. Well, let's open up a new page and have lunch. Hey, Black Rat, how long do you plan on staying there? I don't remember ever allowing you to remain in my presence. What I wouldn't give to banish this root of all evil's soul to hell right now. Take my soul, Satan. All right, let's have a fun picnic. No. What? Up until then. Right until that second. There was no way to confront that misunderstanding, narcissist, bastard who kept abusing his authority as a member of the royal family. Without proper reason and a solid foundation, one couldn't just decline the first prince of one's own kingdom's advances. When they first met, things were much worse, especially when she refused his invitation into his carriage without thinking. However, what's wrong, cat? Are you still pouting? No. Today, Sherina had a good reason. The strongest trump card she had just acquired last night. If now wasn't a good time to use it, right when Riyle was about to be forcefully dismissed, when else? It is as Lady Rosalind has said, this amateurish, questionable sandwich, I can't possibly let your highness eat it. Fuan. That kind of thing, I don't mind it. And not only that, as he laughed foo, Sherina had to desperately resist the urge of swinging both her hands at him. Lady Rosalind Aria Rose, Lady Violet Rodriguez, Lady Camilla Gary, Lady Imelda Campbell, compared to them, I, who is of a lower stature and also isn't one of your candidates, mustn't carelessly approach your highness. They aren't even my fiancé. They are but foolish women, blinded by their desire to ascend to the throne. It happened just the other day. Lady Rosalind directly advised me against approaching your highness. I can't just shamelessly ignore it. What did you say? The strongest trump card, the technique of shifting the blame. It was a technique that would put all the blame of her rejecting the invitation of the prince to Rosalind. Is that what that woman told you? To stay away from me? Yes. Therefore, it is I who should be taking my leave. Pardon me for my rudeness. Ho! Sherina spent 2 to 3 steps acting like a fragile, disheartened maiden. I'll implode in joy when there's more distance between us. I'll also be taking my leave, your highness. Thank you for forgiving my past rudeness. After bowing to the prince, Ryle's eyes locked with Sherina. Those eyes were saying, stop, stop dashing. Stop those feet that are speeding up little by little right now. Apparently, there seems to be no time to enjoy a relaxing picnic. Sherina was worried that he might grab her arm or something, thus preventing her from escaping. Contrary to her expectation, Leonardo just stood there with a hand to his mouth, pondering. Now, if I were to say don't worry about it, I doubt your anxiety will go away. Leonardo suddenly lifted his face and placed his palm against his chest, as if realizing something. Everyone around me loves to decide on their own, Compared to the order of a fiancé candidates, who belongs to the rank of Marquis, my words will be, He shrugged his shoulders. Then, he said with a wry smile, really, those people only have status to back them up. Have you ever listened to your own words? The boomerang will come back to hit you. All right. I have something urgent to do. Let's leave this picnic to another time. Leonardo turned away, but after a while, he stopped. I said it, didn't I? I'll make you mine, and I'm not going to yield. Then, he left without looking back, only waving his hand. See you. Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia turned around the corner of the school building and disappeared. By the way, Sherina was hurriedly walking to the corner of the opposite building while making sure she wasn't running. As such, the words Leonardo had spouted just now, she heard none of them. I think being charged of the crime of profanity is nothing compared to the everlasting satisfaction I would feel once I've kicked him once or twice. That which would be chopped off, for that is your neck and not your feet. Absolutely refrain from doing that. The lunch break was about to end. They sat on the corner of the table in the courtyard, instead of the backyard. Sherina and Riyle quickly devoured the fried chicken sandwiches. Can't I just directly tell him that I have someone else I like? Although there were no students in vicinity, just as a precaution, Sherina kept her voice low. If only the prince is that understanding. In fact, no matter how high your stature was, even if you were a prince of a country, that didn't mean you could absolutely get any women in the world. Well, whether the woman was married or still underage, the king certainly could summon them to the shrine. Among the successive kings, there was a king who drowned in excessive liquor and fine meat who did that exact thing. It was the 19th King Domingo of Elgatia. He was always mentioned in history class. However, not in a good light, but as that king who was sent to the block after his younger brother dethroned him. Kind of bad example. I would rather suffer some punishment rather than being misunderstood like this. Have you ever thought of the consequences that your family would suffer if you were to commit offense to the next king, the first prince? Sherina's body trembled as she realized that. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was embarrassed for not thinking of the consequences and could only say that's no good weakly. You aren't to blame. However, you should consider the nature of that prince carefully. One of his fiancé candidates has the most powerful family after the royalty, the House of Arya Rose, and yet still, he takes such a terrible attitude towards her. The fact that the two are on bad terms is well known throughout noble society. He is someone who can pull such a thing off with ease. Yes. Even so, she's both a duchess and a fiancé candidate. He can't do serious damage to her without suffering dire consequences himself. But you, on the other hand. She understood what Riyle was trying to imply. The prince that didn't bother to mask his attitude towards those that he disliked or found distasteful. Even at the party the other day, he didn't hesitate to ignore and humiliate Rosalind in front of many students. My hate for him is 100 times bigger than my fear of him. Even so, Rosalind's family was one of the most prominent kingdom's dukes. She was also the most eligible fiancé candidate. No one dared to mock her. No family would dare excommunicate her family, either. But what if the same were to happen to a mere countryside countess? Who would dare support the count, whose daughter was the enemy of the next king? However, he is a prince. It's exactly because he's a prince, he isn't able to decide his marriage partner on his own. No matter how much he dislikes it, he won't be able to overturn the marriage engagement decided between the king and the duke. Riyle put his hand on Sherina's head to comfort her. It was different from when Leonardo did it, which nauseated her. It'll be all right. Once that and Duchess Ariaros wedding is decided, you'll be able to escape. If that still won't give up even after that, and still try to make you his bride, he'll need the consent from our current queen. Suffice to say, it won't be easy. Riyle. This hand on my head has helped me so many times. If Riyle said it's going to be all right, then I won't be scared of those bastards who keep misunderstanding. Yes. Let's run away, Riyle. To the end of the world, only the two of us. That's too extreme. Sherina regained her energetic self and smiled wholeheartedly. It feels nice that we're able to use that trump card. But remembering his reaction, I'm worried. You mean, you feel disgusted? Well, there's that too, as usual. I agree. On their way back to the classroom, towards Riyle whom was thinking about something, Sherina uttered. The way Riyle looks when he's thinking about something. I think I can make a sculpture out of that. Such a concept earned her a smack from Riyle. I hope he doesn't do anything ridiculous. But everything he does is ridiculous. Well, right. Soon after, they reached Sherina's classroom. Riyle waved his hand before leaving. See you after school. Even his appearance as he turns his back to leave is super cool. Sherina kept watching his back until it completely disappeared. Sherry, where have you been? The moment she stepped into the classroom, her hair was tugged. You promised to tell me more. With a blazing red hair, Angelica, her best friend, approached her, flaring. Oh, yeah. How dare you? After school, you shan't escape me. She had forgotten about her promise to that dreaming girl from that morning. What actually happened? Tell me in detail. I promise I won't utter a word to anybody. Angelica Kirklight, Sherina's best friend, was beaming. She was expecting a romantic tale with this kingdom's lovely prince. Be honest and flat out destroy her dream, or protect her dream through lies. That was the problem. Chapter 12, Dreaming Angelica. Angie, prepare your heart. Oh right, I shall talk about Riyle in detail too, but don't you dare fall for him. I know, already. I keep saying that you shouldn't worry about that. After school, as promised. Sherina's mind suffered under the heavy weight of indecision, pondering over whether or not she should be honest with her friend. In the end, she decided to tell Angie the truth after a careful decision-making method that was pencil rolling. She didn't forget to tell Riyle of the circumstance before heading to the dormitory with Angie. He suggested the three of them go back together, but even though there would in fact be three people walking together, Sherina couldn't shake off her uneasiness. She was afraid that by having a direct contact with Riyle, her best friend would turn into her arch-nemesis. But, Angie, sometimes, some things are better left unknown, such is the way of the world. There's no longer any use in dissuading me. Come on, just tell me already, I'm alright with it. I understand. Sherina, who saw how bright her best friend's eyes gleamed, finally decided to speak. Listen well, Angie, you see, when mantis lay their eggs, when the time finally arrives for them to hatch, hundreds of larvae come out all at once. Gross. No. See, could it be, inside those husks that stick to the branches of that tree? Yes. Hundreds, wiggling, maggots. What? Wait, what does that have anything to do with His Highness? Angelica held her mouth while she was visibly trembling. No matter how strong Angelica's resolve was, she was still a girl. As such, she couldn't win against most girls' natural enemies. She seemed taken aback, however, the shock was still not enough. Not only that, cockroaches, even if their heads are cut off, can stay alive for a week. Kia. Both its head and its torso, you know. Both its head and its torso. Kia. The head and the torso will each move separately. Each will transform into a new creature. They can only be killed through starvation. Ooh-wee. She seemed quite uncomfortable. After all, Angie was already crouching on the floor. Her face was blue. No wonder Sherina had recalled the way she cried hysterically when she heard such trivia from Gabriella. When they were still children, she dared Gabriella to test their guts on a summer night. Thus, Gabriella obliged and told them an especially scary story. Gabriella told the story with plenty of details and also realistically. In the end, it became gut-wrenching rather than chilling. Wait, what are we even talking about? I said, tell me about His Majesty. Don't you see? I was trying to mentally prepare you before you hear the actual truth. What? Why would I even need such preparation? The story she was going to hear wasn't an all-classic romance story, but more like a ghastly story that was akin to the repulsiveness of those hairy insects. Angelica tilted her head, not understanding such implications. On the other hand, Sherina, being Sherina, thought that Angelica's reactions proved that she still wasn't ready to receive the truth. As she was, she wouldn't survive the shattering of her dreams. How would her friend face the crumpling of her hopes and dreams? How would her friend face that thing she liked after today? Ah, right. Pon. An idea appeared. History mentioned that they are supposed to symbolize loving, married couples. But, in fact, the male mandarin duck fools around with other females of his species as his wife takes care of their children. No way, you're lying. Angelica collapsed. It seemed that this was the most shocking story for her so far. After all, Angelica always told Sherina about her dream of being a bride. Her future aspiration was to become part of the most lovey-dovey relationship that existed. I'm sorry, but just so you know, what you're going to hear is more shocking than that. By the way, she knew about the cheating mandarin duck because of a song Gabriella used to lull her to sleep with every night. While the female lays egg, the male mandarin duck carries the feather while watching the surroundings to protect the female. Then, at that time, Gabriella interjected, men who are kind to their wives are usually the ones with most secrets. With a distant, hollow eyes, it was such that Sherina began to worry about her maid's past. 10 minutes later, when Sherina finally spilled about the cookie thief incident, when she was about to be kidnapped inside his carriage, when he stole her hamburger steak the day after, Angelica was bewildered with utter shock, as she should be. Hey, wait a minute. During that moment, shouldn't you be saying, geez, how playful that man is? Isn't it weird that you're actually angry? What are you talking about, Angie? Thieving, no matter how trivial the stolen property is still a crime no matter what. He even used an offensive spell. As such, it's safe to call the entire incident as robbery, and him a thief. Stop. You'll destroy my dream. The fated encounter between the heroine and the prince. Angelica kept muttering as she fell down. But, in that book, what was supposed to happen is. But, in this book, what happened is. She listed all the titles of her favorite romance stories. It seemed that she could no longer enjoy them anymore. Even so, even though what he did is indeed thieving, in the book, it's usually not treated like a serious criminal offense. In the book, it's kind of a promise to meet again, where you then accidentally see him again and yell, "Ah, you're the thief from that time." Promise? With whom? A thief is a thief no matter what. The only reason he wasn't sued is because he's a prince. In my opinion, the guards should still catch him. No, don't mention the guards. Angelica cried while clutching her head. She had never heard of a romance where the male protagonist was caught by a guard. There was also the phantom thief type of male protagonist. In the end, the fact that they couldn't get caught remained the same. What's the difference between a thief and a phantom thief? Or rather, phantom thief sounds worse. And even if he stole your hamburger sandwich, didn't he praise its deliciousness? Shouldn't that make you happy, even if a little? Angie, let me ask you. If a thief stole your purse, look at its inside, and praise the contents, saying, "Woo, there's a lot inside." Would that make you happy? I would want to beat him up. Angelica responded with a serious face. A quiet anger could be seen in her eyes. Now that you put it that way, every actions that His Highness Leonardo has done, right? Then, His Highness Leonardo is basically, right? Through the fissure of shattered illusions, broken dreams, and decayed love, rose an epiphany. Doesn't he just love to misunderstand things? Plus, he's also a tyrant who loves to abuse his power. Sherina didn't hesitate to point out the facts. He can't. What a shock. So he's that kind of person. In the first place, I'm confused as to why everyone keeps saying he's a wonderful prince. What's so nice about a guy who ditched his fiancé candidate like that? Even if he were to say he did it for me, he didn't even consider my feelings in the slightest. Well, at first, there's the satisfaction that he isn't actually falling for such a beauty. It gives us hope, you know? But now, when I think about it, indeed, he was mean. Love was often said to be blind. Whether they were commoner or a noble, many yearned for the prince. Leonardo was a good-looking prince, talented at magic, revered for both his literary and martial skills. On the surface, he was akin to the world's best painting. There were many ladies who had longed for him since they were but children. As such, it was rare for someone as level-headed as Sherina to exist. I'm sorry, Angie, for breaking your dreams. No, it's fine. It would have been even scarier if I had stayed in my bubble of ignorance and keep loving that kind of person. As of that day, right at that moment, a noble lady was reborn. She went from dreaming to actually staring at the hard reality. Angelica Kirklight finally shed off her cloudy filter and achieved an enlightenment. But, for the first time, I'm also starting to think Riyle Glen is a bit cool. I'm sorry. I take that back. I take that back. So don't stare at me with such a menacing glare like that, Sherry. I'm not saying that I harbor a crush on him. After all, I like tall boys better. Their friendship, which lasted for almost 10 years, endured instead of breaking. Today, I managed to get away from him through the help of Rosalind's warning. But I'm not even surprised anymore. Hey, say it's only a lie. 10 minutes later. Declaration of I'll make you mine right after the hamburger sandwich robbery incident. Shoving towards her that stupid piece of jewelry with an absurd price tag. Alleged invasion of the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night. Assaulting Riyle at the dance party and also the subsequent kidnapping of Sherina. Plus everything that had happened today. Sherina successfully told them all to Angie. By the end of everything, Angelica was a hollow shell of whom she formerly was. I mean, Sherry always showed her indignations. All of Sherry's words towards His Highness consisted of 50% direct refusals, 30% roundabout refusals, and 20% of you reluctantly obeying him. Why is he still so confident? I don't understand, either. Maybe His Highness is just innately unable to comprehend others' feelings. Probably due to never having a single thing goes against his will. It was probably because, first, he thought too highly of his own position. And second, he doesn't think about anyone that ranked below him. During the dance party last night, His Highness was gone before I knew it. I heard there was a commotion in the corner, but when I checked, it was over already. If I had witnessed the scene of him slamming Sherina's beloved Riyle to the wall, I surely would have instantly awoken to reality. Shouldn't there also be girls who were near the entrance around that time? Do you think they have awakened to reality? It's hard to say. Since there's no rumors about it, I think they only focused on His Highness. Even more so when they don't know who Riyle is. They probably suspect he was the one asking for trouble with His Highness. The noble prince filter was so scary. No one had ever considered the possibility of the prince doing anything wrong. Especially those girls in love. However, it felt like their blindness only reached to a certain degree. Said blindness probably originated from the euphoria of being in the same school as the kingdom's first prince. Sherry, are you sure you're all right? Being targeted by such a bastard. I'm all right. After all, Riyle has always helped me. Then, is Riyle Glen all right? He has incited His Highness wrath, after all. What? Sherina halted. The question Angie had casually asked felt shockingly heavy. Riyle is. Indeed. Riyle had always helped her, which in turn redirected all Leonardo's rage to himself. Just so she could escape. Just so Sherina wouldn't be targeted. He shouldn't be okay. Such a simple thing, and yet she failed to notice it. All she ever thought about was, as long as she had Riyle by her side, she would be okay. Riyle, who kept emphasizing to her how dangerous it was to incite the anger of the kingdom's prince. When it's put like this, Riyle. Sherry. Unable to stay still, Sherry leapt from her room. No, if I didn't like it, I wouldn't have helped you from the start. To be more precise, the consequences are probably not as catastrophic as you're currently imagining. Near the entrance to the boys' dormitory, contrary to Sherina, who turned blue and was breathless, Riyle indifferently spoke with calm countenance. The Glen family resides in the outskirts of a countryside. As such, there are no social outing places, and most of the noble children are too poor to afford the school tuition. As of today, my brothers are probably out in the mountains, hunting. I'm not physically fit, so I helped them by making small animal traps, bows, and arrows, instead. Riyle said that his house was located in a very rural area. The pressure from the distant royal capital couldn't reach it. But I'm sure it's still troubling for you, Riyle. Sherina screamed in dissatisfaction. However, Riyle only sighed. Besides, Riyle held his temple, with a gesture like explaining to a toddler. Other than you, no one has ever tried to talk to me, nor even exchange proper greeting. I can't use magic, but I got to become a scholarship student through writing. People talk behind my back about how said special seat is actually reserved for failures like me. Basically, I have nothing to lose, nothing, besides you. What What? Everyone is being a total jerk. They are blind. They're the ones who're weird. Why do I think that you're the one who's blind, instead? His casual replies became a bit stiff. In short, don't worry about me. My reputation is already at the lowest of the low. It can't get any lower than this. I truly don't care if he targets me. I'm but the third son who will never become a successor. As such, it won't affect my house. I've been worthless since the beginning. But, even in such times, Ryle's self-esteem was still so low. Sherina felt the impulses to correct his wrong evaluations of himself. I understand. But please stop saying such things regarding yourself. However, when she couldn't find a proper way to word it, Sherina felt helpless and bit her lips. She felt useless. Personally, it would be even worse for me if you're stolen by the prince. As such, it can be said that I'm protecting you solely for my own sake. That's why, don't think too much about it. Ha! The sun shone on Ryle's hair. Silver rings of light formed on his jet-black hair. His deep, green eyes, which could be glimpsed through the gap of his bangs, were gleaming. Their lustrous color made them akin to precious gems. That time, Sherina truly couldn't say anything back. Chapter 13. Advice from Ice Brother-in-Law. If there's an opportunity to meet again, I would like to resolve Rosalind's misunderstanding. It still doesn't make sense how we can't utter a single word after she begins talking. Does the princess education include voice and controlled breathing exercises? I would die if I keep talking incessantly like that. Ahaha. Riyle sure is a savage. Riyle? Nay, Angie, aren't you referring to him too intimately? You guys aren't even that close. Right. In a different place, more precisely, Angelica's villa in the capital, in the drawing room. Sherina's hand, which was holding a teacup, shook. Miss Kirklight is your best friend, right? Hence, I thought, she doesn't need to be so formal with me. But still. Yes, I'm sorry for talking bad about you before. I misunderstood. From now on, please take care of Sherry. It happened because of yesterday's evening event. After talking with Riyle in front of the boys' dormitory, Sherina returned and basically explained everything to Angelica. That was when Angelica suggested that she would like to meet Riyle. Thanks for helping Sherry until now. Sherry basically talks about you all the time. As such, I wanted to meet you. When Sherina told Riyle of her best friend's idea, he was fine with it. Since they both couldn't enter each other's dormitory, they agreed that the meeting place should be in Angelica's house, after school. By the way, returning to the topic, wouldn't Lady Rosalind be a great ally? Tell her to rush the marriage talk. I can't help but be disillusioned with both Lady Rosalind and His Highness, though. Until yesterday, Angelica still referred to him as Riyle Glen, and yet, that's it. If she literally won't let you speak, why don't send her a letter? Sherina Clydia bears no feelings for His Highness, but, considering the situation, the letter's content would basically be, "Help, your beloved fiancé loves me, and I consider it really troublesome, please do something." Yep, that's definitely a harassment letter, alright. There's that, too. Riyle still referred to Angelica as Ms. Kirklight. Well, Angie did tell him to drop the lady. Then, explain it to her in great detail. Just like what you did to me. Then she'll surely wake up. No, wait, if she wakes up, then it'll spell trouble for you. Too bad, she's as delusional as the prince. Also, taking into consideration her bad impression of Sherina, it's unlikely such bold statements would be taken seriously. Sherina was happy that Angelica woke up to the truth. Sherina was also happy that her bad impression of Riyle was resolved, yet still. I never thought His Highness would do anything like this. Yesterday, we've got off easily due to using Ariaros warning. However, he might come back with something else. Well, but still, even if he is a prince, he can't cancel his own engagement. Oh my God. If Riyle and Angelica become too good of close friends. Forgive me, Sherry, it seems that I've fallen for him, too. She might be confronted with such a statement. If it were to come to that, what was she supposed to do? What if their rivalry grew to an extent that it ended with bloodbath? Two people confronting each other in the darkness of night, two who once were good friends. the flaming red head of her best friend, which was dyed even more vividly with crimson. Her hand, stretched out in futileness, only grasped complete darkness. I know that you're currently thinking about something outrageous. Ryle's words brought her back to reality. You know, I've said it many times before, but Sherry, you needn't worry, okay? Angelica told Sherina, whom was clenching her cup of tea, with face full of amazement. Naturally, her hair wasn't dyed with blood. The reason I wanted to meet her is because she's your best friend. It's encouraging that she's on our side. I can roughly guess what you're currently imagining, but yeah, you needn't worry about that. Riyle. Sherina's face beamed at Ryle's tone of reassurance. Strictly speaking, it did sound more like amazement rather than the former though. So, is there anyone else that we can rely on to stop His Highness? When I listened to the story, it seems that His Highness attendant opposes his advances towards Sherry. Through Angelica's suggestion, they reached their decision. Him, if I'm not mistaken, he's part of the Arya Rose family. He's Rosalind's brother-in-law. Since Rosalind is about to be married off to the royal family, Arya Rose family adopted him to become the successor to the house. Out of grasp with reality for a while, Sherina didn't understand why they were suddenly talking about Leonardo's attendant. However, that attendant looks down on me. Moreover, I did caught him muttering, at this rate, His Highness will surely win that girl's heart through his flirting. Once. It was already too late to join in. As such, Sherina spent her time gazing at Ryle's profile in earnest. His profile, hidden beneath his hair, was both mysterious and cool. That certainly sounds annoying. During the dance party, Sherry was kidnapped to the terrace, right? As she thought. Ryle's face as he is thinking is just super cool. There is simply no words for it. If it becomes a painting and is sold at an auction, 100 gold wouldn't be enough to redeem it. Lady Angelica. As Sherina kept worrying about the expensive imaginary price, the Kirklight family maid entered the room. What's wrong, Jane? There's a guest, you see. He wears the coat of arms of the Arya Rose family, and introduces himself as First Prince Leonardo's attendant. Speak of the devil. It seems that he has something to tell to Lady Clydia. He heard that you're here, and especially came this far just for that. What's that? Angelica's eyes went round as saucers from the absurdity of the request. Earl and Countess Kirklight weren't there because they couldn't leave their residence unattended for too long. So, even if she was a student, the house belonged to Angelica. The house owner was the one whom was supposed to invite guests. Only then could they welcome themselves inside. Guests that arrive without proper invitation shall be ignored. There was no obligation for the house owner to meet with guests just because they have something to say or other supposedly urgent business. As I thought, should I just refuse him? It doesn't matter even if he's from the Arya Rose family. Angelica put her hand on her chin as she pondered. But, how unusual. He even came here alone. It might also involve His Highness Leonardo. If I refuse him right now, what if Sherry gets kidnapped on the way home? I'm sorry, but will you pardon his rudeness? Let him in, and we shall talk with him. He wouldn't be able to do anything preposterous in this house, since he's still but a guest. After that, Angelica instructed her maid, Jane. Fine, then. Sherry is good with this, too, right? What? Yes. Sherina, who was still worrying about the 100 gold, answered without knowing the proper context. For the time being, she arrived at a conclusion that she wouldn't only sell her jewelry and dresses to achieve that 100 gold coins, but also her hair. After all, noble society had an overabundance of generic blondes, enough for some to be thrown away, but not strawberry blondes. Since such hair was fairly rare, hers would surely fetch a relatively high price. Even more so when men's hair wasn't long enough to be made into a wig, and no everyday noble lady would sell her hair, which was said to be a woman's life. So, the demand for clean and long hair was always high. And now, I can see that you are thinking about something utterly outrageous. As Sherina kept playing with the locks of her hair, which flowed down her back, Riyle uttered such with narrowed eyes. Forgive me for the sudden visit. Thank you for agreeing to see me. I wish to talk to Miss Sherina Clydia. A few minutes after Maid Jane had left the room, Leonardo's attendant and Rosalind's brother-in-law, Edward Aria Rose, appeared in the drawing-room. Yes, Sherina is indeed here. Sir Edward can sit here. But I just want to talk to Miss Sherina Clydia. You can sit here. All right. After all that was said, he still couldn't ignore the fact that Angelica was the house owner. Sherina, whom had been briefed of the plan, finally comprehended everything. Rushing into their tea party was already rude enough, but usually this man named Edward, also that's attendant, wouldn't do this kind of thing by himself. Edward certainly deserved death when he seized Riyle on the terrace that night, but it was under Leonardo's direct command. What is it that you want to talk about? If this was an order from Leonardo, then he would have mentioned it since the start. Talking in school should be enough. The fact that he did neither of those proved that it was something that shouldn't be mentioned in school, or something that Leonardo should be aware of, but had to be so urgently communicated. He went all the way here. One of the reasons is that His Highness' jest has, indeed, gotten a little bit out of hand. I'll admit that I've indeed been negligible, and His Highness is somewhat of untoward. After some roundabout statements, Edward finally started talking. But how am I supposed to take your side if you too get swayed by his words that easily? No, I never did that. I always refuse him. Edward Aria Rose, a servant, dared to scold Sherina. Sherina clenched her fists tightly on both knees. Are you prepared to be a princess? Never. Déjà vu. This is nothing but déjà vu. As expected, the siblings were very similar. This isn't a children's picture book. This is reality. You can't just look at the gorgeous part of the surface. You can't only see what you want to see. Reality isn't as dazzling as you think it is. You truly didn't think that by just being able to make sandwiches, you would be able to govern a kingdom, right? Exactly. Even if His Highness is attracted to your randomness, it can be said that your randomness is also your sole virtue. Hence, once he becomes more familiar with you, you'll stop being random and be predictable instead. In the end, you'll become worthless. I see it now. Don't listen to other people isn't only incorporated in the curriculum of the princess education, but also the attendant education. Miss Clydia, I don't care for how many excuses you spout. It's meaningless if you don't take action, which I know in your heart you aren't willing to do. Don. Edward slammed his fist against the table. This is a warning. Never get close to His Highness again. Aren't you forgetting that this is the table of someone else's house that was forced to welcome you in? In short, you came here just to pester us? While Sherina was fumbling for the correct words, Riyle, sitting beside her, uttered calmly, "This is a separate house from the Kirklight family. We were invited by Angela Kirklight, the house owner, to the deepening of our friendship. You, on the other hand, came without prior agreement. Not only that, you've also behaved rudely to Miss Angelica's guest, Miss Sherina Clydia, which is akin to being rude to Miss Angelica herself. And here we thought you had something serious to say. That's." Riyle was indeed correct. There was no need to take that guy's words seriously until he had at least fixed his attitude towards both the house owner and her guests. But this is indeed very serious. This is a problem that must be taken care of as soon as possible. Even though His Highness is very forgiving, it's no exaggeration to say that Miss Clydia's attitude towards him is approaching disrespect. The way you advised her, who disrespect His Highness, was anything but respectful. Did you forget that she is still a noble lady? Don. Edward slammed his fist against the table again. This time, it rhymed with regret. Don't forget that this table belongs to the Kirklight family, you attendant. Please tell us the real reason you came all the way here today. There must be a reason, right? Riyle inquired the uninvited guest with confidence. On the next week, Riyle, Sherina, and Angelica focused at him. The man, exposed to 6 eyes, finally continued. On the next week, His Highness' coming-of-age party will be celebrated at the royal castle. Riyle and Angelica gasped. Sherina didn't understand, but parroted them and gasped. The party invitation will arrive at Miss Clydia's residency as early as tomorrow night or the day after tomorrow. Of course, the invitations had been issued since long ago, but His Highness suddenly ordered another one to be sent to the Clydia family. Leonardo's coming-of-age celebration. The grandest party in the kingdom. However, the wording instead reminded her of Maid Gabriella's side hobbies. Collecting wild grasses a day before payday every month. That sounds interesting. I heard that your house has a delivery method different from other houses. As soon as your house receives the invitation from His Highness, you should be informed already. I see. In other words, you want her to turn it down. To the wild grass party? Sherina muttered unconsciously. Am I wrong? Am I that outdated? Talking about wild grasses, Gabriella used to pick dandelions from the roadside. Dandelions are edible. For some reason, I'm feeling very nostalgic. I'm not one to be amazed at your randomness. That's fine. But then, why? I'm sorry for all the inconveniences that you have to go through, but turning down the invitation from His Highness won't be that easy, you know? Riyle resumed the flow of conversation with insane coolness. It even made eating dandelions cool-sounding by proxy. Who said wild grass parties were outdated, again? However, it would be a different story if the next successor of the Aria Rose were to stop it. You're His Highness' trusty attendant. I'm sure you could convince him to cancel the invitation. Our talk is over. Excuse me. Neither denial nor affirmation. Maybe it was because he also couldn't do anything on his side. Don. He struck the table with bitter regret and stood with distorted face. So, how many times do you need to hit someone else's house table until you're satisfied? I see. Well, then. The door is right over there, Edward. Angelica pointed to the door with her finger. No one stood up to see him off. Angelica was the house owner, but Edward wasn't her guest. There was no reason to answer to his rudeness with hospitality. Neither Sherina nor Riyle were obliged to do the same. Just like when he came, Edward left with a big stride. What was that? It's worse than I thought. He's certainly like his sister. Exactly. Riyle is really cool. Beyond the door, his departing footsteps couldn't be heard anymore. We could barely utter a word. And Sherry and Riyle have been confronting such people all this time? No matter how much I think about it, he hit the table too often. Are there any dents? Yes. But Ryle's appearance as he questioned him was also very cool. Between the three impressions, there was one that didn't match with others. Chapter 14, Honeymoon, Fictional. The already cold tea had been replaced by the maid. Warm steam rose from the fresh cups. Cookies were served neatly on a platter, however, they were untouched. That attendant, if he actually did his job properly and stopped that prince, then we wouldn't need to go through such problems. Although, he did seem scared. I realized that, too. So, you were trying to get the facts out of him just now. But you did manage to make him talk about the party. Good job, Riyle Kuhn. By the way, what are you writing? War, Riyle, what fluid hand movement? Is that calligraphy? How amazing. Riyle, who ran a pen over a paper, got piqued by Sherina who sat opposite of him. By the way, Angelica sat beside Sherina. Before he started writing, he had certainly requested a set of stationery. He requested it right after Edward's carriage had left. If that's really the case, I wish that person would have just said so. Why would he come here, only to clamp up right at the most important part? He was probably scared we would spill the beans on His Highness. Never get close to His Highness again. If it's really just mere advice, then it's still excusable. But, for him to say that after His Highness had sent out an invitation to Clydia House, that's just asking for trouble. In short, he would be checkmated if His Highness were to know. The prince would accuse him of sabotaging his plan just to secure his sister-in-law's ascendancy to the throne. That's why he instead tried to threaten Sherry so she would refuse the prince herself. The clean paper was completely covered in black writings. The brush flowed with a fluid motion. It was too fast to read. He doesn't even need to threaten me, because I would certainly miss that party for the world. Yep, feigning sickness, it is. No, this is different from a mere school party. Even more so when you receive a direct invitation from His Highness, aka the host of the coming-of-age party. The pressure to attend would be so great that, even if you were truly sick, you'd be made to crawl to the party. If you're absent, you'll certainly be questioned about it at a later date. After signing something, Riyle drew a pattern and finally laid down his pen. No way. Then I'll attend but quietly hide in the corner of the venue, be a wallflower, or something. Are you sure? Because I'm sure he would ditch the entirety of the rose garden and go straight to you for the sake of inviting you to dance. If I don't go, it will be hell. If I go, it will be one hell of a party. The moment Leonardo approached her, everyone in Rose Garden would turn into her enemy. If the excuse for her absence was half-baked and end up uncovered on a later day, the prince of the kingdom would turn into her enemy. The only reason left for me to not attend is to acquire a serious illness, or befallen with a natural disaster or something. Riyle, the letter you've written has something to do about it, right? Yeah. Before Sherina could read it, however, Riyle had already inserted it into an envelope. Riyle then sealed the envelope without saying anything. A natural disaster will occur. Section. UE. Kia. Riyle. Riyle. Are you all right? It might be wise for you to step back, young miss. Inside a gondola flying in the sky. Riyle, who turned pale, vomited into the hemp bag he had in his hand. I'm fine, just. No. At this rate, the only thing your father will be witnessing is the lifeless body of his son. Please, don't die before your father. Seeing Riyle leaning on the corner of a gondola precisely like a corpse, a young man in his 30s, Apollon, the Clydia family's beast tamer, whistled. Immediately, the gondola descended. This place is very close to town, let's take a rest there tonight. The gondola landed in an area where the city entrance could be seen clearly. The loud flapping sounds of huge wings could be heard. I shall carry young sir, young miss shall walk beside me. I'm fine. Please take care of Riyle, Apollon. Apollon got off the gondola while carrying a limp Riyle. Sherina followed beside him. Curikikikukyu. Contrary to its appearance, the Geigen eagle let out a cute cry. Sherina and Apollon, whom was carrying Riyle, walked towards the city. I'm sure your father is also concerned about you. At this speed, I'm sure we'll arrive tomorrow. Take a good rest tonight. Yes, indeed, Apollon. Apollon, who seemed to be seriously worried about Ryle's father, stabbed Sherina in the chest with his words. After all, the father of Riyle that Apollon was concerned about, whom was supposed to be sick to the point of dying, should be energetically doing farm work right now. Look, we've almost reached the town, young Sir Glenn. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm sure your father will recover soon. I'm sorry. So why were Sherina and Riyle traveling across the sky while Apollon was worried sick about Ryle's father? It began 2 days ago. Section. Tell him that my father fell ill. Oh no. Then I have to return to the side of my father-in-law at once. No, it's just a lie. Just tell him that. At Angelica's mansion, as the sun dipped into dusk, Sherina, Riyle, and Angelica continued their meeting. Give this letter to your beast tamer, Apollon. You said that he delivered hamburger patties through Geigen Eagle every morning, right? I want you to give him this letter. Understood. But what is written inside? I'm sorry for lying to him, but it's about how I received news that my father had fallen ill. As such, I want to return home as soon as possible through the help of his Geigen Eagle. I also wrote about how I knew about him from your story, and how I wish to achieve the otherwise impossible means of fast travel. Although she received an explanation from Riyle regarding the letter's content, Sherina was still puzzled. After all, she didn't understand his intentions behind doing all that. Surely, she once told Riyle about how Apollon basically went anywhere on a Geigen Eagle, and he used a gondola and such, but did it matter? Would there be a problem if Apollon, you, and I were to ride the gondola together? I think you and me weight a little more than one adult man. Yes, the gondola can carry up to 3 adults. I'm going to ride, too. I understand. You're planning to take Sherry to the Glen house before the invitation arrives. It's no surprise that Sherry, whom is concerned about an important friend, would join Riyle to visit his sick father. It would be inevitable if Sherina were to miss the party due to unforeseeable circumstances and unfortunate miscommunication. Angelica, whom had been listening attentively, clapped both of her hands together as she understood. Yeah, that's pretty close. I'll give you the letter tomorrow. It would be better if Apollon reads it as soon as he can. If the invitation arrives tomorrow, we can just say that you missed it due to bad timing. I see. Sherina finally understood. In other words, she was going on a journey across the sky with Riyle on a gondola. Then, she would exchange greetings with his parents. In his residence. It might be too early, but this was no doubt a honeymoon. Your deduction is too far-fetched. She got denied immediately, even though she made sure to whisper in a small voice. Ah. But, what if His Highness sends an invitation to the Glen House, instead? It will take time, surely, but it is still possible to deliver one by ordinary mail. Moreover, if Sherry doesn't return from the Glen territory, he would surely be suspicious. Comparing the number of days it took to contact the Clydia family to the Glen family and how many days left until the upcoming party, Angelica's face became clouded. Since Sherry will be departing tomorrow, when and if the invitation letter for the Clydia house truly gets resent, it'll take about 7 days to be delivered to Glen House using ordinary mail. Then, Sherry will receive the invitation and will have to go back to the capital using a Geigen Eagle. The trip would take 3 days. You'll be in time for the party. In short, you'll have no choice but to attend. Even if Sherina reached the Glen House before the invitation arrived, her parents would surely inform her of the invitation. Whether or not she made it home in time, she would be forced to attend the next King's coming-of-age celebration, for sure. Hence why I told you guys, a natural disaster will occur. Contrary to the anxious Angelica, Riyle seemed casual. At this time of the year, a downpour ceaselessly plagues my hometown. It's always like that every year, right before the rainy season. I see. Sherina wrote down the information in her memo pad. This way, she wouldn't get confused after she got married in the future. Sherry, now isn't the time to think about that. Her best friend stared at her with eyes that were a little degrading. Only that. I've suffered much worse in the hand of that selfish prince. Most birds can't fly through said heavy downpour. It's not safe enough to ride a gondola through such extreme weather. We'll arrive there before the rainy season begins. But the moment we get the news of the invitation, the rain will already be pouring in earnest. Unfortunately, she'll not be able to attend the party. No matter what happened, this was the kind of person he was. Since we'll be absent from taking classes from a while, you must study in your free time, okay, Sherina? All right. Sherina wiped a single, joyful tear with her finger. Section. I'm sorry. There's no need for Riyle to apologize. I'll change the compress now, please. Take a good rest. At a town adjacent to Glen territory and the mountains. In a certain room at a certain inn. Sherina stood with a bucket of water and a wet towel while Riyle lied on the bed, half dead. She couldn't use her water magic. In order to save time looking for a water source, the Geigen Eagle's thirst was covered by Sherina through the entire trip. Her magical power had been depleted. How's the young sir's condition? As soon as he entered the room, Apollon took the water bucket from Sherina. He looked anxious. It seems that he recovered somewhat after vomiting earlier, but it's still hard to say. It'll be best for us to resume our travel late tomorrow. Once we reach to the mountain, we can't land carelessly. Looking at the map during the travel, Sherina had memorized the general geography. They were currently in the city closest to the Glen territory, but there was still a long way to go before actually getting there. To pass the mountains and the forests, they had to soar to higher altitude. It was an easy feat for the Geigen Eagle, however. They couldn't take a break during the way. Birds couldn't stop in air. By the way, why would you go to such trouble getting the water from the well outside? You can just ask for water, instead. Even in the countryside, as long as there are aristocrats, the water supply will probably work. Although he felt guilty for having Sherina do the job herself, Apollon also felt strange. After all, the water valve was right beside them. Apollon's curiosity was justified. Hundreds of years had passed since the establishment of a magical aqueduct that could secure water just by regularly sending magical force to the underground of each city. The traditional wells were meant for emergency, or if the deployment of water magic was too slow. But The well's water is colder. I thought he would feel better if the water is a little cold. Such was the advantage of well water. Aside from whether it was worth the trouble, this time, the benefits outweighed the difficulty. Then I'll be the one to draw it. I know young miss is already tired from the trip. It's okay. I can do at least that much. Apollon is much more weary than me, so please rest. Sherina snatched the bucket from Apollon, who was about to draw more water. If that could make Riyle feel better, then such a task was nothing. No, young miss needs to rest. I'm no magic user, but I know how it strains your body. You might not be able to stand up straight afterwards. I'm fine. Those kinds of things only happen when those with a large amount of magical power unleash a high proportion of said magical power. However, how great it would be if she could use her magic. She could certainly produce a much colder water than the well. As such, she was frustrated, but she decided to just do what she could for now. To be honest, her feet were staggering a little, and she felt faint, but those were no big deal when compared to Ryle's condition. I understand. Do tell me when it get really difficult. Apollon smiled bitterly. Yes. Please be rest assured, Apollon. In the end, Apollon helped her carry the bucket of water to the room. After putting it gently on the floor, Apollon excused himself. Riyle, how are you feeling? Well. When Sherina entered the room, Riyle was trying to sit up. Don't leave the bed, please. I'm not. Besides, it's impossible. Even if you tell me with such a pale face, I won't be tricked. She approached the bed and squeezed the rag with the water she had just drawn. After facing Sherina's stare, Riyle lied back down. Don't say if only I could use magic, okay? You'll only be tormenting yourself more. Don't steal other people's lines. As Sherina put the wet rag on Ryle's forehead, he stared at her. How uncool of me. With my own plan, I shoot myself in the leg. Not at all. Riyle was very cool looking when he decided to take charge of the problem, even if the measure ended up being a double-edged sword that caused you to undergo the suffering of having your internal organs rupture throughout your entire body. Oh, what a suffering. This is just motion sickness, oi. Why is this person's self-esteem so low when he's the coolest person in the world? If no one realized that, then it was Sherina's job to let them know. All right, I'll just tell you the tale of the coolest baron's third son in the world, aka all the great things about Riyle. It'll last until morning by the earliest. By the way, what talking speed do you prefer? At what frequency should I place a break in the iterations? No, just let me sleep. Then, I shall sing you a lullaby instead. The first time we met, it's as if my time had completely stopped. Hair as black as the night, the gentle breeze swayed your hair. Your emerald eyes, peeking from the locks of your hair, spelled deep intelligence. The voice of you, the voice of my benefactor, as you saved my little fingertip from touching a beautiful flower bud. Stop it. Stop it right now. Since when have you started writing this narcissistic lullaby, anyway? It only caters to your own perspective. As Riyle desperately shut her up, Apollon in the next room said, Young lady, I'm sorry, but you're being really noisy right now. However, nothing could stop Sherina. She continued to sing her lullaby, self-proclaimed, until it was finished. Chapter 15. Welcome to the Glen Territory. My name is Sherina Clydia. I'm sorry for the sudden visit. Riyle-sama has been taking great care of me in school. Nice to meet you, brother-in-law. I heard father-in-law had fallen ill, thus, I returned in a hurry. Where is father-in-law? Can I see him? In the peaceful countryside which was currently experiencing light rain. It was in a certain mansion in the back of the town. However, its appearance was more of an ordinary house rather than aristocratic mansion. Riyle brought a girl home. The loud echo of a man's scream could be heard. Welcome, Sherina-chan. Please, sit down. I've put a cushion on the chair. By the way, I'm Cloud, Ryle's oldest brother. I brought you a tea. I'm sorry because it's only low-quality tea leaves. Oh, and my name is Dolly. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryle's father. I'm his mother. What should I call you is Sherina-chan, okay? Meow meow meow. What a festive welcome. The eldest son had just returned from hunting in the mountains. The father just returned from the field. The unruly pet cat that was trying to escape just recently. The entirety of the Glen family gathered in front of Sherina. Including Apollon, 7 people were currently surrounding the table. Why would you do something as stupid as trying to escape? Isn't it dangerous? Meow, meow. Besides Sherina, the pet cat of Glen House was reunited with his master, Riyle, whom had been away for months. Other than that, how strange. I remember sending a letter to Riyle saying, I have just defeated a bear, and am planning to take a break. You should also come home soon because we'll be feasting. So how did it got switched to, your father is dying, I'm refraining from hunting because I'm going to take care of him? Well, what do you expect from a cheap mailing service? It's all right. Thanks to that, we get to meet Sherina-chan, so what's the big deal? Cloud, the eldest son of Glen, tilted his head in confusion, while Dolly, the second son, patted him on the back. Both of them were very tall and had lean physiques. It wasn't surprising that one of them defeated a bear. Who would have thought Riyle has such a cute girlfriend? He did mention in one of his letters that a friend has been taking care of him. No, it's the complete opposite. I'm the one being taken care of by him. Riyle hasn't been causing you any problem, right? Feel at home, Sherina-chan. Spending time with family like this once in a while can't be a bad thing. Yes, thank you very much. However, she also felt very guilty of tricking such good people. When everything was over, Sherina would surely apologize. Such was her plan as she gazed over her beloved's family. A gentle mother with a thin physique, and a huge, sun-tanned, robust father. Without a doubt, Riyle possessed a semblance to them. Meow. Loose, calm down, and that's not me, but the chair's leg. The domestic cat, which spoke in cat language, had a black fur and green eyes. Loose resembled Riyle a lot and was very pretty. It was rubbing its head against Ryle's leg until it accidentally bumped against the chair's leg. How cute. Oh my god, the sight I'm viewing, that is Riyle playing with the cat. Isn't there a scene like this in the Bible? The title is, God's Wisdom at Play, or something like that. Riyle, who has only read books from a young age, has a girlfriend. Riyle, you don't just endlessly pester her with your talk about difficult books and researcher's journals, right? That's right, the first time you made an amulet, you were only 12 years old. No one in the family understood what you were talking about. A full story of that, please. Now that's a story I want to hear in detail. Truly, he possessed the wisdom of God. Sherina unintentionally embarked on a conversation where she could hear Ryle's genius since his childhood. That's right, that bird that Apollon-san has tamed. A Geigen eagle. How amazing. I want to ride it, too. I've been thinking so since I guided it to our stable. Unfortunately, it's tired right now. Tomorrow, the rain is going to be heavier than this, right? If it becomes a downpour, I doubt it can fly. Other than that, I'm sorry for occupying the stable. It's fine. Not that I used it much, really. I also wanted to turn it into a birdhouse. Tell me, how did you manage to tame such a wild bird? What does it eat? How about the training? How does it pick up that gondola? Apparently, the eldest son was also very interested in the Geigen eagle. With beaming eyes, he asked Apollon. The Geigen eagle, who carried Sherina there, was currently sheltered from the rain in the Glen's stable. The stable itself used to contain several riding horses. However, after losing the last horse a few years ago, it was otherwise unoccupied. Mainly because of financial issues. By the way, when asked if having no horses poses to be a problem, nah, it's faster to run than riding an old horse. Sherina, whom had prepared as I thought, as a proper answer, didn't expect that. As such, she ended up not saying anything. Isn't it impossible for the bird to fly until the rainy season is over? Then, feel free to be at home as Mom says. You can relax here. But, unfortunately, Sherina-chan, we don't have many vacant rooms. Would it be okay if Apollon stays in the guest room on the first floor, and Sherina-chan in the room beside Ryle's? That's a great idea. I welcome it very much. Seeing Sherina with her eyes gleaming, Riyle, whom was about to retort, decided to say nothing. Meow meow meow. Ah, Luce, you can sleep with me. Hey. Sherina turned around without thinking. On Ryle's lap, the black cat wore a heartless, smug face. Yes, Ryle is cool, isn't he? Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. Meow meow. His only problem is his low self-esteem. Naya. What, you think so too? Nya nya. Don't have such a natural conversation with a cat when you're already leaving your seat. The same day, at night. Bear jerky soup, smoked potato salad, and bacon sandwiched within huge sausages. Enjoying the delicious dinner which consisted of an array of bear meat dishes, Sherina listened about Ryle's childhood from his family. Sherina went to her given room, but to Ryle's room, instead. Ryle had just returned to the room. In his hands were mugs of milk. Here, your share. Thank you, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Sherina thanked him while receiving the mug. They weren't only treated with hospitality at dinner but were also lent some pajamas and some other things. I'm glad that my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, and my brother-in-laws are doing very well and seem very happy. No, they're just excited at the fact that I brought a girl home. Honestly, they would gladly welcome you under any kind of circumstance. Sitting on the bed, Ryle took a sip of his warm milk. I already told you, didn't I? Protecting you is for my own benefit. Therefore, you didn't lie when you said you lent me the Geigen Eagle to carry me home. Don't concern yourself too much over it. All right. I doubt that idiot prince wouldn't try anything ridiculous at the party. For now, we're able to avoid the worst-case scenario of that inviting you to dance in front of the rose garden. What? Since we are already here, aren't we safe? Even if that decided to do anything, he can't reach us, right? However, what if he refuses to dance with anyone else and suddenly mentions your name? Sherina could already picture such a scene. Fun. I'm tired of listening to all of your flatteries. Dance, you say? Don't just decide without my permission. The only hand I would take to dance will be that cat's. Sherina Clydia's. She could vividly imagine Prince Leonardo proclaiming so. Such an image brought her intense goosebumps. No, if it's only such an extent, people might see it as another way for that prince to decline others' dance invitations. After all, that prince is already used to smearing his fiancé candidates' reputations. At most, those who would suffer the consequences would be in his surroundings. Even the warmness of the hot milk was ruined by the talk regarding that Prince Leonardo. I wish we had a way to know whether or not something happened at the party. When that is involved, anything could happen. After all, a servant might be able to fulfill such a task, but Sherina again pictured how that would end up. An unfamiliar-looking woman. So that girl went against my advice, again, and pictured Edward, the attendant, along with Rosalind, the fiancé candidate. Why does everyone around this prince think that when anything happens, it absolutely has something to do with me? Although it was just how she expected things would develop, she was sure reality wouldn't be that far off. On to another topic. Since we will be absent from school for 2 weeks, we should study every day to keep up with our classes. Even if our departments are different, some of the lectures should be the same. I might be able to teach you. Yes, gladly. That was right. Starting from today, she could spend time with Ryle. Moreover, in his own house. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the best vacation ever. That opportunity was given by none other than her friends and some unpleasant people in her life. Sherina smiled joyfully. A few days later. Sherina-chan, are you awake? I received a letter from Sherina's parents and friends. I think it's quite serious since it got sent to our house. Oh, yes. I'm up. Good morning, mother-in-law. On a certain morning after she had arrived at the Glen territory, there was a sound of knocking within the room where Sherina stayed. It came much earlier than the usual breakfast time. You are awake, yes. This is indeed a letter addressed to you, Sherina-chan. I'm sorry for waking you up so early in the morning. I thought that if it wasn't serious, it would be sent to your dorm, instead. But such isn't the case here. It was even delivered through the fastest mailing service. As such, I want to directly give it to you. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. It arrived. As expected, The letter informed her of Leonardo's invitation to his coming-of-age party. In order not to reveal the upheaval of her heart, Sherina pretended to just be happy. She also expressed guilt for all the trouble Ryle's mother had to go through to give her that letter. "Well then, see you at breakfast. Today we are having pancakes and garden-raised berry jam." "What? I'm looking forward to it. By the way, the reason Mrs. Glenn woke up so early in the morning and knew the breakfast menu was because she was the one responsible for cooking breakfast for the entire family. There were no servants in the Glenn family, only one laundry service maid. She heard on the first day she arrived that the household chores were shared by the family. Just leave the dishes to me. That's a great help. The men in our family are all ridiculously strong except Riyle, hence, they always break something. Sorry for letting our guest do this." "No, I would feel worse if I didn't do anything at all. You're a really good girl, Sherina. Thanks again." Turning around, Mrs. Glenn's long skirt fluttered. She left while waving her hand. In response, Sherina bowed and afterwards returned to her room. She held 2 letters, both were supposed to be light, and yet to her, they felt heavy. "Ara, one of them is from Angie." She calmed her nerves down and sat in the room. She put away the letter from her parents, already knowing its contents, and focused on other one. The name of her best friend was indeed written there. Angelica Kirklight. I wonder what happened. Having arrived today also meant that Angelica sent the letter as soon as Sherina departed. Did something happen after that attendant's sudden intrusion? She opened the seal with a feeling of urgency and took out the paper inside. Since they no longer used formal, seasonal greetings, or anything similar, the main subject was revealed on the first line. Riyle. She stood up with the letter in one hand and leapt out of the room. She went to the room right next to hers. Ryle's. He always woke up early to study. What? Did something happen? She wondered if he could hear her voice. Prior to knocking, Riyle had already opened his door. He also had changed out of his nightclothes. "Look at this letter. It's from Angie." She presented the letter to Riyle. "I've also received an invitation to His Highness Leonardo's party. Actually, my dad used all sorts of connections for me to receive it." Immediately after Sherina had departed, my dad informed me of the surprise. It would also count as one of my birthday presents, along with some of the finest dresses. Well, I no longer yearn for him, of course. But let me keep an eye on His Highness for you, Sherina. Not like I would be able to do anything other than that, though. But rest assured, when something happens, I'll tell Riyle everything. Leave the information gathering to me. Hopefully, you can reach a solution. It was only last week when they pondered if they had some way to monitor the party. Isn't that great news? Talking to Ms. Kirklight regarding the entire problem proved to be a good idea. Yes. Now they would be able to learn of all the details without attending the party. That alone didn't change the situation overall, but, if they knew them, they could prepare much better future responses. Thank you very much, Angie. I'm sorry for being so loud this early in the morning. It's okay, since I'm awake already. We must visit Ms. Kirklight as soon as we get home. It felt so reassuring they had an ally, remembering their headstrong, red-haired friend. The countenances of Sherina and Riyle relaxed considerably. Chapter 16. The urgent news of the tidings. What is the most prominent difference between modern and ancient magic instruments? Yes. It's whether or not a magic circle has been attached. A few days after receiving the letter, they went about their usual ways. The rainy season was about to end, too. Sherina was currently being taught by Riyle, or, as she would like to call it, taking Ryle's class. Such had been her routine since arriving at the Glen territory. Correct answer. So why didn't ancient magic tools have magic circles attached to them? Because. It's because ancient magician didn't need the tool in the first place. They could use magic just fine. This points to the fact that they bore resemblance to monsters. It is said that even though ancient magicians were human, the nature of their beings differed greatly from us of today, modern humans. The magic that only ancient magician could use can now be used by modern magician through said tools. Kia. So cool. My hair stood on end the whole time I listened to you. Encore. Therefore, The magic of modern people is much more limited compared to that of ancient people. Ancient magic could also be conjured on spot, while the modern magic needs magic circles to be applied as tools first. Usually, modern magic is only effective within a range and usually goes in a straight line. Unless the caster stays within the magic circle, the magic will be difficult to control. Riyle continued the class without regard to his student. His coldness is also cool, though. Sherina-chan, Riyle, why don't you guys take a break? I baked muffins. Let's enjoy tea together. While they were going through their usual exchange, the door was knocked politely. Mrs. Glenn's voice could be heard. Oh, mother-in-law, I'm so glad. Sherina responded as soon as she could, and stood up. I've been thinking about it for a while. But why do you refer to my family like that? Something is, oh, well. Riyle closed his textbook, although remnants of his doubt were still apparent on his face. Sherina-chan, have you finished studying? We'll be feasting on deer, tonight. Or, don't show bloody, raw meat to a girl, you idiot. In addition, the footsteps of two people running along the corridor while retorting could be heard. It seemed that the participants of the tea party increased. Also, tonight, it seemed that she would be having deer hot pot. Once the rainy season ended, there were only a few days left for her to remain in Glen territory. Such days were over in no time. Sherina-chan, come again. You must absolutely visit us again. As a souvenir, take this bear jerky. You can bring home as much as you want. Stupid bro. A girl doesn't need that. Don't you have anything more stylish? Dolly, give up. There's no such word in my territory. Meow meow. It was a morning where the rain fell intermittently. The heavy downpour finally ceased around noon the day prior. The sun shining through the cloud signaled the end of the rainy season. Yes, I'd love to. I'll surely come again. Thank you for all of your kindness. The father, the mother, the eldest son, the second son, and the cat. As Sherina climbed onto the gondola with Riyle and Apollon, the entire member of Glen family sent her off. Meow. Lose. Wait, don't try to jump. Hold on to me, it's dangerous. Take care of him. As Riyle and the others exchanged greetings, the gondola soared high. Kiki-Uruki. Gigan Eagle was so excited after not flying for a long time, she flapped her wings with a lovely cry. The ground vanished in no time. Whoa. Riyle. Look as far away as you can. Look at the distant scenery. As soon as the gondola flew, Ryle's complexion immediately turned blue as he leaned over. Sherina supported his shoulders. Here we go. We shall return immediately, young sir. Quick, fly as fast as you can. To the capital city we go. Considering Ryle's condition, let's take a break on the way, though. I just want to say something cool once in a while, young miss. I see. He's excited to fly, too. Kurupi, you're as excited as I am, right? Kiyu. Kaikiu kikuruk. A joyful cry resounded in the sky as a response to Apollon's shout. Unlike other trainers, Apollon built a bond with his beasts like that of a sibling. Sherina wondered if that was the reason the vigilant, high-prided beasts favored him. This bird's name is Kurupi, huh? While looking at the distant view with a blue face, Riyle muttered for the first time since their departure. It was a very cute name befitting its cute cry. Thank you so much, Apollon. You were even forced to accompany us for such a long period of time. I'll ask my father and mother to give you a special bonus. There's no need. I did nothing, after all. I'm sorry. I'll surely pay when it's due. Again, I'm sorry for involving you. No, I truly don't mind. Young sir should rest immediately. I really don't mind. I don't need any kind of special payment. It was 2 days later, in the evening. After a long air travel with some breaks along the way, the two landed on the nostalgic school ground. I'm going to return to the Clydia residence. I see. Convey my greetings to my father and the others. As soon as Sherina alighted, the gondola carrying Apollon soared again. This time, the speed was incomparable to the previous one. Fly. Fly as fast as the wind. Kurukyu. As they flew at a speed that couldn't be matched by human eyes, the cries of one man and one bird could be heard. Will he be okay? He will. The gondola has a magic circle to prevent falling. Apollon also has a craze for speed. He would be not okay if the speed is slow, instead. He lives in a world I will never be able to understand. Until the one man and one bird disappeared into a single point, Riyle saw them off with an appalled face. Let's return to the dorm immediately. Ha! Yeah. A few seconds later, when Sherina tried to step into the dormitory while supporting the wobbly Riyle. Riyle. Wait. Thank God. You guys have returned already. Ha! From the direction of the dormitory, a figure bearing red hair rushed towards them. Since I thought that you'd be returning today, I went to the dormitory. That's when I saw the bird, so I rushed here. I get it. Calm down, Angie. She must have had come there right away. Her childhood friend's hair was pointed in all directions. Her uniform was full of creases while she herself was desperately trying to catch her breath. This is bad. Riyle, Sherina, I want you two to listen calmly. Angie, what happened? No way. Is this related to that party? The atmosphere was very unusual. Cold sweat drenched Sherina's back. Ryle's shoulders also stiffened. This was the first time she saw such an uneasy face adorning the face of her usually confident best friend. But first, let us change places. We don't know who might be listening to us here. Would it be okay for us to visit Ms. Kirklight's house? The dormitories don't allow members of the opposite gender to enter, after all. Riyle asked calmly, although his face was still blue. Yup, that'll do. I return with a carriage and bring you two to my house. Angelica desperately squeezed such words after regaining her breath. I'm glad that today is a holiday. Well, even if there were school, I doubt anyone would study. Was it because of last night's party? Did the prince do something ridiculous? That's right. Thankfully, Sherry has awoken me to reality. But still, I feel like part of me underwent irreparable damage. His Highness Leonardo. No way. What happened, exactly? They held another meeting. Just like the previous time, they sit on sofas around a table and drink tea. Well, at first, I thought nothing would happen. Let me guess, something did happen. Darjeeling, which had a high energy restoring efficacy, was served to both Sherina and Angelica. Riyle was given ginger tea to reduce nausea. Those are some perceptive maids. It's worse than expected. Listen well, both of you. After sipping her tea, Angelica began to talk. Her shoulders drooped for exhaustion. Then, she began to tell about the ridiculous event that happened at the first Prince of Elgatia's coming-of-age party last night. Section. Where? The majestic hall of the royal palace. It was Angelica's first time stepping there. A large chandelier floated in the air instead of hanging from the ceiling thanks to some sort of magical instrument. An elegant melody was being played by the court musicians, and an array of luxurious dishes lined both sides of various tables. How wonderful. It feels as if I'm a princess in a castle. Wait, I'm indeed a lady, though. Since it was her first time visiting the castle she had only ever seen in paintings, plays, and stories, Angelica was really excited. All this time, she had only ever attended either the parties of her family's acquaintances or her own house parties. A party held at Royal Palace? Not so much. Her father did receive invitations, rarely. She herself wasn't as lucky. Foo-foo, this isn't even the best part. Later, you'll get a chance to give your greetings directly to His Highness Leonardo. This was the first prince's coming-of-age party. For his daughter, whom had yearned for the prince, her father had worked hard, and with his utmost effort, secured an invitation to the party. Unfortunately, your turn is the last one. It doesn't change the fact that you can still speak directly to him, though. Yes. However, said yearning itself had turned to ash. Thank you for your invitation. Fuan. Keep in mind that I didn't invite you because I wanted to. The greetings began at the start of the party from those the closest to the royal family. Congratulations for stepping into adulthood, O the first prince of this majestic kingdom. Cease your long talk, I'm tired of standing. Now, it was the turn for the Rose Garden, his fiancé candidates, to congratulate him. I sincerely wish you a happy birthday, Your Highness Leonardo. How unoriginal. Everyone keeps saying the same thing. Even though his fiancé candidates had dressed up more finely than usual, Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia didn't waste time to cut them off. Such was the attitude of the supposed king-to-be. The fact that everyone attended just to congratulate him got to his head. Angelica muttered while being engulfed in a feeling of emptiness. And his turning into an adult today? This entire time, I've seen nothing more than a snobby brat with jerkish attitude. Oh my, they must have been troubled. It seems that none of them was acknowledged by His Highness. He didn't even respond to anyone up to that point, not even to anyone from the Rose Garden. The prince probably has lots of things going on in his mind right now. After all, he has just ascended to adulthood. It's time for him to start thinking about inheriting the throne. However, it seemed that everyone else perceived reality a tad bit differently. What acknowledgement! What lots of things going on in his mind. But wasn't Angelica herself the same until a while ago? Their charms don't work on His Highness, because he looks past outward appearances. How wonderful! As such, she couldn't criticize them. Like those girls yearning for the prince, the noblemen were dazzled by their next king-to-be. How shameful. Angelica kept being reminded of her black history. Well then, since everyone is already here. Angelica lifted her face at the sudden voice. Leonardo was confronting all of the Rose Garden, his index finger pointed at them. Rosalind Aria Rose. Below are the documents. I hereby order you to disband Rose Garden, in front of the powerful, influential, noble families close to the royal family. In the middle of his coming-of-age party, he out of nowhere proclaimed so with a booming voice. May I at least hear the reason? Next, Rosalind's slightly trembling voice could be heard. Rose Garden, the group formed by princes' fiancé candidates from generation to generation. Usually, no such thing would happen until the princess was selected, because disbanding it now would also mean breaking off the engagement with all of them. You still dare ask why? Fuan, basically, you're saying that you won't admit your wrongdoings. How thick-faced you are. In such a tense atmosphere, the music also abruptly stopped. It was like fire being splashed with water. Rosalind's eyes locked with Leonardo's. The other candidates seemed like they were on the verge of fainting. I'm talking about your harassments towards a certain good, young lady. I won't let you say you don't remember. Rosalind Aria Rose. Leonardo's follower, Edward Aria Rose, who stood beside him, also turned blue. You're a crazy, jealous, controlling woman who dared tell her not to get close to me. Basically, you're restricting her from doing what she wanted to do all along. Such a vile, wicked woman isn't suitable to become the national mother. Well, who else did he mean by that good, young lady? Angelica's childhood and also best friend, Sherina Clydia, was the reason behind Angelica's awakening and also her reason for attending the party. Wait, please wait, Your Highness. Lady Rosalind was just giving her some advice. Why, yes, I witnessed it, too. Isn't the one who's wrong that girl who tried to approach His Highness without being aware of her status? Shut up. You're all in cahoots. All of you are ugly, scheming women who are rotten to the core. The members of Rose Garden began to explain, however, Leonardo cut them off without a care. In the first place, their explanations were faulty, too. Sherina never tried getting closer to Leonardo, not a step, not even half a step closer. If you understand, leave. Never appear before me again. Please wait. Rosalind, her shoulders trembling, responded to Leonardo, who was already pointing to the exit door. The forming of the Rose Garden is based on tradition. It's arranged by the royal family, Aria Rose family, Rodriguez family, Gary family, and Campbell family. Furthermore, Your Highness's parents are absent due to foreign affairs, so Your Highness' order is basically void. It's not possible to cancel the engagement with just your words alone. Soon, everyone else in the venue regained their senses. You must be kidding me. It was the turn for those who hadn't yet give their greetings to Leonardo to speak. No matter how you look at it, this can't be a session for exchanging greetings. As Angelica's father had said, the coming-of-age party had indeed progressed into something else. In short, that's what happened. As she finished talking, Angelica quietly put her teacup down. Is he still sane? Riyle, calm down. In the first place, when was he ever sane? Sherina and Riyle finally recovered their voices. I'm truly indebted to you, Sherry. If I hadn't come to realize the truth as soon as I did. That party was the depiction of hell. If I were there, I wouldn't have been able to resist the urge to kick him. Sherina was grateful. She was truly naive. She thought that at worst, he just wouldn't dance with the rose garden and would speak his usual delusions regarding their non-existent relationship. It didn't matter even if he was a prince. No, in the first place, he should be aware that he couldn't just spontaneously end an engagement without permission like that. Did he think that because he's going to be the next king, he can do anything as he pleases? Even if they were to wait for the actual king's return, the reputations of Rose Garden's members were already smeared with so much mud, there were nothing left to be seen. But, if Rose Garden were to disband like this, can they even secure another person to become His Highness' fiancé immediately? Impossible, since that new fiancé's family would also become the enemy of former Rose Garden's members' family. Basically, they can't. No, wait, that new, possible, fiancé of his, we can't be talking about someone else other than Sherry. Immediately, everyone became silent. No one could utter a single word. Chapter 17, Death Sentence. The Rose Garden is disbanding. Rosalind and the rest of the members appear to be absent. The rumor must have been true. Their acts of bullying was brought to light. The disbandment was directly ordered by His Highness at yesterday's party. It was the next day. There had been a big fuss at the school since morning. The scale was incomparable to the time when the welcome party was announced. It seemed that to them, this disbandment was good news. That means the seat to become Leonardo's fiancé is unoccupied. Wait, there's still that girl whom Rosalind bullied. That girl the Rose Garden had set their eyes on. She's rumored to be close with His Highness, to the point that His Highness was willing to protect her like that. No way. Isn't she the same girl as in the previous rumors? The sharpness of the glares that pierced Sherina was also incomparable to before. The fiancé seat of the first prince, whom everyone thought was already firmly occupied, became vacant overnight. Because what they had always dreamed had turned into reality, their hostility towards their rival increased. For Sherina, a seat made of air was better than that fiancé-betrothed rival seat, whatever nonsense. Hey, you, Clay, what was it again? Sorry, I'm quite unfamiliar with the names of folks from some countryside, you see. In such a bitter atmosphere, there was a person who came into the first grade's classroom with a scary face. Since the seat was now basically available to everyone, her rivals, too, had expanded not only to include senior students, but also some other pretty influential houses. There's something I would ask to you regarding the previous night's party. Oh, please, how could I forget? You weren't invited. You couldn't have known that there was a party, much else what happened there. It was the coming-of-age party of His Highness Leonardo, and the unthinkable happened. Oh no, I did it again. You weren't there. She sure takes her time getting to the point. According to the rumors, this girl had the same opportunity as the Rose Garden to win the seat of becoming the prince's newest fiancé. It was said that she almost became part of the Rose Garden a few years back. She self-proclaimed herself as the Rose Garden's second coming or something. In any case, the Rose Garden has bullied a certain girl whom His Highness is fond of, which incited his wrath. Haven't you been involved in the previous rumors, as well? Yes, you're indeed right. Ha! Locking eyes with the self-proclaimed Rose Garden II, Sherina smiled and delivered the answer they had prepared in the strategy meeting with Angelica yesterday. I had played a minor part in the previous rumors before. As such, this misunderstanding has come place. In the first place, the previous rumor is but a misunderstanding. As such, this is nothing but a misunderstanding over a misunderstanding. What are you getting at? The self-proclaimed Rose Garden II squeezed her fan tightly and glared at Sherina. The rumors said I'm close with His Highness, didn't they? But that's entirely false. That's nothing but a complete misunderstanding. However, because of that rumor from the previous welcome party, the Rose Garden misunderstood and they all blamed one student for nothing. Even though it's a mere misunderstanding, they were being mean. I'm sure that was unconceivable, even for His Highness. That devil. In all actuality, Leonardo was mad at the result of Rose Garden's action, which allowed a certain girl he aimed for to escape from him. He wasn't shouldering anything in particular for said girl, nor did he ever intended to protect her, such was the fact. Riyle explained them to her. Just because he had denounced the Rose Garden for their frivolous acts of harassing someone over a misunderstanding, which was unbefitting of a nation mother, didn't mean his hands were entirely clean. After all, he did, underhandedly, attempt to set that someone up to be his princess, instead. He didn't even mention my name, not even once. So, how could you confidently say that I'm close with His Highness? Tell you what, it's a complete misunderstanding. That's true. Such a pitiful fact. His Highness is very intelligential, as such, if you guys have a relationship, even if barely, he should have remembered your name. How strange, the girl. Rose Garden smiled while spreading her fan. She seemed truly proud. I see. Indeed, how ridiculous those Rose Garden girls were. Those mischievous women misunderstood that a country girl that not even His Highness could name was having a relationship with him. Don't mind me, I'm just mumbling to myself. Ahahaha. The Rose Garden left while swinging her waist left and right in satisfaction. That's a great reaction. Please, don't just keep it to yourself, say it out loud. Sherina repressed her urge to give the girl a double thumbs up and only stared as she went. To be honest, Rose Garden's voice was already loud as it was, such that it could resonate beyond the classroom. By around noon, it should finish spreading throughout the entire school. Thus, the trouble of having to excuse herself to people one by one had dissolved into thin air. Angie, I'm fine. It's more convenient to be made a fool of like this. I know it already, but still, the rumor was changed in no time, as expected. The glances piercing Sherina underwent a transformation from containing anger and jealousy to mere contempt. If you want to get angry, get angry. Angelica, who sat next to her, couldn't refrain from offering if she wanted a rescue ship out of this operation. As of now, that must be more infuriated than me. Over and over, he must be boiling. Sherina said with the sincere intention to soothe her close friend, but she sincerely wished so from the bottom of her heart. Just concentrate on avoiding that. Even if you succeed in deflecting the rumors, as soon as someone sees you talking with him, it's over. There's a high chance that we'll look for you in the backyard during lunch break, so refrain from going there. There's also a possibility of kidnapping. As such, spend your entire break in the classroom and return home immediately after class. For a while, you have to be accustomed to this routine. Sherina sighed while munching on a sandwich in the classroom. Had none of that happened, she would be happily enjoying lunch with Riyle in the backyard. From Ryle's observation of Leonardo's behavioral patterns, he wouldn't come to the first-year classroom. That would prefer a place where he could appear cool and be as showy as possible. Especially after he has single-handedly disbanded Rose Garden, whom he considers a major obstacle. He wouldn't want to reunite with you in such a common place, because he would certainly prefer it to be touchingly dramatic. As such, it's unlikely he would come to the first-year classroom just to find you. She kept rehashing what Riyle had told her at the strategy meeting yesterday. Who would have known that it would feel this lonely? Not long ago in the Glen territory, they were together from morning till night. Well, if we just keep running away, nothing would be solved. While straightening his bangs, Riyle proclaimed it very coolly. Both of his eyes, his slightly quivering mouth, the jet-black bangs that hung on his face. Therefore, Sherry, I'll head there first. All you think about is Riyle, anyway. What? Sherina, indulging in her thoughts, was called out by Angelica. She lifted her face. Ara. At first glance, the classroom was already empty except for the two of them. The lunch break had come to an end, and the students should have returned from the cafeteria. What exactly happened during the few minutes when she was pondering? So you didn't hear it, after all. We're going to have an emergency school meeting. We have to head to the hall on the first floor. It was broadcasted not too long ago. She didn't listen at all. She was busy thinking. Come on, let's go, already. Or I'll leave you behind. Wait, I'm coming. Sherina stood up in a hurry and followed her best friend's hair as she walked to the classroom's exit. What could the rush be about? Isn't this just another one of those school meetings before long vacation things? I recognize this pattern. A seal must have appeared in the backyard pond. Only your family would be invited to the meeting, then. Because that was the first such had ever happened since her enrollment, Sherina made a prediction based on her own experiences. Suffice to say, it was denied without a second thought. For some reason, I only have bad feelings regarding this. As soon as all the students filled the already crowded hall, black hair flowed into her sight. Riyle. Long time no see. We came to school together this morning. She rushed to the spot and was eager to meet him again, but Riyle stayed collected as usual. That 1-hour lunch break during which we didn't get see each other felt like 41 years, 7 months, and 1 week of being apart. Don't convert minutes into years as you please. It's because we haven't met for a long time. Of course, since it was Sherina, she was cool with having her reunion basically anywhere. Sherry. Riyle. Be quiet, please. The principal is about to talk. Ah, sorry. Understood. Sherina's gaze flew to the direction Angelica was staring. She saw the principal climbing onto the stage. There was something with a white cloth on top of the center of the stage, a loudspeaker. It was operated using wind magic that vibrated the air and amplified the voice. Standing in front of the microphone, the principal started by clearing his throat. Gohan. All right, the reason I've gathered you all here today is because His Highness has something important to relay to you all. As such, keep your postures straight and mind your attitudes. Please, His Highness Leonardo. Such was the principal's announcement. Ha! What? Sherina and Riyle involuntarily petrified the moment that name was uttered. They could only relate bad premonitions to that name. It seems that everyone has gathered. Kotsu, Kotsu, Kotsu. Leonardo Randall Ulisha Elgacia's echoing footsteps could be heard. Soon, he emerged on stage. All of you, be silent. At that moment, all the high-pitched squeals from the female students were shut down by Leonardo's words. Not that Sherina and Riyle had anything to say, or could. It's here. Something utterly outrageous is here. It's coming. That's for sure. I think everyone is aware, already. At the party the other day, I had ordered the disbandment of Rose Garden. It seems that many people misunderstood something because of that. The students, especially the girls, swallowed their saliva. A strange atmosphere, one that was the combination of expectations and tensions, spread. Many seem to think that the princess's seat is vacant, which is certainly not wrong. If the Rose Garden disbanded, of course it'll be empty. However, Leonardo pointed his finger, straight from above the stage. It's reserved for one person only. Other than her, I won't let anyone else occupy it. Immediately, muffled screams could be heard from various places. Some students fell in shock, while others gleamed with hope. Only Sherina's eyes were dead. However, there's still an obstacle preventing her from occupying that seat. An obstacle as distastefully clingy as the Rose Garden. What is he trying to say? That was when Sherina realized his speech was aimed at Riyle. She gasped. Riyle Glenn of the Research of Written Magic Department. You rat, who keeps clinging to my future princess, Sherina Clydia. I challenge you to a duel. The hall was quiet, quiet enough to hear the sound of a single needle hitting the floor. Just a few seconds later, the commotion went to the max. If I win, you'll be banished permanently from this kingdom, all by yourself. Such is the seriousness of your crimes, for clinging to my princess. You have to compensate for it for the remainder of your life. The teachers tried to calm the place down. However, the milk was spilt. All the students of each grade were trying to catch a glimpse of the student who was challenged to a duel by the next king. That's impossible. This must be a lie. This is truly inconceivable. He's being over the top. The life of my precious person. He's trying to ruin it all over. Ah! Her body lost power completely. She could feel her blood drain. From her fingertips to her feet, she was quivering. She was no longer able to stand. Stay strong, Sherina. When she was about to fall, however, she could feel someone holding her tight. This is actually a good development. I've said it already, didn't I? Running away won't solve anything. Riyle. She was in arms that were considerably thin for a man. However, for her, they were the most reliable arms in the world. Isn't it nice? The other side is giving us the solution. He was laughing, as if it truly was a nice thing. Chapter 18. The Kidnapped Princess. What? As the hustle and bustle of the surroundings rapidly deteriorated, only a single voice could be heard. Riyle, you can't be planning to accept it. No, you absolutely mustn't. Since the Glen territory was far away from the royal capital, Riyle said being antagonized a little by the prince yielded no effect. Regardless, it was a different story altogether if the prince challenged him to a duel. It would surely spread to the entire kingdom. Even if Riyle managed to turn it down, he would be labeled as the coward who ran away from the duel for the rest of his life. Isn't this the same as a death sentence? The consequence of losing the duel was worse. There was no way Riyle could survive eternal banishment all by himself. It wouldn't be easy to take refuge in another kingdom, either. At best, he would die a slow, painful death from starvation. At worst, he would simply be devoured by monsters. Don't kill me off so easily. I don't plan on dying, either. To Sherina, who turned blue, Ryle's reply was as simple and calm as usual. Answer me, you bastard. Get your filthy hands off her. For a moment, she almost forgot where they were. The angry shouting over the microphone suddenly brought her back to reality. What happened next? A wind magic circle appeared under Ryle's feet. Whoops. Kia. However, the wind only fluttered before the entire circle crumbled and vanished. Goo. You eyesore of a rat, playing dirty as always. Sherina, however, didn't quite catch what was happening, because nothing happened. As such, she didn't know what Leonardo was saying. When Sherina tried searching for the answer, Riyle responded by tapping the pocket of his uniform. Ah! That was when she spotted the corner of a piece of paper. It was Ryle's specialty, the amulet that cancelled magic. She understood now. The magic that idiot prince tried to cast, undoubtedly to attack Riyle, had been flawlessly cancelled. Well, the duel will decide everything. No matter how many dirty tricks are up your sleeve, you won't succeed, even though you're the one doing a dirty surprise attack. His blabbering only proved that Riyle had brilliantly prevented his attack. The showdown is 1 week from now, at noon. We'll duel at the stadium. No weapons allowed. Only magical-related devices can be brought. This is a fair duel between magicians. All the students here will be the witnesses. Finally, the judge shall be. He continued like nothing ever happened. Leonardo spread his arm gallantly, looking over the entire student body in the hall, before proclaiming, "These scales of judgment." Leonardo proudly lifted the white cloth, revealing what was beneath it. It appeared to be an antique. It surely was a magical instrument of some sort. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before. What? The scales of judgment. The last time it was used was 200 years ago. So it's actually real. As soon as everyone saw the scale, even the teachers stopped moving. The teachers, especially those in charge of history, were utterly amazed. It's used in war and also to determine the rightful heir to the throne. At least, that's what I've learned in the history lessons. Sherina finally recalled it. It was one of the magical instruments that was created by the ancient. However, because ancient magical instruments often carried dangerous consequences, they were hidden deep within the palace's treasury. The scales of judgment was one of them. She had certainly seen the illustration in a textbook. This ends my announcement. Everyone should return to their respective classrooms immediately. Leonardo left, but not without swinging his jacket. His footsteps echoed as he left the venue. Riyle. It'll be fine. I won't lose. When Sherina involuntarily uttered his name, his quiet, but confident voice resounded. Riyle says it's going to be fine, hence, I believe it'll be fine. Suddenly, her trembling had stopped. She didn't even realize she was trembling. In the first place, wasn't it absurd? Riyle was the one getting the death sentence, but she was the one feeling an extreme amount of fear instead. You're exactly right, Riyle. In the worst case scenario, wherever you get deported, I'll surely come with you. Don't worry. I know how to catch wild birds and hares. I said I won't lose, didn't I? Wait, when did you have the opportunity to acquire such skills? My maid, Gabriella, taught me. Even if he were deported, she shall accompany him to the ends of earth. No, to hell, even. With such things in mind, Sherina firmly took the hand of her darling. With water, you'll survive for the time being. Water attribute is my specialty. Going off tangent for a bit, one time, I asked Apollon to carry me to the desert. Once there, I sneaked into one of the caravans suffering from a water shortage and helped them. I said I'm not going to lose, so stop building such a solid foundation of survival. Sherry. Riyle Kuhn. Amongst the wild hordes of students, Sherina and Riyle were circled by teachers to be guided safely to the classroom. She wondered if she would be able to reach the place safely. Angie, your face is blue. Are you okay? Miss Kirklight, you needn't worry about a thing. One girl managed to slip through the ring the teachers had created to keep away the masses of students. She stumbled on her last step and fell forward. When she lifted her face, she was close to tears. That duel. The nerve of him. Riyle Kuhn belongs to the research of written magic department. He can hardly use magic. How is he going to win a duel against His Highness? Exactly. He can neither conjure the smallest magic circle nor the most basic magic. Hey. After returning to the classroom, they could hear the teachers raising their voice outside. However, they overlapped with the wild masses. That jerk is done for. What is a student from the written magic department capable of? Who's that redhead? Could it be an illicit affair? Nah, no way. By the way, another scream could also be heard. What's the meaning of this? Why does it have to be that country bumpkin? The shrill voice was full of objection. However, it also sounded very familiar. There was no mistake. It was the same voice she had heard that morning. It belonged to Sub Rose Garden. All of you, return to the classrooms immediately. Understood. I'm sorry, teacher. Angie, are you okay? Miss Kirklight, can you stand? Yes, I can stand up just fine. Why am I the one being worried of instead? Angela leapt up while muttering so. Now that I recall, the magical scales were left at the stage. What should we do? Even if it's a national treasure, it's still considered as forgotten stuff. It's better if we don't touch it. The one who should collect it is the person in charge of it. That's what you are concerned about. Afterwards, through teachers' guidance, everyone returned to their classrooms. The students, of course, were still in shock. In the afternoon, as expected, none of them attended class. Lady Sherina Clydia, I've hereby come to pick you up. Come this way. Ha! After school, Sherina left her classroom accompanied by everyone's gaze, which was a combination of curiosity, jealousy, and anger. This is an order from His Highness. Starting from today, you'll temporarily live in the royal palace. What? Immediately after passing through the classroom's door, she saw Leonardo's attendant, Edward Aria Rose. His face was distorted, as if he had swallowed thousands of bugs. I'm sorry, but I don't understand what you're. As of current, you no longer have any backing. A lot of grudges are directed at you, who suddenly became His Highness' fiancé out of the blue. This order stems out of His Highness' consideration towards you. He's worried that something might happen to his fiancé. You don't even know that. How would I know? I'm sorry, but this is the first I've ever heard about this fiancé talk. Ha! Aren't you humble, even though everything went according to your plan? You must be proud. Thankfully, by that point, she was used to it. Leonardo, and all his unpleasant colleagues, had the don't listen to people mentality set to default. Never once did they try to consider her thoughts, her feelings. Both Rosalind and Edward thought, there's no way someone that isn't head over heels for the kingdom's prince exists. Everyone would be delighted at the notion of being favored by the prince. They're begging for it to happen. Never did they try to look outside of that. His Highness will also head to school from the royal palace instead of his dormitory starting from tomorrow. But that doesn't mean both of you can meet easily. Cease such thoughts because His Highness has sworn not to meet you until the duel is concluded. Not like I'll try to meet him, ever. Ha! Surely, you jest. That mouth of yours can spout basically anything. Don't waste your breath, just get in the carriage. In the eyes of that attendant, Sherina was but a treacherous, power-thirsty woman. Her two-facedness had not only successfully earned her the next king's heart, but also tarnished his former fiancé's reputation. Moreover, said former fiancé was also his sister-in-law. If his sister-in-law failed to become queen, it would surely be fatal for his own position. His inheritance, and most importantly, his status as the successor, would be jeopardized. Such was the reason behind that hateful attitude of his. This is why women are foxes. However, if Sherina did become Leonardo's fiancée in both name and reality, would such an attitude from Edward, a mere servant, be acceptable? Is he just that angry he forgot about it, or he's just plain ignorant? When Sherina tried to guess, even merely imagining that she would become that's fiancé sent shivers down her spine. She stopped thinking of such deplorable thoughts immediately. Realizing it was futile to even resist, Sherina was forced to step onto the carriage, right at that moment. Sherina. Riyle. She was called from behind. She turned around. There was Riyle, short of breath, clutching his knees. I understand your situation. Listen, absolutely remain quiet. Don't even think of escaping. No getting carried by emotions, either. Gee, got it. Right when she was about to board the carriage calmly, too. Truthfully, a plan to escape using the curtain after she arrived at the royal palace had been concocted in Sherina's mind. He guessed that, too. Sherina's shoulders shook. After all, if Riyle was against it, then it surely would lead into something bad. She was relieved. I almost did it. Get on the carriage. She boarded on the carriage, still feeling anxious. Without sparing her a glance, Edward briefly ordered their departure. Lady Clydia, first of all, don't think that just because you've become his fiancée, you've landed the seat to becoming the queen. Your low rank is unworthy even of the title, concubine. To be honest, the fact that a mere countryside earl's daughter could arrive this far can already be considered as a miracle. However, this is as far as you can go. After all that he had said so far, Sherina was finally convinced of the reason why Edward was being unusually oppressive. Even if you somehow manage to become queen, what lays ahead are only hardships, lots of them. His Highness has been perfect since the moment he was born. As such, it'll be hard for him to comprehend such facts. After all, it only ails those who are imperfect. That is why, no matter what His Highness say to you, you, yourself, must refuse him. Not only did he give up on persuading Leonardo, he wanted Sherina to turn him down herself, too. His Highness and you, the two of you live in different worlds altogether. Yes, I agree. It is as you say. Ha! Another bald-faced lie coming straight from you. To tell the truth, she wouldn't even give a second thought towards rejecting the offer of being his concubine, or his fiancée, or his friend, or merely even an acquaintance, let alone his princess. But he won't believe anything I say. Sherina clutched her throbbing head. When he said she would temporarily live in the royal castle, he never mentioned the part where she was forbidden from going to school. Riyle. I want to see you. The third night after she was forcibly taken to the royal palace. A bed with a canopy, flowery drapes, a sofa decorated with frilly lace, a tablecloth full of floral embroidery. Sherina muttered inside the sickening room which was dyed pink, pink and pink. Bed sheets, curtains, lace, tablecloths. If it wasn't because of Riyle, she would have already intertwined them all to create a rope. Towels, drapery. Maybe I can break this ugly tapestry. She didn't make the rope. She absolute didn't, because it would go against Ryle's advice, at least hadn't, yet. How about this carpet? Ever since arriving at the royal palace, she had basically been made a prisoner. Because her jealous surroundings were considered dangerous, for that reason, she was being secured there. Rather than jealousy, it would be more accurate to call it being rational. Of course, no one would agree that a random countess would become their governing queen just like that. However, she received no contact from such people. That was what scared her instead. Alone, all she ever thought about was Riyle. Was Riyle all right? What was he doing right now? Would he get wounded in the duel later? More importantly, does he regret having met me? If we had never met from the start, then surely he won't be involved in this. In the unlikely event that he was defeated, he would have no choice but to leave the academy he had painstakingly managed to enroll to through scholarship. Not only that, but also his kind family, and all possibility of ever having a bright future. She was being overwhelmed by anxiety again. She wiped the tears that spilled from the corners of her eyes. "Are you there, my cat?" Her tears evaporated in an instant. "Ah, you needn't open the door. I just need to ask you a single question." It never even occurred to her to open the door. She had started searching for a barricade, instead. "What about your sworn oath to never meet me until the duel is over? Why so late at night?" "I'm trying to not meet you until all the obstacles have been cleared with my own hands. Only after that would I be able to face you with dignity. However, it reached my ears that you've been in low spirits, that your health is deteriorating. Fuan, surely, the thought about the duel has consumed your mind. You're worried sick about me, that's why you're having trouble sleeping. Haven't I endured enough already? I've been enduring plenty, all right. Wouldn't God and the laws pardon me if I kick him at least once? Do not worry. My opponent won't be able to graze me. Even the mere thought of it sounds absurd. I'll single-handedly crush that hateful rat and present you a flawless victory." Even if she couldn't break that door, now was her perfect chance. She would open the door, catch her opponent off guard, and deliver a strong kick. No getting carried by emotions either. Right before she could make the simulation a reality, however, Ryle's words echoed in her head. "This is it, for now. The next time we meet, there will be no obstacles between us." She recalled how many times Ryle stopped her when she was about to kick him flying. That meant she also mustn't do it this time. Ah, why would such a thing appear in her head right now? Kotsu, Kotsu, Kotsu. His footsteps were moving away from the door. Just like that, she had missed her chance. Did she actually miss a golden opportunity? No. "The next time we meet, I'll kill you myself." 5 days left until the duel. Chapter 19. The Imprisoned Princess. The Scales of Judgment. Long ago, in the world when magic hadn't yet been divided into different attributes, this magic instrument was created. It was an era when everyone could equally use magic. The purpose was to guarantee fair judgment in a duel, in short, to determine the winner and the loser. As to how to use it, the combatants would each spill a droplet of their blood on the scales plates. At that moment, the blood's owners were already linked with the scales. If one was unable to continue the fight, his plate would lower. That meant he had lost. The loser would be cursed to death if he didn't comply with the winner's conditions. Fumu. Currently 4 days into house arrest. She was still residing in that distasteful room covered in pink. Sherina lowered her hips, using her right foot as a foundation. Both her hands were stretched out to read the textbook. If she was asked what she was doing, well, it was lower body training coupled with reviewing for history class. In the past, it was commonly used in duels between warlords, and also duels to ascertain the rightful heir to the throne. However, gradually, a king of that era began to abuse said magical instrument to punish nobles who criticized his way of governing severely. By the end of the day, a tyrant was born. The fear of politics grew. The country became oppressive. Finally, the 20th generation king used the scales to recover the throne from dictatorship. Thereafter, the scales were sealed away in the treasury without ever seeing the light of the day again. After all, this was a tool that shouldn't be used without tacit understanding, because afterwards, severe consequences might await. Her right foot was done. The next step was to extend her left foot forward, then slowly lower her hips. By repeating this, her lower body, from waist to thighs, would be trained, and she would be able to launch the most powerful kick ever. If there ever came a day where she was bestowed an opportunity to land a kick on that narcissist, she would take full advantage of said opportunity. It can be concluded that most ancient magical instruments deviate from modern day's morals, and are also highly dangerous due to their absoluteness. She was anxious due to not attending classes. As such, she repeatedly read the only textbook in her current possession. When she tiredly turned her gaze to the window, the sky was dyed in orange. The sun was setting. It was the same sky she had previously saw with Riyle when they went to a cafe in the royal capital together. Remembering that time, Sherina narrowed her eyes in nostalgia. "How's your condition, cat?" However, in the next moment, her pleasant recollection was shattered to pieces. Sherina frowned. From right outside the window, the voice she least wanted to hear the most in the world came. This room should be far above the ground, but it wasn't a problem for someone with advanced wind magic. The window, which reflected the beautiful sunset sky until a while ago, was now occupied by the back of the man who would eventually rule this kingdom. "I heard your appetite still hasn't returned. Fuan, I honestly am glad that you're truly worried about me. But, by staying like this, aren't you only making me worry more?" The first prince of the kingdom, who floated while turning his back on her, said some baseless things. "No. SSH, keep quiet. No one is supposed to know that I'm here." "I see. If you were to fall to your death from this height, everyone would deem it as an accident, or at least it would prolong the investigation. Which means there's still a possibility that I would be discovered. That's far from a perfect crime. Don't try to lean out of the window, okay? Right now, I'm taking advantage of the loophole in my sworn oath. We aren't seeing each other face to face right now. No good." He's distancing himself from the window. "Now we are left with a distance as big as the room between us. No, it's still good. If I run, I can cover that distance and deliver a flying kick. Hey, don't pout. After all, I've especially come here today just to ease your anxiety." Sherina jumped quietly on spot. "This is just a foot exercise. I'm definitely not preparing for a flying kick or anything. Not at all. The duel against that black rat, I can assure you that I won't be defeated by any chance. Other than the overwhelming difference in ability, there is also another reason." But it was a double, outward, open window. She didn't even lock them. In the unlikely event there was a witness when she executed the flying kick, she would be in deep water. But they probably won't see it coming, right? As such, I can probably excuse myself by saying when I did a flying kick out the window as part of my daily exercises, there happened to be someone there. How am I supposed to know? Indeed. It would end up being an unfortunate accident. She wouldn't be punished for anything. The black rat is lying. After a little thought, Sherina, who had made a resolute decision, started running. "It's because you're pure. That's how you fell victim so easily to that black rat's lies." He made it sound like he's actually strong. "But the duel will put an end to that lie of his. That's why, don't worry so much about me. Pit Ari." Sherina's feet halted. "Don't worry, cat. Every kind of deception will be ruled out in the duel. That sneaky black rat's lies will be exposed to all under the sun. I promise to make him taste utter defeat. Riyle was lying and was otherwise just making up fronts. Those were more baseless, cruel statements." Sherina, who halted to ponder over how such a stupid, groundless misunderstanding could sprout, stopped the leg she had raised for a certain purpose. "I guess this is it. I bid you farewell, my cat. Sweet dreams." The noisy bastard seemed satisfied after saying all that and quickly rose in altitude. Exactly like a fly. Wait, what? She missed the opportunity to give him a flying kick, again. All because she had hesitated a little. With her irritation reaching a new height, Sherina stomped her raised foot. 5 days into house arrest. "I see that you are still meeting with His Highness. It seems that there are still some clever tricks left up your sleeve. How much do you want to stomp on His Highness' oath? You even did things to yourself that would leave him otherwise no choice but to see you. Such selfishness. It's unthinkable what kind of person you'll develop into in the future. Yes, I want to discuss that, too. I wish for you to advise His Highness properly so he doesn't break his own sworn oath again." "Coo. Already thinking that you're high and mighty, huh?" That evening, the one who delivered dinner wasn't the maid, but Edward instead. Sherina didn't know what kind of negotiation happened in the kitchen, but she also doubted he came there for the purpose of telling her to mind her health. "Let me tell you this. His Highness won't come tonight. Good news. His Highness is busy, so don't bother him anymore." But how did he know of the prince's visit when the bastard himself said it was supposed to be a secret? Never mind. She could already picture that narcissist muttering to no one in particular, "Speaking of which, last night, my cat was... Oops, that's supposed to be a secret." Or something like that. The fact that she could easily guess his behavior and speaking pattern nauseated her to no end. Goodness gracious. God knows how His Highness could fall to this conniving woman's lies. Don. Edward wouldn't stop glaring at her, and while at it, he also slammed his hand against the dinner trolley. It seemed that in front of Sherina, the supposed princess-to-be, that servant couldn't mask his contempt, or even bother to. If you think you can assume the role of a princess just fine, then you're sorely mistaken. If you want to live in peace, be a concubine. No, I don't even know why I despised that idea so much. His oppressiveness was becoming more and more unbearable. Sherina wished he would excuse himself soon. You're correct. I don't want to be a princess or a concubine. Ha! That lying mouth of yours is truly impressive. I can easily see through your pretense. Deep down, you're laughing. Because the premise that she was a conniving woman thirsty for power and wealth was embedded deeply in Edward's head, whatever she said only made it worse. Just you remember this. His Highness is intelligent. Your deceptions wouldn't last forever. I know it. Right now, I think His Highness is just being deliberate. By the way, there's no use telling His Highness. His Highness won't be caught in your web of lies forever. It was a decisive hit of a finishing line, or at least he thought it was. Don. He slammed the trolley again. After that, Edward left the room, but not before slamming the door with a bang. Even though Sherina never intended to be a princess, Edward's behavior was overkill. If she was indeed the evil woman as he had claimed, a single report to Leonardo would be akin to a one-hit kill to that guy, who is actually being deliberate here. Perhaps his true motive was to cause Sherina to make a run for Leonardo. After Sherina reported him to Leonardo, Edward would then deny all claims. It would result in Sherina being labeled as a scheming woman and lose her princess position. Such was his scheme. That guy spoke too much about his real intentions. As such, it was easy to detect the ulterior motive behind his words. Riyle would probably arrive at that conclusion, too. But I don't think that would work out. Sherina considered the idea. Even if she were to be denounced as a liar, she would at least be freed from the princess position. But there was also a high chance of the plan not going the way she wanted, because it involved a narcissist. I was deceived by a conniving woman. That narcissist wouldn't admit that, even if he died. In addition, to be labeled as such, Riyle, who had desperately worked to maintain her status clear all that time, what would have been the point of all that? She would also undoubtedly drag him down with her. Sherina, with renewed determination, abandoned such a plan completely. Day 6 of house arrest. Starting from today, I'll be in your care, Sherina Clydia. I mean, Lady Sherina Clydia. What? Suddenly, in the morning, she was told by the maid that there has been an appointment. Did somebody from the upper ranks finally come to oppose the idea of Sherina becoming a princess? However, as it was, she doubted the person would actually listen to her side of the story. As such, she came to the guest room in the royal palace without much expectations. It's no wonder that Lady Sherina is upset. But this is His Highness' decision. I can only fulfill my duties. Please don't hold it against me. Contrary to expectations, there was an unexpected person, in many senses, who bowed to Sherina. Rosalind Aria rose. What do you mean, previously? I'm here under the order of His Royal Highness to pay the penance for my rudeness to you, future Queen Sherina. Starting from today, I'll serve as the teacher for Lady Sherina's queen education. What she had just said was also unexpected. The education that we spent over a decade to learn must be mastered by you in the coming years. His Highness has decided to use all means to achieve such. Before, she thought that fool was stupidly idiotic, but now she realized that fool was hardcore stupidly idiotic. Where else in the world could a fool who makes his ex-fiancé take care of his new fiancé be found? Do not worry. His Highness promised a severe punishment for me if I dare lay hands on Lady Sherina. Those were the least reassuring words in the world. Please lift your face, Lady Rosalind, for I don't intend to receive queen education because that's what I said before, didn't I? You immediately don't want to proceed with it. We've put bloody effort just to stand beside His Highness for over a decade. Do you understand now that love alone wouldn't solve every problem in the world? The moment Sherina told her to raise her face, she did exactly so, locked eyes with Sherina, and clenched her fists while shouting. Rosalind didn't bother to hear the rest of Sherina's words. Rosalind's eyes were burning like magma, likely because of her pride as the former princess candidate. Like I said, doesn't that severe education of yours include listening to others? That sounds like the basic thing a princess should be aware of. I want you to throw that saccharine-riddled mindset of yours away right here, right now. Don't think that love will be the key to everything. No, it's your mindset that every girl in the kingdom loves the prince that should be thrown away. I'm begging you here, please listen to me. If you aren't even aware of that, then you're unworthy to be a princess. Goo, never mind, I was overcome a bit by my emotions there. Lady Sherina is free to report all my uncouth behavior today to His Highness. I'm willing to accept any kind of punishment. Intensive queen education will begin the day after tomorrow. Until then, fare thee well. Still ignoring Sherina's words, Rosalind turned away. It seemed that today was only face-to-face meeting. She hurried to the exit room. Lady Rosalind, Sherina called to the straight, firm back of hers. If I were to say that the one I love isn't His Highness, but instead a student that belongs to the same year as me, His Highness' opponent, Riyle Glenn, the student of the written magic department, would you believe me? It was now or never. The only way to deliver her words without fear of being obstructed was while Rosalind had her back turned to her and was stopped in front of the door. The door was opened by the maid, however. Rosalind halted her steps. You're just pretending to be interested in another man to bask in attention. It's a shameful behavior, considering that you're going to become a queen. From now on, never again shall you do that. Rosalind turned around and her hateful glance bit at Sherina. As soon as she finished saying that, the door is slammed with a bang. She again realized how naive she was. It's my saccharine-riddled mindset of how explaining will solve everything that should be thrown away. Looking up at the ceiling, Sherina wiped the sweat off her forehead. 2 days until the duel. Chapter 20, The Duel. On the night, which would probably her last day of imprisonment, time passed quietly because no one visited. That was probably because of the confusion that grew from the various speculations. Finally, tomorrow arrived. The first thing she saw was the color pink. The lacy, floral-patterned canopy that hovered over the bed. What poor taste. Sherina muttered her impression. After a week of residing there, now, it remained the same. Just by looking at it, Sherina grew increasingly tired. I do like flowers. However, the floral pattern was too intense. Instead of relaxing, it appeared dumb. I also like pink. But everything in her field of view was pink. It was just sickening. How utterly lacking in creativity. The dawn's light shone through a gap in the pink, floral-patterned curtain. It was still early in the morning. She still had time to do some activities. Of course, she didn't want to fall asleep again. Good morning, Riyle. There was no way it could reach him. Sherina closed her eyes. She missed the morning greeting she never failed to say to him. They already hadn't met for a week. The 8th day of the house arrest. It was the day of the duel. I know you'll absolutely win, Your Highness. But, when I think that said victory will also result in that woman acquiring the seat of the Queen, SSSTT, your voice is too loud. No matter how absurd you may think it is, His Highness will do what he deems as necessary. But that's just. By trying to get closer with His Highness, that woman is already stepping over the boundaries of her status. She's just taking advantage of His Highness' kindness. The Fala Rubia Gakuin Stadium was usually used for mage and knight training once per year. Today, all classes had been cancelled. Ever since the morning, the school had been crowded by students. Here and there, girls' screams of jealousy and anger reverberated. That fox girl. Sherina sat alone in the VIP seat. Their claims were too far off mark. Sherina wasn't bothered at all. That scholarship student is also stupid, daring to lay his hands on His Highness' favorite like that. Well, what do you expect? The title scholarship student itself means nothing when we're talking about his department. After all, the exam for said department only scores the comprehensive point of writing and practical skills. You know, that useless stuff. I wasn't even aware that department existed. But, as what you would expect from the special student of the written magic department, it's sarcasm, by the way, haha. Lots of male students were talking ill of Riyle. Of course, none of what they said was close to the truth. But, seeing them jeering at Riyle to no end, Sherina gritted her teeth. Do you want to be the last generation of your family? Rin, Gen. It's noon. Someone's voice overlapped with the sound of the school's bell. Suddenly, the entire audience calmed down like a flame extinguished by water. All she could hear was the sound of the wind blowing through the arena. Riyle. From the audience seats, a boy silently climbed the large marble stage at the center. It was her beloved. Wearing a uniform that was a bit oversized while holding a thick, big book in one hand. Please, be safe. Sherina brought her hands close to her chest and closed her eyes tightly. If it's Riyle, everything will be all right. Riyle can win. However, no matter how much she believed so, the fact that his opponent, the prince, was also the best magician in the kingdom, was undeniable. She wasn't so optimistic as to think that he would survive without injury. Well, then, we shall commence the duel. She opened her eyes right when the teacher was proclaiming so. The two were facing each other. In his hand was the magical instrument, the scales of judgment. The two of you, step forward. Spill a droplet of your bloods on the plates. Both Leonardo and Riyle dropped their bloods on the plates. Immediately afterwards, black mist overflowed from the scales before fading. That would be the sign of activation. The teacher descended from the stage while the two each went to the other ends of the stage. As they faced each other, dust danced in the swirling wind. All right, start. One dried leaf floating along with sand rolled around and fell off the stage. All the while the referee teacher shouted in a reverberating voice. Fuan. I applaud the fact that you didn't escape right away, but I wonder how long you'll stay that way. It was first duel she had ever seen in her lifetime. The ancient magical instrument she thought she would only ever see in textbooks. It dawned on everyone that this was a life and death situation. Every student was glued to their seat. It was as if the previous commotion was nothing but a lie. Take this. Hundreds of eyes turned all at once as Leonardo thrust out his right hand. Ha! As I thought. You pulled such a childish trick again, but that's all you've got. The large magic circle that emerged under Ryle's feet crumbled, causing but a small ripple of wind that fluttered his uniform a bit. Riyle held out his amulet. What? No way, just now, he prevented that. Speaking of which, last week, the magic circle that appeared under the feet of that loser also disappeared. I thought I saw it incorrectly, but now. The audience began to clamor. What was already a common occurrence for Sherina seemed to be an incredible event for everyone else. But that's not your own ability you're using. You think you can deceive me using the same trick you used with her. Leonardo, whose magic was cancelled, was still acting proud as if he had triumphed. The amulet that had been used lost its effectiveness and split into two pieces before slipping onto stage. What is? Sherina furrowed her eyebrows upon hearing Leonardo's smug lines. For days ago, she recalled that said that black rat is lying. While floating outside the window. Yes, it is as I said. That amulet of yours, which destroys magic circles, isn't handmade at all. You bought them at a specialty store in the royal capital. Considering how expensive they are and how low your financial power is, soon enough you'll run out of them. Again, the magic circle appeared. Again, Riyle destroyed it, to which Leonardo shrugged his shoulders. Judging from that expression of yours, am I correct? Fuan, what a stupid fellow. Leonardo spread his arms wide open, shook his head in contempt, and continued. It's simple. To create an amulet that lets you destroy someone's magic circle, you must also have an equal amount of magic. As such, there's no way a fellow like you, who can't even cast a basic spell, can outdo magic from true royalty like me. As the meaning of Leonardo's words permeated, the impressed tone from the audience seats gradually turned into a wave of mockery. What? How utterly pathetic. As a scholarship student, isn't he ashamed of himself? Ha, as he should be. The atmosphere in the stadium told of Leonardo's absolute victory. Ha! Sherina, who was immersed in watching the duel, blinked, poken. Those amulets were purchased from a store. Riyle is incapable of making them. There's no way. After all, that amulet was. A magic circle is a vessel, while magic is water. Once the vessel is filled with water, the magic will be activated. At that time, his black hair, ruffled by the wind, returned to its original state as the magic also faded into nothingness. Riyle, who hadn't said a single word until now, quietly opened his mouth. Ha! What are you going to say, now? Don't tell me you're going to make an excuse. How unsightly. Certainly, in order to stop magic before it's activated, you must destroy the vessel so that the water does not accumulate. However, a magic circle emerged. Magical wind danced. But the magic circle collapsed before the wind could turn into a weapon. Once it's activated, it's easy if you just flip the vessel. What? The first time Sherina had helped Riyle making an amulet. She was excited and praised Riyle for being able to make such a powerful amulet even though they hadn't learned it in class yet. It was then that he told her, "This isn't an amulet intended for those who learn in class. What is this nonsense you're stammering? Fuan, I understand. You're just buying yourself time. A bastard like you should have about 2 or 3 amulets left. Destroying a magic circle required too much power. For example, take a wooden bowl. Even if a large man tried to put a crack on it, it would be a difficult thing to do. However, to turn it over, even a baby could do it. In addition, magic circles were invented to bring ancient magic to the present era. It was a portal that linked the ancient with the modern time, in short, a very unstable plane. When your amulets run out, so will your luck. Fly to the sky, then fall to the ground. I'll show you your place. A magic circle appeared, only a small wind blew. An amulet was torn. A magic circle destroyed. Such things were repeated, over, and over, and over. Bastard, are you buried in debt, now? Or, did you steal the money? As expected of a rat like you. He thought that Riyle was about to run out of amulets. However, no such thing happened. For the first time, Leonardo showed signs of agitation. I made them myself. There's still many left. What utter nonsense. I've already told you, your lies don't work on me. He hadn't run out of amulets. There wasn't even sign of it. Since I was 12 years old, I kept making prototypes. As such, there's so many of them lying around, I can't even count them. Fuan, you spit out lie after lie. Have you no shame? As Leonardo uttered so, he was short of breath. On the other hand, Riyle didn't even move an eyebrow. 1, 2 amulets were torn in half and flew in the wind, but they hardly counted at all. Haha. The amount of amulets you've used have exceeded 30. You won't last long. Earlier, you said the same thing. No matter how powerful the magic of the royal bloodline was, it wasn't infinite. Activating a magic enough to blow a person dozens of times in a row must be very taxing. Even more so when he kept creating enormous-sized magical circles every time, probably so Riyle couldn't escape. Still, Ryle's amulets hadn't run out. Coup. Impossible. There's no way. You can afford to buy this many. Finally, Leonardo was on his knee. His magical power had greatly diminished. The greater the magical power, the greater the load when one discharged a huge amount of magic. Leonardo had no other means but magic. Even though it was possible for him to use his bare hands to steal Ryle's stash of hidden amulets. But, in a duel between mags, it was an equivalent of admitting that he was the inferior one. It would result in him getting ridiculed. There was no way he would choose that path. There shouldn't be any amulets left by now. The audience was at a standstill. I've said it already, there's still many left. He opened the book he was holding in his arm. Be it the practical magic department, or the training for actual knights, or the written magic department, writing this much is hard, you know? What? He put his finger on the spine of the book and flipped it. From it, hundreds of sheets of paper scattered on the stage. On all of them, Complicated procedures were written. I see through you. Those are nothing but pieces of paper replicating actual amulet. They have no power. There's no way you can afford this many amulets. You'll even go to this length to scare me. If that's what you think, try using magic now. If you're going to surrender, now's your best chance. Idiot. As if I would fall to your lies. As Leonardo screamed, a magic circle appeared again under Ryle's feet. It was the biggest magical circle he had conjured up to now. Just like before, the wind started to brew into something dangerous. Foo ha 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 ha. As I thought. With this, I will put an end to everything. However, this time, it wasn't cancelled. Even though it was covered with hundreds of amulets, the magic circle remained. On the contrary, it only grew bigger and stronger. The amulets were scattered away. It was the first time this had happened. Riyle. Sherina stood up, about to leap from her spectator seat. Ha! While the wind blew, Riyle appeared. To be smiling thinly. Gah! In the next second, the wind abruptly vanished. His Highness Leonardo. Someone screamed Leonardo's name in frustration. Blood flowed from Leonardo's mouth as he collapsed on stage. Afterwards, he didn't move at all. Impossible. What has? What happened? Why did His Highness suddenly collapse? And he's still standing. He's the one who did it. After a moment of silence, the audience exploded. Leonardo, who had the most outstanding magical power among the royal family, who was hailed as a genius since he first entered the school, who was said to be no match for even the teachers, against the lowest of the aristocrats, with the lowest magical prowess amongst all students, who was said to have enrolled in a department specified for losers. Nobody could believe that sight. As I've said before, magic circles are a vessel. The magic itself is water. If you don't have enough water, the magic won't activate. Such is the contract between magic circle and magic. Throwing his now thin book, Riyle said to the back of the fallen Leonardo. Therefore, if the water is insufficient after activation, it tries to replenish it by force from the nearest person. If it's still not enough, the magic will vanish. Ryle's voice, kindly explaining, wouldn't be heard by the spectators currently in unprecedented chaos. My amulets aren't only limited to cancelling magic, you know. Well, you can't hear me anyway. It wouldn't be heard by anyone, except for one person, who ran at the speed of light to the stage. Riyle. You're really awesome, Riyle. Uwa. The last amulet you used was the same as that time, the one that helped me conjure that pillar of water when I was swept away to the sky. Feeling impressed, Sherina hugged Riyle. But why did his magic disappear midway? Did the amulet perhaps increase the size of the magic circle, depleting his magic? It's because the amount still wasn't enough for the magic to take root. I've enlarged his magic circle exactly for this outcome. It's still a mystery how he managed to only grow more confident instead, when his magic circle expanded for no apparent reason. The same answer would apply if asked where his confidence came from. Mystery. There's that, too. As he combed his ruffled hair with fingers, Riyle supported his back with his other hand. He was just so cool, she felt dizzy. Speaking of which, is running out of magic that painful? I wouldn't want to end up like that, I thought. I think it's like blood. Imagine if you drain the blood out from your body. That's the pain His Highness is currently suffering right now. I see, you put it in a way that makes it easier to understand. Riyle was right in front of her, no longer out of touch. Sherina was happy. She wanted to talk more to him. Winner. Riyle Glen. Ha! It wasn't the voice of Riyle nor Leonardo, but an adult man. Sherina looked back in the direction of the voice. The victor, Riyle Glen. The duel is concluded. Hurry, someone, bring His Highness a remedy. In front of the scales with one plate lowered to the ground, the referee teacher shouted in a hurry. Ah, that's right. Speaking of which, Riyle hadn't yet decided his victory conditions. Chapter 21. When the World Changes. Highness. Your Highness Leonardo. What have you done, Riyle Glen? Impossible. How could this be? Following after the referee teacher's announcement, People crowded the stage one after another. Do you realize the weight of your actions towards the next king? Walking past the unconscious Leonardo, footsteps were approaching. Just you remember this. When His Highness becomes king, your head will fly. The scream belonged to Leonardo's attendant, and also the successor of the Arya Rose family, Edward Arya Rose. He was pointing his finger in rage. But, if I lost, I would face permanent exile. That's also a death sentence in itself. Are you saying that either I lose or win, I'll be killed? Before Sherina could answer, Riyle gestured with his hand and moved forward half a step. Such a casual gesture, but it bore an intent to protect Sherina. I love you. Keep quiet. Ha! This somewhat feels like déjà vu. Save your quibbles. The moment you turned the next king into your enemy, you were already done for. The finger then pointed at Sherina. The same goes for you, bitch. Sherina Clydia, the conniving woman who deceived His Highness. With this, His Highness will finally open his eyes. Prepare yourself, for you have turned the future king into your enemy. That does sound troublesome. Better do something about it, I guess. Ha! To the future king, a poor baron's son like you, who lives in the countryside, worth next to nothing. It's too late to regret now. Riyle made it seem that he was troubled, to which Edward stuck his chest out proudly. Then, shall I make it so he doesn't become the next king? Ha! Ryle's air changed completely. Scales of judgment, heed my voice. The surrounding atmosphere changed entirely as well. Something horrible and unknown was approaching from somewhere. What? The scales. Someone noticed something and raised his voice. His eyes were focused on the balance resting on the table next to the stage. As the scales were tilted to one side, black fog rose. The winner is Riyle Glen. The loser is Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia. With this, he shall vow to give up his right to the throne and his title as the crown prince. The scales of judgment. An ancient magical instrument. If the loser didn't follow the conditions set by the winner, then he shall die. The iconic black fog descended on Leonardo as soon as Ryle's conditions were heard. The people gathered around Leonardo backed away. After all, if I didn't do this, then both my neck and Sherina's would be in danger once he ascended the throne. I had no choice. The fog's entirety seeped into Leonardo. Riyle then turned to Edward. What have you? Edward couldn't comprehend what was happening to the point his mouth went wide agape. To put it simply, the overwhelming pillar of authority, which until now was thought to be second to none, had collapsed in an instant. Don't play around. Insolent fools. By doing this, do you think the royal family and the nobles will stay silent? Now, I wonder about that. Riyle responded coolly to the outraged Edward. Based on what the scales of judgment was used for and why it was subsequently never used again, I wonder if you can still say the same. You didn't get the permission from His Majesty the King, didn't you? Since his honored trip abroad, you thought it wouldn't hurt if you borrowed it for a bit. What are you implying? It seemed that Riyle fully hit the mark. Edward seemed terrified. To a noble lady who's already seeing someone, he did nothing but impose his one-sided feelings and attempted to crown her by force. Not only that, he tried to humiliate, beat up, and finally, kill his love rival. All was done through countless power and magic abuses. Who would want such a tyrant to be their king? The students who gathered around Leonardo heard Ryle's words. What do you mean by force? Imposing his feelings? His Highness? No way. But, didn't they say she was His Highness' favorite? Then, this entire situation. Their trust in the kingdom's prince began to waver as everyone started getting noisy. Suddenly, one student raised his hand, full of determination. All this time, I couldn't say it, but Sherina has been bringing a lunchbox for that scholarship student. I've seen it. They had lunch together in the backyard. To me, they seemed like a good friends. So, if His Highness is indeed imposing his one-sided feelings, then, after that, a timid girl also raised her hand. She was in the same class as Sherina. They used to interact normally before the rumors regarding her and Leonardo spread. Me too. Then, the rumors spread. I was too scared to speak. But, I've certainly seen Sherina and that boy on a date in a cafe. That female student was afraid of inciting the future king's wrath. She also was scared of being bullied. As such, she kept her mouth shut. The boy nodded in agreement. In the first place, everyone had seen how Sherina called Ryle's name in desperation when she was convinced Leonardo was going to win. Afterwards, as soon as she found out he was safe, they all saw Sherina rushing forward in joy. That was probably when everyone started suspecting there was more to the story. Then, that means. In other words, this duel too happened because of the prince's utter selfishness. Other students, who had begun doubting, immediately believed Ryle's previous statement. They all looked pale. Could this be the correct way to use the scales of judgment? It certainly was effective, not only for dueling love rivals, but also enemies from any kind of political spectrum. Without letting go of the chance, Ryle immediately raised his voice again. Listen well. By abusing these scales to make everything go his way, this person was already showing signs of turning into a power-abusing tyrant who cares solely about his own gains, just like the 19th king, who was deprived of his throne by the same scale. Anyone who is still willing to let him be king, raise your hand now. Ryle's words were delivered perfectly to everyone who crowded the stage. No one raised their hand. Everyone kept their gazes lowered. No refute came, either. This was their chance to return the favor to Leonardo. WH, what are you all doing? Are you saying that you believe in this bastard's word? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Edward's shoulders trembled, his lips quivered. Try as much as he couldn't find his next word, nor receive his intended responses. It's just. Damn. No one tried to refute Ryle's claims. He immediately sank to the floor. She was told to keep quiet, which was what she did, but she finally could stand it no longer, and opened her mouth. Her shoulders shook. Encore. She clasped her hands together with excitement. Then, she clapped wildly. Ryle, you're really, really awesome. Encore. Please encore. Are you saying that either I lose or win, I'll be killed? Please repeat it from that point. Don't say something so unreasonable. She was denied instantly. Such a scene unfolded before her eyes. A red-haired girl wiped tears from the corner of her eyes amidst the noisy crowds. If she listened to the stage, she could hear the indifferent voice of a boy, talking to her close friend, who asked for something insensible. Just like the time the three of us sat around the table. Aren't you too great, Ryle Kuhn, Sherry, the boy who couldn't use magic since he started school and could only rely on his wits. No matter what, she just couldn't imagine Ryle winning. The moment the stormy wind was about to hit Ryle, it was as if life had been drained out of her. But now, the boy sat calmly, having dominated the storm. As that attendant said earlier, it was over the moment they turned the future king into their enemy. It was solely their own mistake. He was the one mistaken instead. It was the future king's end the moment he turned this boy into his enemy. I fell in love the moment I met Ryle. Her best friend said the moment someone knew about Ryle, they would without a doubt fall for him. Back then, she thought it was ridiculous, but now, it felt a little understandable. Well, I'd still choose our friendship over anything, though. Love and friendship. Angelica shrugged, thinking of her heartless childhood friend of 10 years, who said that she would choose love without a moment's hesitation. You're lying. Rosalind mumbled. She was stunned, although her posture remained perfect. Even though the result was obvious, she still had to watch the duel no matter what. After all, Leonardo did declare that every student shall be his witness. Or so she thought, but what was it that just unfolded before her very sight? Rather than a flawless victory that ended in a second, Leonardo was undoubtedly the losing side there. All the while, the strawberry blonde girl happily snuggled up to the black-haired boy who stood still. Just like what they did on the terrace, staring at each other, holding hands, and basically getting along well. No matter from which perspective, those two truly thought about each other. But that's just preposterous. This kind of thing, impossible. Impossible. Because, if such was indeed the truth, the girl she thought was both frivolous and foolishly shallow, who had stolen Leonardo and also the seat of the queen, Rosalind was hoping that soon, the girl would ditch the queen education. Then, finally, Leonardo would open his eyes. Then, finally, Rosalind's words of advice would prove to be correct. But, the way the things unfolded, the only thing that was proven was her own thoughtlessness. Wasn't she the shallow one? If the strawberry blonde girl truly only had eyes for the black-haired boy all along, then what would that make me? Am I not the one who's shallow? Who was foolish enough to think that every woman would be pleased if they were pampered by the prince? The pieces of advice I gave out were just to support my own delusions of being the tragic heroine, because I couldn't accept that all my efforts up to now were worthless. When Rosalind was advising Sherina, she kept interjecting Sherina's words on purpose. The reason was because she was convinced that whatever would come out of the girl's mouth next would just be shameless excuses, an equivalent of admitting to one's guilt. At that time, the strawberry blonde girl never tried to apologize. As such, it only incited Rosalind's wrath even more. Why doesn't she try to understand a fragment of my advice? Is she seriously thinking she's the right one here? How dumb. What a stupid, foolish girl. Even though the position of the foolish girl who wouldn't listen to others rightfully belonged to Rosalind herself. Now how was she going to face her parents, who had been in tune with her until now, and scorned that girl together, and also her maid? Rosalind clutched her head. Don't kid me. Why do all of you just believe in anything he says? That's right, Sherina Clydia. Do you realize what's going on? If His Highness is defeated, your chance to become queen will vanish like bubbles. Why, how could you not stop Riyle Glen, the evil woman who approached his master, ignorant of her own status, and tried to attain the seat of the queen through any means possible? If Leonardo was no longer the crown prince, this woman should also be agonizing. Edward, who couldn't refute Riyle, turned to Sherina instead, and challenged her in anger. Because I don't want to be a princess. That's enough. No matter what manners you use, I can see through you. You totally don't mean that at all. Sherina was too angry at this point, that rather than further explaining, she would rather talk using her fist instead. I think it's your behavior that is enough, Mr. Servant. Her fist was stopped. She turned to the boy who delivered those sharp words. At first glance, it would seem like the evil woman, who was aiming for the throne, was firmly holding hands with the third son of the poor baron who resided in the countryside. What? Ha! It's as if they love each other. But, up until now, what, exactly? The girl answered, still holding the boy's hand. Cut it out. Up until now, didn't you pretend to be uninterested in His Highness just to attract his attention? You pretended to humbly reject the princess seat, while secretly triumphing in your heart. Even now, after said opportunity vanished into bubbles, you are willingly accepting such an outcome, and appear to be happy. Ha! As he continued speaking, Edward realized his mistake. No woman didn't love the kingdom prince. No woman wasn't bedazzled by the throne. That was why. This girl, who kept attempting to escape from the prince, was just trying to attract him. She said she didn't want to be a princess just to appear humble, but in her heart, she was secretly laughing. But, after Leonardo had lost his right to the throne, and she lost her chance to become queen, why was she unexpectedly calm? On the contrary, why did she appear to be happy? Cut it out. What? On appearing happy? But from the bottom of my heart, I'm happy. That's just what I'm feeling. Ha! What? Again, Edward tried to tell her to stop lying. After all, she was a conniving woman who was eyeing the throne. Now that said woman lost her chance completely and utterly, she was happy. In retrospect, this girl, Sherina Clydia, was always beside Riyle Glen ever since the first time Edward saw her. Did she attempt to attract Leonardo by doing that? No, on the contrary, it was Leonardo who got attracted to her first. There was no evidence the girl was scheming anything. Edward realized this simple thing for the first time. The only person I like, the only person I love, is this person. From the moment I met him for the first time, now, and in the future, I will only love Riyle. It is exactly as she said. Do you still think she's lying? His previous prejudice shook along with his vision. The world that he believed in was crumbling. Unable to hide his agitation due to being mercilessly cornered, Edward fell to his knees without being able to retort this time. That's impossible. Instead of her being the villainess who deceived his master, it was his master instead that antagonized these two who loved each other. He recalled how idiotic and uncalled for his master's actions were up until now. As he remembered, he felt ashamed and humiliated. That's impossible. From just a short distance away from his attendant, whom fell to the ground, there was an unsatisfied person who had been lying on the ground from a while ago, wanting to utter the same line. The person was Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia, the loser of the duel and also the former prince. Ever since the enormous magic circle sapped all the magic from his body, he had been lying on the ground, albeit conscious. As such, he could hear the surrounding voices. Riyle, Riyle, you're really awesome, Riyle. The voice of the girl who rejoiced in the name of that hateful rat as she walked past him. He didn't understand. Not only did he lose to such a troll, dingy, rat, that girl also ran to the rat with such a happy voice. Wasn't he supposed to be the rat that stuck to the cat without being aware of his own status? Leonardo thought he was bothering the cat. Because Leonardo himself thought the rat was a nuisance, as such, the same should apply to the cat, too. No questions asked. The only person I like, the only person I love, is this person. From the moment I met him for the first time, now, and in the future, I will only love Riyle. The dignified voice of the girl further added to the pain his weak body endured. It was akin to a gut punch. It was impossible, such a thing. He had decided since the start that the rat was imposing himself on her. So he thought, without any doubts so far. Now that he thought about it, would a girl that didn't care about his status, wealth, and skill succumb to the rat's threats and whatnot? At that very moment, would said girl lie in front of all the students? Aye, it is exactly as she said. Do you still think she's lying? He could hear the proud voice of the rat. Before, if he was told he was under such an extreme misunderstanding, he would have probably laughed through his nose. After all, every aspect of that rat, be it position, status, magical prowess, talent, and appearance, was overwhelmingly inferior to himself. Through the duel, Leonardo wanted to let it be known. However, who would have thought this would be the result? The rat won the duel, proceeded to take the cat's hand, and was now receiving words of love from the girl. He finally realized he was the one who had lost in that entire thing. Why would you refer to this prince, me, as that? Then, he further realized it. He always believed the uniquely furred cat would also be dazzled by his status. That was why he never stopped his advances. However, the contradiction in reality was too big to be dismissed. He had acted that way because he thought he would naturally be adored by everyone. He was the prince, after all. Even though, not even a single time, had he ever received the professions of love or delight that the rat received. This is impossible. He repeated the same line from a few minutes ago, this time, with a stupid voice. Riyle, Riyle, what is it? You needn't shout so much, because I can hear you just fine. While holding Ryle's hand, Sherina called his name over and over. Riyle, I said I can hear you. The air had completely changed from when the duel ensued. There were no more piercing glances directed at either Riyle or Sherina. She could no longer hear the mockery of those who barely even knew her. Because this one person had changed everything. This one person had reversed the entire situation. I love you. I love you very much. Just like the moment they first met, when he easily changed Sherina's world. Same, I love you too. The person that had accomplished such a feat was her beloved person. Her eyes widened a little before she laughed sincerely. Chapter 22. Unchanging every day. 3 weeks had passed since the duel. Riyle, good morning. Look forward to today's lunch, okay? I tried making a sandwich using baked rice instead of bread. Can you even call that a sandwich anymore? At their usual meeting point, the intersection between the girls' and boys' dormitories, Sherina waved her basket proudly. She was very confident of the sandwich she had made for Riyle today. In fact, this rice was harvested last year. Astrea sent it with instructions on how to cook rice. I was quite active in watering the rice fields, so it's not an exaggeration to say that my feelings for Riyle permeate within each grain. You're exaggerating. Last year, we hadn't even met yet. Riyle casually retorted. Love can transcend through time. The fact remains the same even if you say it full of dignity like that. He also remained as cool as ever. She also thought their meeting place was cool. She felt overjoyed her daily life had returned. For some time after the duel ended, there was an uproar. First and foremost, Leonardo, the first prince, was stripped of his right to the throne. On the day the king and the queen returned from their excursion, the royal palace entered a royal fuss. The disbandment of Rose Garden, the attempted banishment of an aristocrat due to personal circumstances, the unauthorized use of a banned national treasure, the duel, and the curse that came with it. There were so many things that the first prince had done, so many cruel things, it was impossible to let bygones be bygones. The king, who had received reports of the situation during his trip, immediately disowned Leonardo upon his return. Speaking of which, since that prince is no more, there's no longer any need for us to go this early. Then, shall we adjust the time to Ryle's liking? Personally, I like going early because nobody is around, yet. Well, I'm used to this schedule too, so we don't need to change anything. However, it seemed that only part of the royal palace was in an uproar. The other part proceeded according to procedure, regardless. However, this was only a few, very influential, houses, like those of the former Rose Gardens members. Surprisingly, all but the Arya Rose family had become anti-prince, and had been secretly conducting talks on how to cause Leonardo's downfall. Thank you very much, Riyle, I love you. I know. In fact, the already doubtful high-ranking aristocrats, who witnessed the prince's sudden order to disband Rose Garden, gave up on him the moment he challenged a student to a duel. It dawned on Sherina what Riyle meant by the other side giving them the solution himself. Suffice to say, the prince had self-destructed. Such a cool term. I love you, Riyle. Ever since the first time we met, I already said I know. However, according to Riyle, the high-ranking aristocrats were trying to use said duel to take aim at Leonardo's legitimacy. Despite the fact that he was the third son of a poor countryside baron, he was an aristocrat. To basically force him into a duel that guaranteed him banishment if he lost was too brutal of a punishment. Not to mention the fact the prince did so because of personal reasons. At the same time, it became a powerful enough case to contest Leonardo's right to the throne. The case of tyranny. Riyle. What? That was why Sherina was eerily out of touch when she was imprisoned in the royal palace. She thought it was nice that they were sensible enough to try and stop the prince. In fact, many of them also tried to duel him after becoming anti-prince, albeit on the contrary, even if Leonardo lost, the consequences wouldn't be as dire as losing his legitimacy to the throne. What about your feelings, Riyle? What? Well, it's a nice morning. The Arya Rose family, who was almost blinded by their bias regarding the prince, the oblivious nobles, the oblivious students who were but children. One by one, everyone was waking up. Riyle, you know what I'm really asking, right? You also know the answer already, right? Although some significant changes had happened, Leonardo was disinherited, albeit he would still live a modest life in the royal palace for a while. I don't know. I don't know unless you tell me. At this point, you should already know about it well enough, already. Of course, it also occurred to her that the high-ranking aristocrats were using Riyle as a sacrificial pawn. But, since Riyle didn't seem to be angry at that, Sherina could only bear her annoyance. Riyle also stopped her from making any accusations because it could be baseless. Once. Just say it once. Last time, I already told you. Sherina quickly chased Riyle, who sped up his steps. She grabbed his arm. After the impact of the duel had finally settled down, such was their routine every day. Why, Riyle? Even though last time you said it just fine. That time was. At that time, it's because of the excitement from toppling over an enemy. I was swept away by the atmosphere. Now, I'm back to normal. Just when she thought her feelings had reached him at last. Since that time, Riyle had never spoken that word again. So, It was just because of sheer excitement. Still, there was no way Riyle would lie. Since things had calmed down, it might be her chance to confirm his feelings. Then, confess. Certainly, people do absurd things whenever they're swept away by the atmosphere. Things that looked good immediately become weird the moment you regain your usual calmness. Just like how the imitation sword I bought at a family trip out of sheer excitement appearing disturbing the moment I returned home. Stop there. What use is there for an imitation sword to be in a countess' possession? Since it was made of wood, I could also use it as a clothesline. That time I re-dyed my dress, I used that to dry the dress. You've been using it until quite recently. However, if it turned out that Riyle regretted saying those words back then that was a different story. He was just being carried away and responded carelessly. Then, the moment he calmed down, he realized he didn't mean it that way. I'm sorry, it seems that I misunderstood. I shall do my best from the very beginning again. Every day, since that day, she kept professing her love to him. How noisy it must have been for him. All because she misunderstood that they felt the same for each other. What? Ah, no, you're mistaken. Sherina, who was all withered and gloomy, started to review which part of the win his heart through his stomach menu had failed. I don't mean it, not that way, my point is. Riyle grabbed her arm, his voice grew impatient. Is the Sunnyside egg hamburger sandwich no good? What are you talking about? No, it's not that. She was just thinking about the first hamburger sandwich she made. I didn't say I don't like you. Because if I didn't, then I wouldn't have helped you at all from the start. Riyle. She thought it was because of the fried egg hamburger sandwich, then realized it wasn't. At least if she concluded from his previous statement. It's just. My present state of mind is still a mess. Give me some more time to prepare my heart. Hiding behind his long bangs, she didn't know what kind of face he was making right now. But his neck and ears appeared to be burning red. Riyle. Then, that basically means there was no mistake. He truly meant it. In short, if I ever find myself in a similar pinch and needing your help, I shall say the same thing. Coming from you, why does it sound ominous instead? Rather than achieving peace of mind, what if Ryle's normal mind was shattered and her weight became fruitless? Imagine if a new enemy appears. As I've said, stop saying such ominous things. As a side note, the first prince that was supposed to be the future king was disinherited. As such, the second prince, whom was currently studying in another country, became the next candidate and had been summoned back in a hurry. The second prince. Or, is it more precise to say, our second enemy? Don't slander the second successor of the kingdom like that. An enemy comparable to the future king would be the next future king. Well, this was completely irrelevant, though. I was kidding. Your joke doesn't sound like a joke. In the first place, she shouldn't have asked her beloved person if he shared her feelings. If the second future king proved to be their enemy as well, the kingdom's future would be shrouded in darkness instantly. I love Riyle, and I'm not kidding about this one. I know. If she just told him her feelings directly, he would accept it. Compared to when they first met, his current response was already a great improvement. She decided to keep professing her love hundreds, no, thousands of times, until she would one day receive that same response. Sherina firmly grasped the hand of her cherished person, and Riyle gently held her hand back. Extra 1. Letter to the Clydia family. A few days after the duel, Sherina exchanged letters with her parents at home. Dear Father and Mother, I'm sorry for the late reply. I haven't had much time to write recently. Things have finally calmed down, so I'm going to write what I've been up to. I shall warn you that it'll be a little shocking, so be prepared. I'll start with the most important news. I, Sherina Clydia, have met my soul mate. I'm definitely marrying him in the future. His name is Riyle Glen, the third son of Baron Glen. His department is different from me, but we enrolled in the same year, so he's also a freshman, just like me. He's very smart and truly deserving of his special scholarship student title. He also scored the highest score ever on the entrance examination. Of course, I didn't fall in love with him based on those alone. He's really cool and kinder than anyone else. He has also helped me a lot. He has so many good traits, I can't even count them. If I start to list them one by one with this letter, my wrist might fall off. So, I'll just write a part. First, how I met Riyle. The first time I met him was during lunch break, a month after I entered school in the school's backyard. He stopped me as I tried to touch an uncommon flower blooming there. Father, Mother, have you ever seen blood-sucking flowers? They are poisonous flowers shaped like black bells. Dire consequences await those who dare touch it. At that time, the ignorant me tried to touch it. From behind, Ryle's voice, which wasn't too high nor too low, but super cool, mysterious, quiet, formidable, and profound, said, "Those are blood-sucking flowers. You'll get burned if you touch them." His gentle words echoed, rippling in my heart. When I turned around, I saw a really cool person. I was breathless. Jet black hair, which was the reminiscent of the pitch-black night, surrounded by darkness. It covered half of his face like a veil. As such, it wasn't easy to see his whole face, which made him even more mysterious and intriguing. Perhaps it wasn't per his intentions. However, he had the natural talent to attract people through his coolness, which also wasn't per his intentions. He possessed intelligent, emerald eyes that could be seen through his jet-black bangs. Albeit his eyes looked cold at first glance, I knew the kindness hidden beneath them. Just like the stars that twinkled gently and quietly, instead of radiating light too strongly like the sun. I think their most attractive point was how mesmerizing they were. It could absorb anyone who saw them. I personally think their brilliance embodies Ryle's deep knowledge and thoughtfulness. Also, he was of the same height as me, if not taller. His physique was like any other girl of the same age. He was a boy, however. He was delicate. There were times he could be intimidating, but most of the time, he was friendly. He could easily gain insight into another's perspective, too. As such, I didn't need to worry that my neck would hurt or worry about adjusting my pace whenever we walked together. But, more than anyone else, I knew how his thin back and his hands, which were smaller than other men's, were actually the strongest and the most dependable. To put it simply, Riyle is the coolest person in the world. I'll introduce him to Father and everyone else someday, so please look forward to that day. In the unlikely event our relationship is opposed, I'll consult Apollon. P.S. I was courted by Prince Leonardo, then subsequently got imprisoned in the royal castle, but thanks to Riyle, His Royal Highness is kissing his right of succession goodbye. From Sherina. To my beloved daughter. Thank you for sending that letter. It seems that you're doing fine. Since Astrea, Gabriella, and the others kept receiving letters from Sherina, Father was a bit down. Why aren't there any letters addressed to me? Did she forget her father already? But, after reading the contents of your letter, just like the others, Father is elated. Of course, Mother is happy too. First of all, Sherina, good job. You've done your best. I don't really know what happened, though, but I am sure it's something serious because it has occupied most of your time, to the point that you could barely write to us. I'm sad that I wasn't there to support you during the hardship, but if there's anything you need, just ask. I would love to help. Other than that, if it's the person of Sherina's choosing, then Father has nothing to complain about. After all, Sherina has inherited the eyes that can easily discern people from Father, whom inherited it from Grandfather. That's why, don't worry about anything. That's why, no consulting Apollon on helping you elope. If it's Kurupi, you'll surely be taken somewhere really far away. You needn't do it, don't do it. Next time, invite Riyle to meet us. He's very welcome. P.S. Can you provide a little more detail regarding the previous letter's postscript? From Father. To my beloved Father and Mother. This is in regard of providing detail to the last postscript. Because it was all thanks to Riyle, if I were to explain it in detail from the beginning, I would run out of paper, so let me divide it into 3 most important points. Riyle is cool, nice, and gentle. Refer to my previous paragraphs under the theme of how cool, how nice, and how gentle Riyle is if you're still doubtful. From Sherina. To my beloved daughter. That wasn't what I was referring to at all. From Father. Extra 2. Letter from the Glen family. After returning from the Glen territory, Riyle exchanged letters with his family. To my little brother, Riyle. It has been 2 days since you guys returned home using the Geigen Eagle. Is it possible that even now, you're still flying? As of now, I'm writing this letter in my room while picturing you flying in the sky. Oh, right. On a side note, Luce used the momentary gap to slip out and follow you, however, using the triangle formation. Father, Dolly, and I managed to capture him. So don't worry about it. It's kind of a daily routine, anyway. Well, there's a reason I, who usually won't approach a table more than 3 times a day, and that is just to eat rice, went through such length to write up this thing. Because this is a very important matter for us to discuss. Truly, truly important. It's a matter that'll determine the future of the Glen family. Be utterly discreet. Do not leak this matter to anyone. Please commit the contents of this letter to your memory because this letter is rigged to explode when you finish reading it. Just kidding. It won't explode. I just wanted to try saying that. That is but the introductory part. Now, we shall get to the main subject. Riyle. If you wish for it, I'll hereby pass down the title of successor to you. After all, I'm already this old, and yet I'm still unmarried. I'm also not good at paperwork. The only reason I'm the successor is because I'm the eldest son. Since the time I was 6 years old, I always thought you were more suitable for the role than me. That was around the time you often helped me with my homework. I also thought that school wasn't for me. I'm much better off hacking and slashing a bear than running a pen on paper. Well, I'm sorry for going off tangent. I actually meant to bring this up after you graduated, but things have changed. Because Riyle brought home a girl. Moreover, a really cute girl. Well done, Riyle. Don't ever let go of her. Because if you do, she'll surely be snatched by other guys. Sherina is the daughter of a count, isn't she? If you want to get engaged with her, you have to at least be the successor to the Baron. Well, if they're willing to accept Riyle as their son-in-law, that's another story. But Mother really liked her, so if the 2 of you were to move out, I'm sure she would be sad. But still, that Riyle whose friend and lover from a very small age was books. That Riyle whom on a rainy day slept while snuggling with not doll but a book. I'm really glad the future bride you brought home is a human girl. Right. She's a human, right? She's really a human girl, right? How did you guys meet? Do you have proper conversations with her? Or do you just read books when you're together? Do you just talk about books all the time without delivering even a single pickup line? This might sound mean, but I can't picture you without your books. Moreover, it's me who always had to tell you to put down your books and eat. You bookworm. Such a prodigy. What a diligent person. I'm going off tangent again. Okay, let's talk about the successor thing. Yeah, for the sake of Sherina and Riyle, I'm willing to give up the successor title. I've already conveyed this to father and mother. The rest depends on your feelings. Well, but I'm not so friendly as to just give it away easily. I have only one condition, the so-called price. It's nothing difficult nor expensive. It's actually very easy. Reply to this letter with the story about the beginning of your relationship with Sherina. It doesn't even have to be very detailed that it consumes 2 to 3 pages. Just 1 is fine, too. I just hope that you don't miss anything. The paper should be packed from top to bottom. That's all. Father, Mother, Dolly, and I are looking forward to it. I'm really expecting it, you know. Yes, the Flappy Bird postal service is cheap, but please don't use it this time. After all, the last time I used it, the invitation to dine on Bear turned into Father's dying message. From your older brother, Cloud. Dear older brother. Today, as I try to shield myself from the dazzling sunlight under the grove of trees, I understood that my older brother has survived the heat of this day. The ever-changing sky was the witness to the changing of time. That day when I left the royal capital to return to my hometown, the rainy season had started. When I finally stepped back onto the soil under the sky of the royal city, I received a letter from my older brother. The letter was covered with the scatterings of forget-me-nots. Thus, from that summer until today, the letter stayed there, left to oblivion. I have to apologize profusely. I don't mean that I was purposefully not replying to it. The memory had been swept away by busy days, and even such an important promise had been pushed into the deepest corner of my memory. The other day, when I arrived at the royal capital, I found a postcard with a scenery that resembled my hometown. Thus, I finally recalled it. Please, forgive my infidelity. With this reply, I shall also send you that postcard that reminded me to make amends. I have wrote and wrote until all the space in the paper had all been filled up. I apologize again, and because of paying for this postcard and postage fee, I will be almost forced to go without food this month. As such, I probably won't contact you again for a while. From Riyle. To my redundant little brother, Riyle. Right, you had this side to your personality, didn't you? Well, I did say to fill the paper up. And that one page was fine. But I did state my request, right? Why did you go against it, I wonder? And, you almost go without food due to replying to this. That means, if I asked any more question, you'd have been forced to go on a hunger strike. I'm sorry, but this is just too amusing. Well, you needn't apologize. It's me who should apologize to you. After all, when I was expecting for your reply detailing the story, the idea flashed in my mind. I wanted to frame that letter. Coming from Riyle, it must be truly brilliant. After all, you're a bright little brother, unlike me. From the older brother who is always defeated. Author note: everyone often asks questions about when Riyle was aware of his love, so I'm going to answer it here. From the first time they met, Riyle has been fascinated with Sherina. However, because he's unfamiliar with romance, he's been quite unaware of it for a long time. After the dance party, he realized he didn't want to lose her. He no longer considered it as an obligation, as a form of thank you because she always brought him lunch, but because he genuinely wanted to protect her, albeit not knowing why he didn't want to lose her so much. The realization finally hit him in full throttle when Sherina was taken away after that declaration of duel. To get her back, he continued to write hundreds and hundreds of amulets day and night until the day of the duel. That was when he realized, this was love. No matter who was going to be his enemy, or whatever danger might be waiting, he finally realized love was the driving force that kept his body moving, despite all the fatigue and pain. So, when his brother wrote that first letter, Riyle was still unaware of his feelings. Extra 3. The Melancholy of Rose Garden. This happened during the time Sherina and Riyle went to the Glen territory with the Geigen Eagle. The members of Rose Garden are talking about their recollections. What a terrible predicament we are in. After just one sip, Rosalind placed her teacup back down on the saucer. Her beautiful, doll-like face was slightly distorted. I still can't believe it. There's no way in the world His Highness Leonardo would favor such a girl. Such a pompous, airhead, uncouth noble girl. She's way ahead of herself. Violet Rodriguez, who sat at the same table as Rosalind, shrieked. She could no longer contain her overflowing irritation. You're right, indeed, Violet. That noble girl is by far the worst ever candidate to be the nation's mother to grace this earth. Woe is me, how could this happen? Camilla Gary and Imelda Campbell nodded simultaneously, sharing the same feelings. At the moment, Rosalind and the others were on the rooftop of the Fala Rubia Academy. It was a greenhouse where only the Prince of Algacia and Rose Garden members were allowed to enter. Such was the custom of the school for generations. This was a place for the future king and his fiancée candidates to interact regularly and deepen their bonds. But, indeed, the figure that played the main role in deciding his future queen and concubines, Leonardo, was nowhere to be seen. He was probably having lunch with his beloved cat under the grooves in that courtyard. He would be eating the amateurish handmade sandwiches and cookies prepared by that girl. Inside Rosalind's mind, the terrible thing that had just happened the other day was conjured up vividly. Her right hand, which was holding the teacup on the saucer, trembled with anger. Section. Time wound to the next day. It was just after one of the annual events of Fala Rubia Academy, the freshman welcome party. Good morning, Your Highness Leonardo. I hope your day goes well. Rosalind, who arrived much earlier than usual, snuck into the corner of the hallway overlooking the classroom entrance. Then, pretending she was happening to pass by, she greeted Leonardo. Yesterday, at the dance party, she had advised Sherina, who left the venue with Leonardo. However, that senseless girl, who dared to approach the prince even after knowing he had fiancés, would most likely not give up merely because of such advice. Then, if Sherina didn't intend to stop approaching Leonardo, the least Rosalind could do was prevent Leonardo from approaching Sherina. Rosalind had been devising a plan on how to monopolize Leonardo's attention and time all for herself. Fuan. Just by seeing your irritating face, my day is already ruined. Go back to your class. However, as soon as Leonardo saw Rosalind, his face immediately scrunched up, as if he was ready to throw up at any given moment. Why, Your Highness, please don't say such a thing. Isn't this the time for your weekly luncheon with us? The rose garden, on the rooftop greenhouse? I'm here to remind you of the invitation. Even though Rosalind was frightened by Leonardo's cold tone, which was the exact opposite of the sweet voice he would use when he was with his beloved cat, she immediately recovered and resumed her talk. It was already a usual thing for her. Indeed, when he was with his fiancé candidates, he was always cold. She was already used to that. There was no use getting hurt, now. Despite so, when Rosalind thought about that girl, who could extort the words of love from Leonardo with ease, as if she could calm down, Fuan. That kind of meritless, valueless thing is undeserving of my time. There are 4 of you. What's wrong with the 4 of you just eating together as it is? But that doesn't make any sense. Wasn't this dictated by the king? For us to share a meal to deepen our fellowship with your highness once every week. Leonardo didn't even bother mask his unhappiness towards Rosalind, who was suddenly persistent. Usually, Rosalind would relent and leave the issue. However, today, she didn't seem keen on doing so. Until now, no matter how cold Leonardo behaved towards the rose garden, Rosalind was fine with it. Because he treated every woman like that. Because he preferred to not give any special treatment to anyone, also she thought. If until the end, Leonardo's heart was unmoved, per the law of the houses, he would still have to oblige and decide on a princess. Objectively speaking, Rosalind, the eldest daughter of the Duke Rose, who was the second most powerful family after the royalty, was the best candidate for a princess. That was why Rosalind couldn't keep her calm when a mere nobody of a girl suddenly appeared and threatened not only her status, but the rose gardens as whole. It was the first time such had ever happened. How many times do I have to repeat myself? What an annoying woman. There's no need to tell me twice. I'm going back, now. Obviously, I won't attend your worthless lunches. Leonardo, who seemed to have given up on trying to turn Rosalind away, decided to ignore her completely and turned his back to her with a swift wave of his hand. Please wait, Your Highness. Don't say it's worthless. At today's lunch party, we've prepared something that Your Highness would definitely like. Rosalind desperately rushed to step in front of Leonardo. Once he entered the classroom, there was no way he would heed to anything she would say anymore. He spat out a little, offended, noise, however, he didn't continue. Ha! I wonder what the hell you've prepared. You better say it now. I absolutely won't forgive you if it turns out to just be a waste of my time. He might have realized things would become progressively more troublesome if he ignored the adamant, noisy Rosalind. Leonardo stopped, was forced to stop, and stared at Rosalind. His face was full of disgust. Well, we've prepared sandwiches. It's a hearty sandwich, filled with hamburger, a sunny-side-up egg, and lettuce. There's also a dessert called matcha, cookies mixed with the exotic green tea, which is basically tea leaves steamed and turned into powder without being fermented. With her hands folded in front of her chest, she looked straight at her beloved prince and appealed with a confident voice. The almighty, but also lovable, passionate figure of the lady praised as the ice goddess was so attractive, the average men would have probably been enamored already. Coo, ha 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 ha. What, only that? And you dare act so confident about it? Rosalind rose. But her charm didn't work against her fiancé. Don't be like that. I'm sure you'll like it. Both the sandwiches and cookies were prepared using the finest ingredients. How tedious. I don't know how you managed to look into my relationship and my cat, but plain imitating such superficial parts is very hideous of you. Rosalind rose. You don't understand about what's beneath, about what truly matters. TSK. Such was the sound Leonardo made with his mouth as he pointed his index finger at Rosalind. If Sherina were there, Rosalind would have passed that insult to her, saying, "You're the one who doesn't understand. Do you think you can ensnare me just by preparing cookies made using a few unusual ingredients, or a sandwich whose volume is increased with meat and eggs? Just so you know, with just a single request of mine, be it rare cuisine, overseas delicacies as well as domestic, or even a whole dragon roasted, would be prepared in an instant. Because I'm the prince of the great kingdom Elgatia." Unlike his terrible face up until this point, Leonardo started to smile in good mood and began talking with exaggerated gestures. However, his smile was very unpleasant to see. It was plain as day, he was taunting a person he hated. "It's not the rare ingredients, or the chunks of meat I'm attracted to. It's the intention, the process, and the sincerity of wanting to please the person who eats it that I favor. You, who has spent her entire life drowning in superficial things such as status and wealth, would never understand that." Good grief, he shook his head, sighing in amazement. There was no single excerpt in the past, present, or the future of Sherina acting with the sincerity of wanting to please Leonardo, but Leonardo would never understand that. "But that's, if it's about to please your highness, we absolutely won't lose to that girl. Both the cookies and sandwiches we prepared, our number one intention is to make your highness happy. Prepared, more like, task my servants to prepare, right?" This time, Rosalind couldn't say anything back. Indeed, she had copied everything, the dishes, but with better ingredients, except the homemade part. In fact, she actually knew that was the biggest reason Leonardo was attracted to that girl. "Fuan, as expected, and you expect me to attend such a stiff luncheon, eating savory sandwiches prepared by your chef? She's waiting for me today under the shades of trees in that courtyard. She has prepared for me a homemade dish that is so much more valuable than that." The homemade cooking Sherina prepared was never meant to be put into that man's mouth, no matter how offensive that would be. In fact, she found such a narcissistalker absolutely uncalled for. Unfortunately, there was no one to point out such sad facts there. The narcissist, who was completely in the dark about reality, then muttered to no one in particular. "Before the dance party, I couldn't meet her for a while. I've must made her lonely. All right, that's it, don't waste my precious time anymore." Looking down at Rosalind, Leonardo snorted in triumph. Then, he returned to his classroom without ever looking back. Rosalind was left alone in the hall. Even though she's just an airheaded, clueless girl, she muttered so in hatred after Leonardo had vanished within the class. In her deep blue eyes, which were akin to midwinter, a fiery flame of intense anger was burning, to the point that they could melt even ice of absolute zero temperature. "I can't let everything proceed as it is. That girl obviously wouldn't heed Rosalind's advice. That girl with light, refreshing, blue eyes and fluffy strawberry blonde hair. That girl, whom Leonardo lovingly referred to as his cat, whom was adored by him. Indeed, she certainly was cute. She exuded that aura of fragility, which attracted men to protect her. However, beneath all of that was a slutty cat who tried to wrap fiancé of others around her little finger. It was unbearable. Rosalind couldn't overlook that girl anymore. That was right. Her fiancé would head to that courtyard to meet that girl today. Rosalind rushed in search of her colleagues, trying her utmost to prevent said meeting. Section. While remembering the events of that day, we didn't say anything wrong at that time. In fact, everything we said was the truth. Rosalind trembled in anger as she placed the teacup on the table. She looked over the Rose Garden members and proclaimed in a dignified voice. The events of that day happened because Rosalind went to see Sherina Clydia, who had ignored her advice after the welcome party, and planned a lunch date with Leonardo. That time, she brought along all the members of the Rose Garden. "You're right. You're very right. In front of His Highness, she plays the victim." Violet Rodriguez agreed immediately. "But, His Highness is also in the wrong, holding that girl's shoulder. In the first place, he already has us, his fiancé candidates. How can he overlook us for that girl?" Camilla Gary inadvertently arrived at the actual truth while she was fuming in anger. When you think about it, it's only natural, Lady Camilla. That Earl's daughter is the one who's at fault, here. In an imperceptible manner, she has confused His Highness. Don't transfer the responsibility to His Highness. He's not at fault. He's also the victim of this situation. Imelda Campbell scolded her, while trying to control her own rage. Please calm down, everyone. We mustn't argue anymore about the past. What should be discussed now is the future. What shall our next move be? It was Rosalind, who until a second ago was shaking in anger, who calmed everyone down. In fact, she now acted like the calmest amongst everyone. Our next move? Well, there's obviously no use in trying to advise that inquisitive Earl's daughter anymore. Violet also calmed down and uttered while tilting her head. That's obvious. But I'm talking about a more specific problem. An invitation to His Highness' coming-of-age party will be sent to the house of Clydia next week. My brother-in-law, Edward, told me so. What? At such a time? What is she plotting this time? How shameless of her. The information provided by Rosalind made Camilla and Imelda tremble in a mix of anger and surprise. It was exactly as she had said. Next week, Leonardo's coming-of-age celebration party would be held. The preparation to select and invite which guests had been underway for months. Even if it was due to some mistake in such a nick of time, there was no way a countess of a countryside would be allowed to join the party. What kind of evil method did she use this time? I don't know. But I take it that she's finally on the attack. Everyone, please keep this in mind for the party next week. She's probably planning something extreme. Due to the newly acquired information and the serious voice of Rosalind, the Rose Gardens members had renewed their attitudes. No one knew Sherina was on a gigant eagle because she didn't want to take any part in the party, that she was currently flying to the Glen territory, far away from the royal capital. Riyle, we're almost at the summit. Please do your best to hold on a little more. Miss, this is bad. The face of Botchan is as blue as the sea. On the other hand, 2 days after the discussion of the Rose Garden, Sherina and the others were on a journey in the sky. I'm sorry. Before we get to my home, at the very least, I want to step on the ground and be refreshed by the wind. All right, once we get over the mountain, we'll stop just a little away from Botchan's house. They were flying at their highest altitude, yet in order to cross the steep mountains that bordered the Glen's territory. Look as far away as you can to reduce the motion sickness. Riyle, do you want to stand? I can support you. No, I'm fine. In truth, I can't even feel my legs anymore. It was their last day of the air travel and they were about to reach the Glen's territory. Riyle, who was leaning back and forth in the corner of the gondola, was still suffering from motion sickness. Apollo and Sherina were the type who didn't get motion sickness at all. As such, they tended to forget that it was actually strange for people not to get motion sickness while being that high up at breakneck speed. However, it was also strange for people to be so under motion sickness, they would be on the brink of death just after a few minutes of departure. Botchan, don't die. Ah, there are bags under his eyes, as I thought. He didn't get much sleep yesterday. Apollo, Riyle says that he always has bags under his eyes. It's not just because he can't sleep or is sick, but because he's always studying late into night. Behold, the proof of his effort. Miss, stop talking please. Your voice is making it more unbearable for his head. Apollo took control of the situation and stopped Sherina, who started to talk like a waterfall. It was unusual for Sherina to stop talking when it came to Riyle, but at the sight of how sick he was, she managed to stop herself. I shall keep in mind to not select too distant of a place for our next honeymoon. What are you talking about, miss? What? So this isn't a honeymoon? Sherina, who tried to alleviate the mood by joking, jumped up when she heard Riyle muttered this. Obviously, that's what I have in mind. What she had once planned to leave as a joke had now turned into a real intention. What could it be? Riyle shares the same thought as me. Oh, my, Riyle. Ah, no good, miss. Botchan has lost consciousness. No way, Riyle. Apparently, such were his last words before losing consciousness in a stunned state. Sherina screamed his name while supporting his body, which had completely lost its power and surrendered to gravity. Well, because Botchan has fainted, things will be easier for him from now on. After all, I will be raising the altitude further from here. Miss, I'm going to raise our altitude. Now, I understand. I'll notify you when Riyle wakes up. As soon as Apollo sent a signal, the gondola suddenly increased in altitude in a flap. Certainly, it would be tougher for Riyle if he was conscious. Honeymoon, foo-foo. So it isn't an exaggeration to say that this is a honeymoon. Miss, you're exaggerating. Apollo had to retort in Ryle's stead. By the way, when he heard about that at a later date, Riyle had no recollection about it at all. As such, Sherina was a little depressed. Extra 4, Discarding Angelica, Part 1. This is the story of Angelica after she had awoken from her delusions about Prince Leonardo. There will be 3 episodes: before, during, and after. Kia. I'm late, oh no, I'm late. While raising an unladylike, panicked voice, a young lady holding a slice of half-eaten bread spread with chocolate glaze ran up the slope at full speed. Her name was Angelica Candino. She was the only daughter of Baron Candino, and also a freshman of Tropicana Academy, a magical school mostly enrolled by the aristocrats of the kingdom of Fluteria. Lycoris, this is all your fault. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? What's more, of all days, my carriage had to break down today. What's wrong with its maintenance? Even though she was the one who refused to wake up, Angelica decided to blame the Candino servants. Angelica went on a last spurt. There's the main gate, the schoolyard, then lastly, the stairs. As long as I run at full speed, I'll be in time. Kia. Whoa. However, right when Angelica was about to slip past the main gate at the last second, she bumped into a tall man who was running from the other side of the road. Out. Where are you looking when you're running? Be more careful. I'm the one who should have said that. What a shrew girl you are. What did you just said? Pattern. After said imaginary sound, the world switched. As of the moment, the location was an entirely separate building. To be precise, the house of Earl Kirklight, built in the imperial city of Elgatia. The owner of the mansion, Angelica Kirklight, closed the romantic novel she was just reading. As she sat under her canopy bed, she gazed sadly at the novel. The title was Doki Doki. The Prince is a Bully, a tomboy noble Lady Angelica's bittersweet love story. No. I just can't, it's too much. The nerve of him. To call a noble lady shrew right at their very first meeting. Angelica, too. Why so aggressive? Most importantly, why didn't they just say sorry to each other? They're both at fault here. Well, if she actually asked the author such questions, the answer would obviously be, well, if they both apologize, the story would be over. Angelica understood, a story was a story, reality was reality. However, lately, Angelica, with her newborn feelings of disgust towards the sad reality of her ideal prince, was unable to immerse herself in the world of a romantic story as before. Surely, the rest of that scene from before was a small reminiscence of how Sherry met that. Angelica reopened the book she just closed. In the past, she used to flip the pages with a cheerful smile adorning her face. Her heart would beat loudly, she had to hold her chest. But now, she was trying to suppress the nauseating feeling in her guts with her face devoid of all emotion. Section. Angelica, who had been aggressively stuffing her mouth with mochi, stood up in anger and glared at the man in front of her. His golden hair was trimmed around his shoulders. His eyes were a beautiful, jewel-like, blue, which were also sleek and almond-like. His eyebrows were thin and crisp, matching the color of this hair. The bridge of his nose was high. He had an unusually pale skin for men. He was a man with an unexpectedly beautiful figure. His skin was as smooth as it was white as porcelain. The outline of his face was small, but also well-shaped, almost like a woman's. Indeed, that man was bestowed with a graceful appearance. Despite so, Angelica didn't care one bit that the man she had shockingly encountered was also a great beauty. Angelica was a girl who didn't care about the superficial charm, nor the status of her opposite gender. Which part of your actions just now reads as, didn't care? That description of his appearance was in such astonishing detail. You're clearly checking him out. When the man glanced at Angelica, he suddenly sneered at her, as if looking at a fool. Even though I went to such a great length to make sure no girls would follow me again, in the end, I still meet with such a shrew woman. I even ditched my attendant and came to school late on purpose. Hey, you're the one who're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Just for the sake of being noticed by me. Unfortunately, I have no intention of getting acquainted with you. You're being too rude, and not to mention, overly self-conscious. Does this man think that every woman in the world is in love with him? What outrageous things are you spouting? I can't comprehend them at all. Who would want to get acquainted with a man like you? Yes, that's a very sound argument. What? You? Do you even know who I am? This is our first meeting. There's no way I know who you are. Ha, ha ha ha. No way. There exists a girl enrolled in this academy who doesn't know who I am. The man, as if humid, looked like a child who had just discovered a unique animal. Suddenly, he trapped Angelica to the wall. His hand slammed right to the wall beside her. You're interesting. This is too great of a change from his previous attitude. What? Is he emotionally unstable? What? Angelica's cheeks became flushed red, just like ripe cranberry fruits. That was fast. Don't fall for him, yet. Everything about this unstable guy spells trouble. How weak-willed are you? My name is Leonardo. Leonardo Furesh Scarce Fluteria. Remember my name, woman. The man laughed cheerfully upon seeing Angelica's innocent reaction. He was His Highness Leonardo, the successor to the throne of Fluteria. After such an introduction, he excused himself by twirling around, his lemon-colored hair swaying elegantly in the wind. What's with him? Angelica kept staring at his back as he disappeared around the corner of the building. For some reason, her heart was thundering loudly inside her chest. With a bright red face, she murmured so. Section. This is just wrong. That should be the part where you decide to never again involve yourself with such a person. Other than that, where did that bread with chocolate go? Until just now, you were eating it, right? Angelica, who was reading the romance book while providing the much-needed Sukomi here and there, finally found it unbearable to continue reading and rolled on her bed. And, what's with him? You're interesting. Like, seriously, how did he manage to get such an impression from someone who was behaving aggressively towards him until a second ago? Instead, he should bring up the topic about her lack of apology. When she first read that book, her cheeks would flush. Back then, she would also roll on her bed, but for a very different reason entirely. She would fantasize being Angelica and muttered to herself, Leonardo, how wonderful. Now, it was but a black history of her. Angelica too, you fall in love too easily. Seriously. She screamed too much, her throat started hurting. After too much rolling, she fell off the bed. Angelica stood up with a tired face and then thrown the romance novel she had just read to a wooden crate. On the wooden crate, the words, for donation, were plastered. Dozens of books had already been put in the box, and the books that couldn't be fit were stacked up like a mountain. She had thrown the novel about Angelica violently. When it hit the middle of the mountain-like pile, and the unbalanced pile of books fell and scattered over the floor. Oh no! Now she had no choice but to get off her bed and tidy the scattered books. They were all once part of Angelica's romance book collection. She had been collected them since she was a child. One of her favorite pastime activities was rereading them over and over again. But it was important to note that she always picked a book with a male lead that matched her preferences. Her past self always longed for that ex-ideal prince, therefore, most of her books had a male lead that was a splitting image of him. Now that she was free from her delusions, reading such books had proven to be unbearable. She couldn't enjoy them as she used to, however, she also couldn't just discard them. The book and the story themselves weren't sins. That was why she decided to donate them to an orphanage within the Kirk-like territory, one she always donated to. Before sending them, she decided to confirm that there were no missing pages, and for nostalgia's sake, tried to immerse herself in them again. As expected, she suffered a great deal of psychological damage because of it. Incidentally, the last novel she had read was really popular. It even got a sequel. It was known as Tomboy Baroness Angelica's Fruit of Love series. A new rival would always appear one after another to interfere with the two's love, or was just plain repulsed by their love. Indeed, Their romance goes through such a royal road. Amongst the scattered books, Angelica found the sequel and picked it up. To summarize what happened in Volume 1, Angelica managed to become Prince Leonardo's girlfriend after pushing away the other high-ranking noble ladies. In the second volume, a rational boy, who was her childhood friend, became a love rival, basically, the insect. She flipped the pages, lost in nostalgia once again. You and His Highness live in different world. It's not too late, yet. So, step back quietly. The other day, an all-school student exchange party was held by the Tropicana Academy. Due to Angelica being Prince Leonardo's partner from beginning to end of the party, she had attracted major attention as the new fiancé candidate. Even though up to that point, the most promising fiancé candidate had been Orangine. To be worthy of being Leonardo's lover, she had to polish herself every day. She had to practice dancing while also making time to go on dates with Leonardo. Basically, she was truly busy. That was when the cold, bitter words of a boy rebuked her. The name of that boy was Rhyme Green. He was of the same rank as Angelica, a baron. He was both rational and serious, and had been a friend Angelica's since childhood. What do you mean, it's not too late, yet? My love for Leonardo has finally come true. There's no way I would want to go back to that time when we still didn't know each other. I finally realized, your upbringing and status don't matter. No matter what anyone else says, this feeling in my heart will never change. TCH. You only say that because you still aren't aware of reality, yet. I said all this for your sake. I don't want you to be unhappy, so please. I beg of you. Unhappy. But he is my happiness, and I am his happiness. The only saddest tragedy in the world is for us to be torn apart. You're my childhood friend, why can't you understand me? Section. Worry not, Rhyme Green, I'm on your side. It's Angelica who didn't understand. It isn't so easy to become a queen. Is this merely a coincidence? For some reason, among the many heroic romance novels in Angelica's collection of, that tomboy noble lady novel was too close to home. The events occurred in a similar manner to everything that led to Angelica being disillusioned about the crown prince. Because of that, she couldn't help but picture the actual people who were involved in the uproar, and her mental damage was doubled. If her best friend, Sherina, had the same personality as this Angelica, wouldn't things have followed the same development as the novel? Angelica got a little scared. On the other hand, isn't Rhyme Green surprisingly decent? Angelica, wouldn't it be better for you to be with Rhyme Green, instead? Rhyme Green tried to dissuade Angelica, who was in love, through the use of cold words and advised her to give up on His Highness. He was a clumsy and gentle boy who had always loved Angelica since he was very young. Hence why, he was worried this love of hers would end up hurting her. Eventually though, in the end, he would admit his defeat after seeing Prince Leonardo rescue Angelica. Prince Leonardo would later condemn his former fiancé candidates and stop them from further bullying Angelica. Finally, Rhyme was convinced of Leonardo's love and withdraw from the rivalry, supporting their true love. When Angelica read that sequel for the first time, she was fangirling madly over Leonardo's flashy condemnation event. She cared not about Rhyme Green, thinking of him merely as a support character. However, after reading it now, Rhyme Green was a man who had a 100 times more common sense, and was 100 times better than Leonardo overall. Angelica, do you have holes for eyes? By the way, Rhyme Green was a bit similar to Riyle. Well, the real person was a little more reliable, and also cool. Nope, I said nothing. I never said anything. She shouted into her bed, screaming incomprehensible excuses. Her face was slightly red due to her excessive screaming and vigorous exercise in a short time. She was sure of it. Am I, milady? What's wrong? At that moment, the voice of her maid, Jane, could be heard along with knocking on the door. Since her master was making a clamor in her room on the morning of a holiday and occasionally making strange noises, her fear was understandable. No, nothing, I'm fine. Oh, right, I'm going to donate some books to the orphanage next time, so please prepare a beautiful box and ribbon. I understand. The maid probably suspected something, but decided not to pursue it because in the end, her master was safe. Indeed, the servants of the Kirklight were very attentive. What should I do now? It would be better if she started tidying up her books for real that time, because soon Jane would come with all the arrangements. All the scattered books were put into the wooden box. They were all her romance novels, taken from the bookshelf. Now, all that was left to be put in was Cranbelica's sequel. I think it's okay to indulge myself a little bit more. Now Rhyme Green is out of the spotlight, though. If she wasn't wrong, in the third volume, the princess of a neighboring kingdom, Rasparina, visited as a matchmaking partner of Prince Lemonade. She caused a lot of problems for both Cranbelica and Rhyme. Angelica started searching for the next volume of the popular series in her bookshelf. Extra 5, Discarding Angelica, Part 2. But that's just. His face and status are all that matter to you. A patio boasting a variation of tropical, seasonal flowers. Cranbelica sat at the round table in the gazebo, but couldn't afford to admire the beautiful flowers. What you said is true. I've only ever immersed myself in fishing books, therefore, I only know his appearance and the fact that he's this kingdom's first prince. On the other side of the table, the girl whom was the target of Cranbelica's anger only tilted her head. Strawberry blonde locks rose gracefully, in proportion to her big, cherry-brown eyes. Oh, I know his name, too. Prince Lemonade Furesh Scarce Fluteria. Are you kidding me? Cranbelica's beloved person's name was uttered heartlessly and without respect, as if his title didn't matter. Cranbelica was triggered with even more anger as she glanced at the girl sitting in front of her. The fourth princess of the neighboring kingdom, Rasparina Macarolan Stroberil. Section. Her. For some reason, Rasparina resembles Sherina, like, a lot. Especially the Sherina before she met Riyle. Angelica murmured as she laid on the bed and flipped through the pages of the novel. What she had in hand was a book she used to love. Doki Doki. The prince is a bully. The tomboy noble Lady Cranbelica's bittersweet love story. A new rival appeared before Cranbelica and Lemonade, which was implied in the previous book, and was now being explored in the book she was currently reading. Rasparina, the fourth princess of the neighboring kingdom, Stroberil, was invited by a high-ranking official of Fluteria who deemed Cranbelica an unworthy partner to stand alongside Lemonade. Until now, there were many ladies who flocked to the position, status, and the appearance of Lemonade, but Rasparina was somewhat different, quoting her. Matchmaking is that kind of thing, right? I thought just knowing the name and the status of the person is a plenty, already, since it's already expected for our statuses to match each other's. Such were the words Rasparina uttered to Cranbelica when Cranbelica ranted about how hard it was for Lemonade to be flocked by women who could only see the superficial side of him, and not, per se, himself. However, marriage between nobles in the truest sense was indeed so. All that mattered was identity and appearance. Identification was to determine whether or not they would be worthy, or at least balance with each other. Faces and names were to distinguish them from others. Things other than that were just beside the point, and considered irrelevant to political marriages unless were very valuable information. In fact, Angelica recalled such a line from her best friend, Sherina, from when they were both young and talking about fated love. My ideal marriage partner? I'd like a person with a unique, distinguishable face, at least. It would be troublesome if I couldn't tell my husband apart from his relatives at a family gathering. Some people might not believe this, but before Sherry met with Riyle, romance had never been in her mind. Rather than not interested, it would be more accurate to say that Sherry just didn't know what romance was. That was why Rasparina, who resembled her best friend's former self, was quite a formidable rival. No matter how much Lemonade displayed his favor towards Cranbelica and showered her with affection, Rasparina wasn't in the least affected. She didn't cry like most women, nor would she run away, or dabble in wrongdoing borderline crime just to eliminate Cranbelica from Leonardo's side. As a matter of fact, Rasparina herself was quietly surrendering to the marriage that the two kingdoms were trying to advance. Rasparina was all right with a loveless marriage. If Prince Lemonade and Cranbelica claimed to love each other, then they could get married too, since polygamy was common in the royal family. Then, what happened next, I forgot. When Angelica first read that novel, she was completely awestruck by Rasparina's utter indifference towards love and marriage. Ambiguously recalling such things, Angelica turned to the next page. Section. There's only one fateful red string. Do you not know how painful it is to see someone you love marry someone else? In my kingdom, the royal family practices polygamy. In fact, my mother is a concubine, but none of us ever thought it was miserable. That discussion had happened too many times. A cold wind blew between the two as they faced each other in the gazebo within the courtyard. It did not matter how much Angelica appealed to Rosparina, for the other couldn't understand the love between two people. You don't even love Prince Leonardo. You can't make him happy, for he is a king. I shall do my best to respect and support him. On the other hand, I can just leave the role to love him as a man to you. Are you stupid? Angelica struck the table, and the tea inside both their cups, which were of the same color as Rosparina's eyes, shook. You never truly loved anyone before. That's why you can easily say that. Why Angelica was fuming. Raspberry couldn't understand why her tea-colored eyes told that. After all, the princess who didn't understand the matter of love surely didn't know how bad it was to tear a pair of lovers apart. That's right, I don't really understand what you mean by loving someone. However, the reason I accepted this betrothal is because it's convenient for me. Rosparina didn't have any ill intentions. She probably also wasn't an evil person. However, it was a different story altogether because it's Prince Leonardo they were talking about. My 3 older sisters married each of the 3 grand dukes in my kingdom, so I have to be married off to another kingdom to maintain the relationship between kingdoms. Despite so, my kingdom is small, and I'm the 4th princess, born from a concubine. As such, no one wanted me. Marrying only because it was convenient. From the start, it had never been about love. Quit joking around. I am not joking. I said quit joking around. Only for your own convenience. What do you take Prince Leonardo's future for? Again, the tea swayed. Section. Rosparina certainly can't read the mood, but I really can't sympathize with Angelica anymore, considering that Leonardo is that. In the past, she was moved by each of Angelica's dialogues, but now, as she carefully considered everyone's circumstance in the story, she was no longer impressed. Rosparina sure was strong. Unlike those previous women who fell in love with Leonardo and harassed Angelica, Rosparina had substance. Not only that, Rosparina never actually fell in love with the prince. She also had no intention of going on the offensive, therefore, she was basically untouchable as a rival. On the other hand, the previous exchange between Rosparina and Angelica she had just read quite resembled her own discussion with Sherina and her sister, Lumi, about the ideal romantic situation. If it's me, I want an evil person to kidnap me, or a demon to attack me, so that the prince would appear on a white horse and save me. Then, we will return to the castle while riding the same horse together. Wait. Lumi, you're being too unrealistic. There's nothing better than bumping into him on the first day of school near the gate, then arguing. Afterwards, it turns out that we're in the same class. Lumi, there's no way a man could outrun a demon using a white horse. And Angie, if you bump into someone, first and foremost, you should be apologizing. It was a conversation carried inside a carriage on the way back from a romantic play. Angelica could converse about the plot with Lumi, but until the end, Sherina just couldn't grasp their excitement. As such, Angelica was curious as to whether or not Sherina actually enjoyed the play. Well, because her best friend was that kind of person, by that point, Angelica had already become accustomed to the fact that Sherina was more interested in discussing calculative steps to actually slay the demon rather than playing out fateful encounters with Prince Leonardo, which many ladies yearned for. Sherry, as I thought, you're not interested, right? Do you find it boring? No, not really. I had my share of joy when I saw the 2 of you looking happy. Before, Angelica wondered why Sherry was still willing to be her close friend even though she wasn't the least bit interested in Angelica's hobby. Today, looking back at said conversation made Angelica realize that Sherina was just a really good girl. I don't really understand the goodness of His Highness Leonardo, whom Angie and Lumi keep yearning for. But at the very least, I get that the 2 of you like this guy very much. Yes. It's because he's a really, really cool man. Oh god no. She traveled too far back memory lane and was hit by her own black history. I just want to dig a hole and bury said black history in it. Stop, stop, Stop getting these flashbacks and keep reading, Angelica shouted, shaking away the embarrassing memory she accidentally dug up. Then, with one hand on the open book, she turned the page with excitement. Oh no, I flipped too much. She planned to turn over one page, but accidentally flipped over 100 pages instead. Due to the imbalance, all the pages collapsed. She had skipped to the final chapter. Oh well, I already read this once. The development leading to the final chapter was like this. Sherina changed little by little after listening to Cranbelica's constant professions of love. During their first meeting, Sherina was akin to a doll, but when Cranbelica's anger over Leonardo struck her during that conversation in the courtyard's gazebo, those tea-colored eyes of her finally swayed. Cranbelica also comprehended Sherina's complicated circumstances of being unable to marry an aristocrat of her own kingdom, but instead had to marry abroad. She also empathized with Sherina's delicate predicament, in which no one wanted to court her for she was merely the fourth princess, and whose mother was a concubine. In the end, I still can't say that I have a perfect grasp over the talk of love, but I don't want to see your sad face. The two of them bonded. Sherina decided to withdraw out of her own accord, as she didn't find it in herself the resolve to proceed with the marriage, knowing it would hurt her friend. Before Sherina's return to her own kingdom, Cranbelica invited Sherina to walk together in the flower garden of the courtyard. Section. It's the first time I got an opportunity to actually admire these flowers. They are truly beautiful. Ahaha, indeed, only now we get the chance. The two girls treaded over the courtyard path after school as they admired the flowers. It's interesting, the way the flowers are planted according to their colors. Isn't it nice to have this gradation? They offer a splendid view when we're walking like this. The two girls were once in a conflict over Prince Leonardo, Cranbelica and Sherina. The two had collided many times, but now that they understood each other, they showed each other a gentle smile. Look, that flower, the color of Prince Leonardo. You consider every gold and blue flower of this world as the colors of Prince Leonardo. Sherina didn't understand the feeling of loving and being loved until the end, but she understood Cranbelica's feelings. If I have a relationship with Prince Leonardo, my friend would be hurt. She at least understood that much. Hey, look, Cranbelica, there aren't many flowers in that flower bed. Ha! Where? While they were walking as they talked about such a ridiculous story, Sherina suddenly noticed something and pointed a little far away. Here, look. Sherina sped up before Cranbelica could realize what she was pointing at. Then, after deviating from the path and walking for a while, they stopped in front of a small flower bed. It's true. The number of flowers should be the same with the other flower beds, but here, there are a lot of buds. I wonder why. There was a sole flower in the flower bed Sherina noticed. A green lily. Nothing was unusual about it, but for some reason, other than that flower, the flowers in the same bed were withering. The light green lily is in full bloom, but, how odd. Is it because the other flowers didn't get a proper amount of sunlight? Even though nothing is obstructing them? Sherina tilted her head in curiosity, then tried to reach for the green lily. Wait. Precisely at that moment, someone appeared to prevent her from touching the flower. Before anything could happen, someone behind them had already grabbed Sherina's wrist and stopped her. That essay. Cannibal lily. It tries to imitate inconspicuous green lilies. The vendor probably bought it by mistake. It's dangerous, don't touch it. The boy, who was desperately trying to regain his breath, said intermittently. He probably ran all the way there, looking at how hard his shoulders heaved. What? If it isn't Riyle. Why are you here? When I looked at the courtyard from the window of the school building, I could see the flower bed that contained this green lily, and also the other withering flowers. It was none other than Cranbelica's childhood friend, Riyle. Pardon my rudeness, Princess Strawberry. I did it without thinking because you might injure your finger if you carelessly touch this flower. You don't have to be so formal, Riyle. After all, Sherina is my friend. There's no way this kind of thing would anger her. Injure? What do you mean? Cranbelica reassured Riyle, whom was already apologizing and ready to kneel down. But she heard a word she couldn't ignore. I said it's a cannibal lily. Look. To answer said question, Ryme took out a sandwich that would be the remainder of his lunch from his bosom, took a pinch, and threw it, at that moment. Kia. The tightly closed bud of the green lily popped open and swallowed the piece of bread in an instant. Inside the petals were dense, tooth-like, spines. It's quite a rare, but it happens. Accidentally mistaking the bulb of a colorful lily with the cannibal lilies. There's almost no difference in appearance until the flower blooms, and since there are cannibal lily enthusiasts, those bulbs were probably handled by the same vendor. I see. There are times when accidental mistakes like this happen during purchasing and shipping. Thank you, Ryme, you're a savior. Cannibal lilies don't bloom at the flowering time. That was the only way to distinguish a regular lily from a cannibal lily. Ryme said he thought it was strange that the other flowers weren't in bloom. At that time, Rosbarina, whom had been silent for a long time, opened her mouth. Perhaps she was stunned due to being really terrified of the cannibal lily. You're called Lord Ryme, right? Ha! Yes, my name is Ryme Green. What a wonderful name, it suits your deep, calm, green hair and eyes very well. Ha! Rosbarina was behaving weirdly. She was supporting a dreamy look and a blushing cheek that Cranbellica had never seen before. Princess Strawberryl? Please, just refer to me as Rosbarina. Lord Ryme, I owe you my life. Rosbarina grabbed the back of Ryme's hand. No. Even though it's called a cannibal lily, the worst it can do is graze your finger. It can't kill you. Saying that you owe me your life is an overstatement. It's quite possible that the wound would bleed heavily and get me killed. Please, I have to thank you. Do you have any free time during lunch break tomorrow? Would you please spend time with me? I shall prepare lunch for you, Lord Ryme. Rosbarina? What happened to you? Oh, Rosbarina. Cranbellica was thoroughly confused by the transformation of her friend. However, Ryme was even more puzzled. What's your favorite food? How about your favorite drink? What do you like as your post-meal fruit? Please enjoy the berries that are the specialty of my kingdom. A sandwich that can be eaten using one hand, I guess. If it's drinks, I like some strong coffee that can ward off sleepiness, and if it's fruit, nothing too sweet, I guess. Sandwiches, coffees, and fruits that aren't too sweet. I've memorized everything. Rosbarina's eyes gleamed brightly while Ryme became completely nervous. Wait, what happened to you? Seriously, Rosbarina? Rosbarina, the princess of the neighboring kingdom who didn't know and didn't have the slightest interest about love, and also didn't have any qualms regarding political marriages. It wasn't long before she discovered that she had apparently fallen for Ryme at first sight. Section. This development is just too similar. Angelica read the final chapter while feeling a strong sense of familiarity. The story ended with a luncheon scene consisting of Cranbellica and Leonardo, and also Rosbarina and Ryme. Rosbarina kept recommending Ryme this and that, to Cranbellica's amazement. Then, the curtain closed. Rosbarina and Sherry do resemble each other. That was right. It seemed that Angelica had forgotten. Although Ryme Green may had lost his spotlight after the second volume, he appeared again in the last part of the third volume. Other than that, he had a few sporadic appearances throughout the other volumes. Ryme, you're always so cool, huh? Not only was he smart, he never lost his cool. He also rushed in when Cranbellica and the others were in pinch. It could be said that he indeed had saved them. Why would Cranbellica choose the prince over her kind childhood friend, whom had apparently loved her all that time? During Angelica's first read, she certainly didn't realize the goodness of Ryme Green. She even sneered at Rosbarina's newfound love. You acted like such a formidable love rival all this time, but your taste in men is disastrous. That was probably the author's intention all along. The last scene was even written comically. Riyle coup. Which other volumes sported Ryme Green's appearance? She inadvertently made a mistake, thus needing to rephrase her sentence. She closed the book she had read, forgetting altogether her intentions to separate the books, and reached for the next volume. Extra 6. Discarding Angelica, Part 3. It was quite common for couples other than the main couple to cameo in romantic novels. especially when it was a rival that directly threatened the main couple. It was unlikely to happen when the rival had bad personality, but if their personality was good, they would usually make friends with the heroine. And when a charming, good-natured, and not to mention, single character was by the heroine's side, readers would become anxious and frustrated. Therefore, by giving yet another rival character to be with said rival character, the anxiety of the readers could be eliminated. Those rival characters would then play an active role as the friend of heroine. Their romance, too, would take a different pattern from the love of the main couple. I think there's a story regarding Riyle and Sherina in this volume. Angelica took out 2 books from her bookshelf. They were Doki Doki. The Prince is a Bully, the tomboy noble Lady Cranbellica's bittersweet love story, the 4th and the 5th volumes. Ah, here it is. She flipped the pages and stopped when she spotted Ryle's name. It was a scene where Cranbellica was consulted by Sherina about love. Yes, this happened, didn't it? Angelica lied on her bed again and assumed a comfortable reading position. She recalled her initial impression when reading that scene, as if killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did the 2 rivals become heroines' friends, they also became a couple. Section. Whenever I approach Lord Riyle, I can't help but think that I'm being a nuisance to him. No, on the contrary, I think Riyle and Sherina suit each other. I'm sure he's just a little awkward around you. Cranbellica patted the back of Sherina, who was feeling down. That day, Sherina transferred to Tropicon Academy. Today as well, let's have lunch together, all right? Cranbellica, thank you. Sherina was on a short-term study abroad program due to her matchmaking with Leonardo. But, due to a reason that surfaced the other day, she was officially transferred there. It was because Sherina strongly urged her father, saying that she had a lot to learn from that academy. Speak of the devil. Ah, Lord Riyle. Cranbellica spotted a mop of green hair in front of her and pointed towards it. Sherina, who was lying down, rose up with starry eyes. Hey, Riyle, aren't you early today? Good morning, Lord Riyle. Morning, Cranbellica, and good morning, Princess Strawberry. Responding to their greetings, Riyle turned around, seemingly a little confused. Riyle, what's with your formal greeting? Didn't she say to call her Sherina? No, if Lord Riyle doesn't like the idea, it's not like we can force him, right? It's not that I dislike the idea, I just don't know how to behave around the neighboring kingdom's princess. As always, Cranbellica's childhood friend was behaving stiffly. Eyeing the dejected Sherina, and then the nervous Riyle, Cranbellica shrugged. Then, how about calling her Princess Sherina? That's a good idea. Seeing how the once depressed as if the world was ending Sherina was now beaming again, Riyle relented. Lord Riyle, please, I want to hear you say my name. Princess Sherina. Yes. Just a single mention of her name made Sherina happy. She looked overjoyed. Riyle just didn't like being embarrassed. Inherently, he didn't mean anything bad. Well then, since I'm waiting for Prince Leonardo, it's up to you, Riyle, to escort Sherina to the principal's office. Cranbellica struck a mischievous wink and rushed out of the way, trying to support the couple. Lord Riyle, I especially baked a coffee cake for you to eat. It's your favorite flavor, right? Ah, right, thank you very much. Come on, Riyle, don't be overly polite like that. Lunch break of that day. Cranbellica occupied a table in the courtyard along with Riyle and Sherina. Of course, Sherina sat next to Riyle, while Cranbellica sat across the 2 of them. Leonardo would arrive later. Furthermore, there are also coffee cookies, coffee muffins, and coffee beans. Beans. I thought you would want to bring some home. I ordered one with strong acidity from my kingdom, just the way you like it, Lord Riyle. Sherina's homemade sweets, other than the beans, lined up one after another on the table. According to what Cranbellica heard, it seemed that it was common for noble ladies to be good at cooking in Sherina's kingdom. Even royalty took up some cooking in lady education. Whoa, how delicious. You're amazing, Sherina. What a relief. Please eat a lot. Cranbellica reached for the muffins and cookies. The aroma of coffee, mixed with the exquisite scent of butter, wafted from the muffin. The cookie melted in the mouth, giving off a strong flavor of bitter dough and chocolate. Riyle gawked at the fact that Rosbarina was capable of making such a delicious dessert. "I hope it suits your taste, Lord Riyle. I'm sorry if I made too much." Alright, I guess I'll try the cake." Riyle awkwardly tried to reach for the cake amongst the lined-up sweets. Rosbarina's question was apparent on her face. "Am I being a bother?" It seemed that Rosbarina was quite a natural to the push-and-pull operation. "It's delicious, Princess Rosbarina." "Lord Riyle," Riyle murmured while chewing the cake. Rosbarina was gleaming already. "Alright, tomorrow I shall prepare twice the amount." "No, that's a bit too much." Angelica giggled at her childhood friend, whom was apparently fumbling with his words. He just didn't want to say anything that would hurt others. Her childhood friend turned out to possess a gentlemanly side to him, no matter how clumsy and childish he usually was. "Well, to me, Prince Leonardo is the best, though." Angelica stuffed another piece of coffee cookie into her mouth, waiting for her beloved, whom was about to come. Section. That's right. After reading the story of Riyle and Rosbarina, Angelica, who remembered a memory of that time, took a break. It was a good story, a very good story, however. Rosbarina's hobby is as bizarre as ever, but I agree with Angelica. Prince Leonardo is much cooler. She recalled that extra, painful memory. That was Angelica's first impression after reading that part of the novel. On one side, there was a handsome prince whom every girl in the kingdom yearned for, while on the other side, there was this stiff, dull boy. Angelica, who received the love of such a prince, when compared with Rosbarina, whom was obsessed with a boy who was far inferior in position, status, and appearance. At a glance, the best couple should be obvious, right? Even Angelica herself at that time thought that it was too pitiful to even compare the two couples. "Milady, it's about the appointed time." "Oh, right. I'll head out, now." "Thanks, Jane. Just leave it there." "Understood." After placing the dress in the corner of the room, Jane took her leave. Angelica hurried, changed her attire, and fixed her hair. "Have a safe trip." Yes. That day, she had an appointment in the afternoon. At a cafe in the royal capital, she was going to meet her best friend, Sherina, and her mentor, Riyle. They were planning on a consolation party after that duel with that former prince, Leonardo. Things had finally settled down. "Please come to the cafe near the academy." Understood. Even though she planned to separate and discard some of her books on a whim, actually doing so took more time than she thought. Angelica rushed through the corridor and jumped inside the carriage that was already waiting for her outside. "I'll be back in the evening, so please pick me up." Understood. "Then, milady, please enjoy yourself." Angelica turned her heels as she alighted off the carriage near the cafe. Not to forget, she waved towards the carriage driver as he departed. "Oh no, I'm a little late." When she looked through the large glass store window, she saw familiar strawberry blonde hair and also black hair in one of the seats lined next to the window. It seemed that both of them arrived first. However, upon noticing something, Angelica halted her steps. "How nostalgic, isn't it, Riyle? Our first date was here, in this cafe. Rather than date, weren't we just running from that at that time?" She couldn't actually hear them talk, but merely from their expressions alone, Angelica could already grasp the contents of their conversation. Sherina was leaning towards Riyle. Her profile was beaming. Riyle himself looked a little stunned. However, that uptight attitude of his was probably just a cover for his bashfulness. There was a slight tint of vermilion on his cheek. Even though Angelica was really close to them and was staring at them from beyond the glass window, neither of two were aware of Angelica's arrival. Angelica gave up getting noticed and stepped inside the cafe. "Sorry for the wait, Sherry," Riyle cooed. "Oh, Angie, I've been waiting for you." "Good afternoon, Miss Kirklight." As if Angelica had just arrived a second ago, the two turned their faces towards her. "In fact, I've been standing outside since a few minutes ago." "Ah, I feel like eating a lot of sweets today." "Is that so? Then why don't we order various desserts from this cafe and compare the tastes?" "Right, Riyle. Your favorite matcha cake is also available. Then I'll take that. After scanning the menu, Sherina immediately turned towards Riyle. Her profile was as cheerful as always. Ah! The scene in the novel that Angelica had just read overlapped with the scene in front of her. Rasparina sat next to Rhyme, and the way she gazed at him. It was as if he was the only person in the world. Matcha cake sure is rare. Your handmade matcha cookies are also rare, too, by the way. The story of Rasparina and Rhyme was just a bonus following the main story, but that bonus had several advantages for the readers. The manager here seems to be an acquaintance of Astrea. Astrea was the one who taught him how to make matcha confectionaries. In fact, my matcha cookies were also the result of his teaching. To found such a connection in such an unexpected place. Therefore, this cake should have the same flavor as the cake in my house. So, Riyle, if you like, you can come visit my house. Or, we can just get married and I shall learn from Astrea to recreate the same taste for you every day. Now don't connect this topic to such an unexpected topic. There were 3 advantages for a reader when it came to the rival characters finding love. 1. It would eliminate the fear that the rival character would fall in love with the heroine again. 2. They could play an active role that was the heroine's friend. 3. A romance with a totally different pattern than the main couple's could be written. There was actually a hidden advantage following those 3. It was just as Angelica had said. Well, to me, Prince Leonardo is the best, though. Angelica's reaction towards Rasparina, whom was crazy about Rhyme, was a nod to Angelica from back then. The heroine had captured the best man in the novel, while the former love rival had to be satisfied with a much inferior man. Of course, it wasn't directly stated in the novel. But in general, the readers' minds were alike. As they compared the main couple, which consisted of the heroine and the best man, with the side couple, which consisted of former love rivals, they acquired sense of superiority. It didn't mean those readers had bad personalities. After all, in the end, those couples were the products of fiction. Angelica from back then shared the same feeling of superiority. The heroine got to be with the prince that every lady in the kingdom yearned for, while her former love rival only got this awkward, not to mention, dull boy. But, that impression, as of now. You and Rhyme are the best couple, Rasparina. Ha! Angie, did you say something? What happened to the raspberry cake? Angelica murmured. Her focus wasn't quite on the menu in front of her. Sherina's fluffy, strawberry blonde hair shook as she turned around and tilted her head in confusion. Extra 7. Discarding Angelica, later talk. That's right, Sherry, why don't you try reading a novel of mine? What novel is it, Angie? The tomboy noble Lady Angelica's bittersweet love story? There's a character similar to Riyle in it. I shall read it, thank you very much. The next morning after the 3 of them went to the cafe. In the academy's classroom, Angelica took out several volumes of the series from her bag and put them on Sherina's desk. How many volumes are there? Ha! There's no volume 1, though. 'Cause I burned it. You burned it. It was because at that time, Angelica found it so painful and unbearable, she did that on spur of the moment. Sherina had a strange expression due to that unexpected response, and murmured, "Why, what happened?" But soon was calm again. Well, as long as there's a character similar to Riyle, it's fine. Be careful of fire, okay, Angie? I know. I immediately doused it with water so the carpet became flooded instead of burned. Again, Sherina showed a dubious look as she said, "Why would you go to such extreme lengths?" but immediately reconsidered again. Well, as long as the volumes in which the character similar to Riyle appear are all right. Ah, but there are some things you wouldn't be able to understand unless you read the first volume. Therefore, I will summarize for you. I understand. I'm looking forward to what the story is about. Yes. However, the story may be a little shocking, so please listen carefully. Angelica inhaled slowly, frowned, and squeezed the story out. I understand now. Sherina didn't understand Angelica's tenseness at all. It's just a love story for female readers. Why are you so serious? But then, again, she decided all was fine. As long as a character similar to Riyle appears. The next day. Thank you for lending me such wonderful books, Angie. They're truly interesting. It's quite the mystery why Angelica didn't choose rhyme, but people have different tastes, right? But it's still quite astounding, though. Yes, I think so too. If it was Angelica from 1 or 2 months ago, she would outrightly said that no, you're the one who's weird, Sherry. The current her instead nodded quietly to the words of her best friend whom she lent some books to. He possesses the intelligence to consider things calmly, the kindness to give advice to his childhood friend many times despite her hate, the integrity to genuinely wish for his childhood friend's happiness, and profound knowledge, plus keen eyes of superior judgment, and also his almighty decision that ended in him saving the life of both Angelica and Rosparina at the end of the 3rd volume. No, his action didn't go to an extent that it could be called life-saving. There's a chance of dying from that injury due to heavy bleeding, you know. You said that so seriously. As I thought, Rosparina and Sherry resemble each other. Sherina, who talked about her own impression with unwavering eyes, overlapped with Rosparina. By that point, Angelica wouldn't have been surprised if Rosparina was made using Sherina as a model. It's often said that he isn't good-looking, however. He was complimented a lot over his lush mop of hair, green eyes, and his slenderness that is the splitting image of a girl. Don't you think his character setting is a bit blurry? That's just your own interpretation, Sherry. I'm sure of it. But, even if he isn't good-looking, Rhyme is still cool. Of course, Riyle is cooler. Keep in mind I'm not saying that I like Riyle solely because of his looks. I was really fascinated by his appearance at first, but the reason for my love is more because he has saved my life from the inhumane evilness that was the blood-sucking flower. I got it. Rhyme is so cool, isn't he? Although Angelica thought the blood-sucking flowers weren't that dangerous, but that was expected of Sherina. Thus, Angelica decided to just go along with Sherina. After all, Sherina had been her childhood friend for 10 years. Nevertheless, it had been a few months since they had been in a discussion like that. By the way, is there a continuation of this series? I want to read all the volumes containing Rhyme. Sure, it's a fairly long series, after all. I will bring you the rest tomorrow. Thanks. Angelica never expected Sherina to finish the novel that quickly. If she had known, she would have brought the remaining volumes that day. In Volume 6, there's an extra story starring Rhyme and Rosparina. I'm looking forward to it. That wasn't the first time she had recommended a romantic novel to Sherina. Since a long time ago, Angelica wanted to share novels she found interesting and discussed it with her best friend, so she often recommended them. As I thought, Rhyme just feels inferior and unworthy of being with Rosparina because he's a baron's son. In truth, their standings aren't all that different. Angelica's kingdom, Fluteria, is one of the largest, most powerful kingdoms in the continent, while Rosparina's, despite being considered a neighboring kingdom, is merely one of the small kingdoms bordering Fluteria. Rosparina is the 4th princess. As such, she wouldn't come first in the order of succession to the throne. Furthermore, even though it's an engagement that hailed from Fluteria, Leonardo already has a lover. Rosparina isn't troubled with him marrying another aristocrat either, to the relief of those who planned the matchmaking. You came up with such an analysis in such a short amount of time, but that was the first time Sherina had ever been that invested. Up until now, whenever Angie lent her a romance novel, she would be more fixated on the delicious-sounding descriptions of the food and later would ask Estrella to recreate it. Or Sherina would find main character's pet cat cute. And that was it. By the way, the recreation of the dishes made by Estrella were very delicious. Fufu, how happy I am. Never thought Sherry would be interested in romance story as well. To be honest, I don't know what is it with Angelica and her preferences. I'm only interested because Rhyme is in it. I honestly share your opinion, so don't look too sad. Never would she have thought there would come a day where they shared the same impression on a romance novel like that. Rhyme is really cool, just like Riyle. Of course, Riyle is cooler. But, if I were to speak strictly of main characters in a romance novel, then Rhyme may be the best character. He is a side character, though. I know. In other words, I'm saying that he's cool enough to undermine the main lead himself. I got it. Prince Leonardo just didn't catch your eye. However, she was still happy that her best friend loved her favorite romance novel, even after not reading the first volume, and could discuss it fervently like that. Angelica had always wanted to discuss romance novels with Sherina. Of course, it could be said that amongst the entire third volume, the scene where he could instantly tell apart a cannibal lily from a normal lily is his best moment. Still, he has been cool ever since he first appeared. Certainly, in Volume 2, we are supposed to see him as some kind of villain who threatened Cranbellica and Leonardo's love. However, everything he did was for the sake of Cranbellica. That's why he chose to be cold and harsh-sounding whenever he advised her, right? At first, I thought he was such a pest, but after reading it again, I was a little moved by his devotion. To think of him as a pest. But he's the main character of the second volume. He took on such a dirt-stained role, all the while never ceasing to think about what's best for Cranbellica. He kept giving out advice, and wished with all his heart for Cranbellica's happiness, even if it meant his own love never coming true. That's the kind of person he is, a kind-hearted man. Yes, okay. Discussing it fervently. Would it be more correct to say that Sherina was indeed feverish? Although he kept being depicted as uncool, his mop of hair hanging to cover one of his eyes, or whenever he lowers his face, half of it is enveloped by shadow. If those aren't mysterious and cool depictions, then I don't know what is. After all, both Rhyme's appearance and personality are cool. He's a wonderful hero. I see, you can also interpret it that way. Indeed, they were no longer on the same wavelength about it, but it was still fun none the least, to have friends you can talk to about whatever they like. I've said it numerous times, but he truly saved them from that cannibal lily. Considering Rhyme's leg strength, which seems to lack exercise, he wouldn't have reached them in time if he didn't move immediately after spotting them from the window. He decided that on a whim. His lack of physical strength was also evidenced by the heaving of his shoulders after he ran that short distance. That is proof of him running desperately. It's amazing. You even calculated his lack of strength and the reason for his slowness. Sherina's line of praises continued on for a while, and Angelica nodded with immense admiration. Certainly, never would she have thought that the scene where Rhyme was heaving his shoulders a bit pathetically was instead a silent witness to his coolness. I agree with you, Rhyme sure is cool, isn't he? Yes, so cool, that Prince Leonardo is dust compared to him. Perhaps it could be said that Angelica got a little brainwashed. But, under the warm, morning, sunshine, inside the classroom, the joyful voices of two girls as they chatted about a boy they admired echoed. Sometimes later, Riyle came to consult Angelica. It seemed that he had listened to parts of Sherina's conversation, and, with a serious countenance, asked Angelica, "Who could this Rhyme be?" To which Angelica gently presented the Cranbellica's bittersweet love series. Extra 8. Discarding Angelica later talk. It's a bonus for discarding Angelica. The story of Riyle, who heard Sherina talk to Angelica about a cool man named Lime. The story is from Angelica's point of view. It happened after school on the same day Angelica recommended a romance novel to Sherina. When Angelica was on the way to her carriage, she was stopped by a boy. "Rhyme? You mean Rhyme Green?" Usually, the boy would be heading back to the dormitory together with Sherina. Therefore, it was rare for him to be alone in such a place. Yes. The boy who nodded just now was Riyle Glen. Judging from his appearance alone, which seemed unreliable, it would be hard to see him as the same boy who won a magnificent duel against the prince of their kingdom. In short, he was akin to a hero who achieved victory and saved his kidnapped lover from the devil's hands. However, as if the books in his arms were heavier than usual, his complexion seemed worse. After listening to the conversation Miss Kirklight had with Sherina, I am a little curious. He asked seriously. But why would he go out of his way to ambush Angelica just to inquire that? Why doesn't he just ask Sherina, whom is with him every morning, noon, and after school? Angelica wondered for a moment, but when she saw his concerned expression, she was convinced. What? Then, silently, she procured a book from her bag and presented it to Riyle. It was the book Sherina had returned today. Doki Doki. The Prince is a Bully. The Tomboy Noble Lady Cranbellica's Bittersweet Love Story, the second volume. I don't ask for the title. No, what is this book, seriously? If you read it, You will know what you want to know. Angelica was sure Riyle couldn't bear to ask Sherina directly. He was afraid of hearing the worst answer directly. But why the second volume and not the first? Sorry, I burned the first volume. How can that be? I used my fire magic. I am not literally asking you how did you do it. Sherina's feelings towards him wouldn't change, that much was obvious. But sometimes, love caused people to be anxious. It was really hard to extinguish. I ended up flooding my entire room. If you would end up having such a hard time, why burn it in the first place? Angelica avoided his gaze. She couldn't help it. She wanted to erase the entirety of her black history. But, to grasp the entire story, I will need to summarize first volume for you. Okay. But you may feel really sick, you may also feel nauseated, and you may also not be able to sleep at night. Is it a horror novel? But the title. Riyle tilted his face in utter confusion. While looking directly at such a face, Angelica slowly took a deep breath and wholeheartedly started telling him about the story. The next day, I finished reading it. After receiving the book, Angelica looked at Riyle again. Compared to yesterday, his complexion had regained a lot of its brightness. Well, his original complexion was hardly bright. Therefore, to summarize it, his on-the-deathbed face had transformed to that of someone who had a cold. However, Angelica wasn't worried, because she knew the reason. What do you think? The hobby of the fourth princess of the neighboring kingdom sure is different. Yes, and she resembles a certain someone a lot. When Angelica said so a bit impishly, Riyle averted his gaze in bashfulness. He must have had remembered his concern yesterday, which was unfounded. At that time, Ryle's complexion looked truly ill. Don't tell Sherina about yesterday. Yes, I know. Back then, for almost the entirety of the time, Riyle was in an unfavorable predicament. If he lost the duel, he would be exiled. Nevertheless, during that life-threatening duel, no trace of fear could be seen in Riyle. It was a little bit strange to see that he would be so terrified of the possibility that Sherina had a change of heart. But, I wonder if I should talk to Sherina about it, after all. He didn't go to the magical department and instead went out of his way to wait alone at the main gate. Would Sherina truly not suspect anything about that? The two were always going to school early in the morning, so it was very likely that Sherina sneaked over to Ryle's class after her own was over. Which was why. Riyle. Angelica shrugged her shoulders, looking at Riyle, whom was taken aback. Sherina was peeking out from behind the tree near the gate. I saw Riyle walking outside through the classroom window. I was wondering where he was headed to. Sherina's voice trembled. Her face was as blue as yesterday's Riyle. It was easy to imagine. Their misunderstandings were somewhat similar. Why, you promised to meet with Angie. Is it the kind of meeting that should be hidden from me? Well, even if I ask for the purpose of the meeting, it's unlikely you will give me a straight answer. I was just returning the book I borrowed. To ask you to come with me just to do that, I thought that it would be bothersome to you. Listening to Ryle's quick excuse, Sherina showed an expression as if she was deep in thought. Perhaps, in her mind, there were many anxious questions such as, when and why would you borrow a book from her? Why in the main gate, and not in the classroom? It's as if you're hiding something. Riyle, you see, not only dyeing the dress, I also learned how to dye my hair from Gabriella. So, if Riyle prefers girls with red hair, then... Stop. I am being serious here. We're not having that kind of meeting. Now, Angelica decided to watch from the sideline and see what kind of smart excuses that smart boy could come up with as he tried to conceal the truth. Extra 9, witness statement, Patrick Wardington. I'm looking for a good place. An empty place. Lunch break after a long class. A man was wandering around the grounds of Fala Rubia Academy. The man's name was Patrick Wardington, the only son of the Margrave of Wardington. If you're a man, be strong, such were the words the strict and upright father of Patrick had left behind. He wanted to enjoy a carefree school life for a while. That's right, if it's in the back, no one should be around. As soon as Patrick, who carried his lunch in his pocket that day, came up with a good idea, he immediately went outside. There was no scary father, nor excessive training. The only complaint he had with his pleasant school life was his dietary circumstances. All of the meals served in the academy's cafeteria were too sophisticated and delicate to satisfy Patrick's appetite. It would be better if the meals were simpler and also more filling. Therefore, he decided to have a meal that consisted of only meat that had been grilled and salted. Now, he was looking for a place to eat. If he ate such a thing in public, where there were many other elegant students, he would feel a tad bit humiliated. I need a blind spot, a blind spot. Ha! The courtyard had a dining room, a cafeteria, and a gazebo. There would be people everywhere the eyes could see during lunch break. However, no one would go to the backyard, because there were neither waiters nor tables, and it was just unthinkable for an aristocrat to just sit on the ground and eat. Also, Patrick thought as he went to the backyard. For today's sandwich, I made 2 layers of hamburger and included 3 pieces of cheese and bacon. Today too, the volume is big. Since Riyle said 1 sandwich is enough, I tried to put numerous things inside one. I am not talking about how many ingredients you put in. He suddenly halted when he heard the voices of a girl and boy from ahead of him. Whether it was due to his environment or his lineage, Patrick had good hearing. Even at a distance, he could pick up a noise easily and listen to it as if it was a normal volume. So, there are people already. From the shadows, he saw a girl student presenting something to a boy sitting next to her under a large tree in the backyard. The face of the schoolboy could barely be seen, especially from the place Patrick was standing. Despite so, he could see his hand receiving the food. What? That's... The boy received none other than a sandwich containing large pieces of meat. It was truly different from a small sandwich that could be pinched between fingers, just like those thin sandwiches containing thin ingredients served in the academy's cafeteria. Because Astrea said to me, no matter how hard you try to balance the vegetables or use sauce, it won't make sense to a young man. There's nothing more delicious and wholesome than a big piece of meat. What do you think, Riyle? Those words are seriously coming from the mouth of a chef. Isn't that basically a perfect sandwich? Patrick swallowed his saliva as he continued to eavesdrop. A big piece of meat sandwiched between 2 loaves of breads. Was there a better dish than that? It looked so much better than vegetables which looked like jelly, or some sloppy sauce. He thought he had made a good lunch, but it turned out someone was 2 times better than him. Delicious. What a relief. As I thought, should I make a bigger one next time? Should I make a 3-tiered one tomorrow? Please, take how wide I can open my jaw into consideration. Patrick concealed a growl. If it were him, he would readily accept a 3-tiered sandwich. I am jealous. How envious. As he could conclude from the conversation, those dishes were handmade by the female student. Moreover, it seemed that she did it every day. Her happy voice told him her true feelings. It seemed that the 2 were in good faith. Patrick was sure the 2 of them were close. They had probably been betrothed from an early age. He felt that kind of atmosphere from them. Please, have the potato, too. Thanks. Astrea said this was the best way to recommend potato fries, but I do wonder about the true implication behind it. Maybe it's a chef's jinx or something. Moreover, the girl was pretty cute. A full smile and overflowing strawberry blonde hair. She might not be the most beautiful woman in the world, but her cuteness could be understood from a distance. Patrick leaned forward a little more, wondering what kind of face the lucky man with such a good fiancée would have. Ha! After leaning forward, Patrick's jaw fell. The fiancée of such an adorable, devoted, and good at cooking girl. He was sure he would be a beautiful, high-class boy. However, I think it's better to include vegetables, too, even if Astrea said this. Vegetables are akin to reason. Exactly, and before meat, any reason will fall apart. For a chef, why does he have a lot of serious sayings like that? Dark black hair which stuck to his shoulder. A dark, lifeless complexion. Patrick didn't know his precise height because he was sitting, but he was probably short for a man, a height that was no different from a girl's. Oh, could it be, that person isn't a he, but instead a she? Astrea is such an androgynous name. No, your first guess is actually correct. It seems that Astrea's parents didn't know it was actually a goddess name, and named him that just because they thought it sounded cool. No matter how he looked at him, The boy seemed brooding and dark, not to mention plain. If the boy was walking down the street, even if he passed 10 to 20 people, no one would probably recall his face. Seriously? Patrick softly retreated as he murmured, he couldn't even come up with a single compliment. Nothing about the boy screamed handsome. Moreover, Patrick was actually familiar with his gloomy face. He was Riyle Glen, whom had been a hot topic since the entrance ceremony last month. He became a special student through practical skill. In short, he received the highest score in writing exam, even though it was the most looked down department in the academy's dirt. Not to mention, he was also the third son of a poor baron who lived in the countryside. It wasn't even possible for him to enroll in the academy without the help of a scholarship. A lot of people jeered at him, calling him a big mistake amongst the freshmen. People have different tastes, all right. A scholarship student was a scholarship student, no matter what was said behind the system. Those who were jeering at him were the people who didn't want to be exempted of tuition because they thought it was shameful. Patrick himself didn't care that much about it. However, it was hard to imagine that such a cute girl also didn't care. Despite everything, the boy's status, appearance, and magic were truly below average. Was it his personality that caused the girl to be so infatuated with him? Patrick wondered if he was such a good and wonderful person inside. "What book are you reading today?" "Ancient Magic Theory and Its History." Said wonderful personality couldn't be perceived through hearing. On the contrary, Riyle Glen's answer was all the time plain. Patrick couldn't feel Ryle's slightest desire to liven up the conversation. "So you're learning about the past to make use of it in the future, as I thought." Ryle's sincere attitude towards studying is truly wonderful. "Be silent for a moment." "All right." The girl sounded cheerful, even though she had been given such an abrupt answer. Where was the fun part of the conversation? Probably due to Ryle's silence, the girl also became silent. But that was convenient. Patrick became concerned. The girl must be expecting a good conversation. When Patrick sneaked a peek at the two of them again, however, the girl was smiling, a full smile. The happy atmosphere could be felt even from where Patrick was standing. She was happy just by being next to him. From the conversation alone, Patrick thought Riyle was a cold person. However, Riyle held the book in a slightly unnatural manner. It was as if he was trying to shield his face from her gaze. Riyle was probably blinded. "Wow, got it. You guys are a happy couple." "I got it already." He hadn't even touched his lunch yet, but he was already full. There was no way he could still force his way in there and interrupt the happy couple. Only a fool who couldn't read the atmosphere to death would do such a thing. I also want an adorable girlfriend like her." Then, secretly praying for their happiness, Patrick Waddington left. Extra 10, Witness Statement, Patrick Waddington. The perspective of the boy regarding the two main characters' climax at the end of the story. Just like a fire being doused by water, the large hall quieted down instantly. Looking far ahead, at the stage, Patrick was astounded. He was truly doubting his ears. What is the prince saying? Who does he mean by Riyle Glen? You mean that fallen noble? So, that girl and His Highness Leonardo. The rumor was true. UWA. To dare lay his fingers on His Highness' favorite. That guy's over. But that's just weird. But, when Patrick tried to utter that, his mouth refused to say anything. The gossiping grew louder and louder. It was more than obvious that by stating his opponent's name, the Crown Prince was issuing a duel. Riyle Glen had a lover, that much was certain. Patrick had witnessed them. A girl who made fulfilling sandwiches for him every day, whose voice was akin to a bell. That girl, who would gaze at Ryle's profile, full of joy. "You're lying. There must be someone else who knows the truth. What about that girl?" With that in mind, Patrick looked around and became even more amazed. "Stay strong, Sherina." Under Patrick's gaze was the sight of Riyle Glen supporting the strawberry blonde girl whom was tumbling. Was that really the girl Leonardo referred to as his future princess? Then, the very next moment, "Answer me, you bastard. Get your filthy hands off her." Leonardo's angry voice echoed, and part of the floor seemed to glow, probably due to the wind magic Leonardo had cast. He wanted to blow Riyle away. That's dangerous. It was a well-known fact that Riyle, the scholarship student, was unable to use magic. It was also ironic because he enrolled in a magic academy. If his small body were to be blown away by such magic, he wouldn't even be able to conjure up a defense using passive magic. Goo. You eyesore of a rat, playing dirty as always. Ha! Patrick's worry was unfounded. The magic circle, which should be gleaming, vanished after a few seconds. Did the magic come to an end, or did Riyle do something? He couldn't see well due to the crowd. Well, the duel will decide everything. No matter how many dirty tricks are up your sleeve, you won't succeed. In any case, Patrick stroked his chest. He was glad it ended with nothing happening. But his relief was short-lived. Riyle was miraculously safe at that moment. But what about during the duel? Patrick had to stop that. He must tell everyone that the prince was mistaken. But, even when he thought so, his mouth refused to move. His throat felt dry, he couldn't speak. What would happen if he dares point out the mistake of their future king in front of the entire student body? The conversation steadily proceeded. Leonardo declared that he would bring out a national treasure and crush Riyle Glen. All the students shall be the witnesses. The scales of judgment. No way. To go to such an extent, His Highness is serious. But, does His Highness the King agree to this? No way, so the scales exist. Not only the students, the teachers also started raising their voices. The situation grew even more uncontrollable. This ends my announcement. Everyone should return to their respective classrooms immediately. The culprit, who had dropped the entire hall into a whirl of confusion, gracefully swung his jacket and descended from the stage with a cool face. Patrick could neither do nor say anything to stop him. If only there were more witnesses. I know they are there. The backyard was a little secluded, but there was no doubt someone else must have seen their intimacy, either on the way there or during their lunch breaks. Just like me, they probably didn't say anything because they are afraid of inciting the prince's wrath. Is that girl, Sherina, really the lover of His Highness? It's just, I've never seen them together, or more like. Maybe they hide it to prevent rumors. He even declared a duel. His Highness is very serious. Even if that girl isn't his lover, yet, she's probably on the way to, as if any girl could say a no to a prince. But what if she has another person she likes? The day of the duel. In the auditorium, which also served as the arena, Patrick tried to talk to a classmate. What do you mean she likes someone other than His Highness? That's just funny. Bold of you to assume His Highness' love is one-sided. But, there's a possibility. Ha! Oi. Patrick's words fell on deaf ears. What are you suggesting? You dare cast speculation on the royal family? What if someone hears us? Don't get me involved. I am sorry, just forget it. The school's favorite, the prince who was the object of longing for the ladies all over the kingdom, had an unrequited love towards a countess. Who would believe such a story? Not even Patrick would, if he hadn't witnessed that scene in the courtyard. Sorry, Riyle Glen. Because of a crime he was innocent of, a boy would be crushed. Their difference in power was overwhelming. Riyle had no chance of winning, not even a chance of staying safe. And the only thing Patrick could do was see. Patrick clenched a fist against his knee. Ha! There should be no chance of winning, or for Riyle to stay safe. However, Patrick, who expected Riyle to collapse on the stage, instead witnessed the opposite. What is happening? How could this be? No, not possible. His Highness Leonardo has. Riyle Glen, no way, It didn't feel real. Patrick could hear the audience raising a racket from somewhere far away. A student from a department that researches written magic. Riyle was the scholarship student, the supposed inferior student. Riyle should have been the weakest in the school, but not only did he manage to counter every one of Leonardo's spells, at the end, when he was about to be swallowed up by a huge tornado, he managed to conquer it, too. It was Leonardo, not Riyle, who faced utter defeat. Ha! Riyle won. Even in such a desperate situation, Riyle had won. The student who should be the weakest in school, one who couldn't even use beginner magic, ended up being the strongest. The black-haired boy, standing amidst the stage, saw a strawberry blonde girl running up towards him. The two held hands, just like a captive princess and a brave hero that had saved her. Patrick watched them as if watching a dream, but in the next moment, he was brought back to reality. Do you realize the weight of your actions towards the next king? Leonardo's follower, Edward Aria Rose, screamed. Just you remember this, when His Highness becomes king, your head will fly. That was right. It wasn't over yet. Despite winning, the stigma towards Riyle hadn't been cleared away yet. The stigma which said Riyle was obsessed with the prince's favorite, thus was sanctioned to a duel. Patrick, where are you going? Don't joke with him. Riyle had come that far, only to be defeated by the power of authority. Not happening. Stop. You're trying to help Riyle. Did you hear what that attendant said? As if I care. Shaking off his friend's grip, in the end, Patrick rushed forward. Despite so, when Patrick reached the end of the stairs, Riyle had already proved his innocence, calmly, too. There were also some students who ran along with Patrick. As of the moment, they were shocked by what they had heard regarding Leonardo. What do you mean, by force? Imposing his feelings? His Highness? No way. But, didn't they say she was His Highness' favorite? Then, this entire situation. Now is the chance. To reinforce Ryle's words, a third party was needed. And only I can do it now. Patrick chewed his lips, before raising one hand. All this time, I couldn't say it, but actually, he should have said it in the big hall a week ago. He would be turning the royal family into his enemy. But so what? Ryle's enemy was basically everyone present, but did that stop him? Sherina has been bringing a lunchbox to that scholarship student. I've seen it. They had lunch together in the backyard. To me, they seemed like good friends. So, if His Highness is indeed imposing his one-sided feelings, then, while regretting his miserable past behavior, even though he was frightened by the numerous piercing gazes, he managed to say it until the end. The facial expressions of the people around him changed. It was apparent that their trust towards Leonardo, which was barely enduring, toppled. Me too. Then, the rumors spread. I was too scared to speak. But, I've certainly seen Sherina and that boy on a date in a cafe. Following Patrick, one dark-haired girl raised her hand. I couldn't say it because I was scared. Forgive me, Sherina. The girl trembled and apologized to her friend while crying. The atmosphere shifted completely. The atmosphere of half-skepticism now turned into fear of a tyrant. Listen well. By abusing these scales to make everything go his way, this person was already showing signs of turning into a power-abusing tyrant who cares solely about his own gains, just like the 19th king, who was deprived of his throne by the same scale. Anyone who is still willing to let him be king, raise your hand now. Without letting go of the momentum, Riyle spoke again. No one could argue against that anymore. Encore. There was one who asked for an encore, though. Riyle, you're really, really awesome. Encore. Please encore. Are you saying that whether I lose or win, I'll be killed? Please repeat it from that point. Don't say something so unreasonable. To the beaming princess whom was clapping her hands, the brave boy retorted calmly. Extra 11. The Cinderella story, which didn't happen. The first chapter of the main story, told from Leonardo's perspective. Fala Rubia Academy was a magical academy where aristocrats from all over Elgatia enrolled. As soon as the lessons were over, the first prince of that kingdom, whom was wandering around the courtyard, had just fended off the love-struck ladies as usual. Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia suddenly heard a voice akin to Belle. At the same time, a sweet and fragrant scent slightly tickled his nose. He has eaten the sandwich, then next time, a handmade, creamy dessert sandwich kneaded with matcha. The voice came from behind the white trunk of a medicinal tree planted in the courtyard. An unfamiliar girl happily walked along the path leading to the main entrance of the school. She was even skipping. Her strawberry blonde hair had a soft pale pink shimmer while her eyes were clear, light blue. In a broad sense, she was another blonde blue-eyed girl. However, her hair and eyes had warm and pale colors. Therefore, She was already different from a majority of the aristocracy. I caught a whiff of something sweet. It's from you. What? A cute, adorably wrapped, small candy bag was within the hands of the eye-catchingly beautiful girl. Leonardo, who discovered the source of the sweet fragrance, appeared from the shade of the tree and stood in front of the girl. I came this far to escape from all that foul-smelling perfume, but now it's sweets instead. It reeks to the point of being nauseating. Despite the jab he took at her, Leonardo's mood wasn't actually that bad. In truth, he was quite interested in the scent of those simple, somewhat different, sweets which were quite unlike the high-grade sweets he was usually served with in the royal palace or the cafeteria of the school. However, it does seem delicious. All right, I'll have one. However, the girl, who stood in blatant confusion from a while ago, only blinked. Not to mention her rather dry reaction towards Leonardo's request, such was her reply. I refuse. I have no cookies to give to a rude person that doesn't even bother introducing himself. Through her refusal, she didn't even try to conceal her disgust. It was to the point that Leonardo doubted his own ears. She no longer exuded the same innocent charm as before. He was the prime target of noble ladies from all over the entire kingdom. Such a rebellious attitude was truly unexpected. Moreover, what she had said just now, no way. Do you not know who I am? Unfortunately, I don't. None of my acquaintances demand me to give them sweets on our first meeting. The strawberry blonde girl retreated step by step while holding the small, sweets-containing bag to her chest. The entire time, she maintained eye contact with Leonardo. The overwhelmingly vigilant stare she sent his way proved that the words she had just uttered weren't lies. Aren't you an interesting one? There was no doubt. That girl didn't recognize the face of Leonardo. The face of Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia, the first prince of that kingdom, despite being a noble lady. How unexpected! He was astonished. My name is Leonardo. If you call yourself a noble lady, then you better remember my face, woman. Kia, a girl who took such a rebellious attitude against the prince, spouted rude words, and even said she didn't recognize his face. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to deem her as uncouth. However, Leonardo felt that such a development was thrilling. Thus, he couldn't help but poke fun at her using his wind magic. He felt sorry for entertaining himself even for a moment. Thus, that time, he'd find it in his generous heart to forgive her. To not know who I am is a grave sin, however, with this, I'm willing to ignore it. Wait. Leonardo casted a wind spell without an incantation. He levitated the bag of confections the girl had and brought it into his own grasp. Okay, see you. While avoiding the hand of the girl whom was deprived of her sweets, he turned on his heels towards the school building. It was a little regrettable that the lunch break was almost over. Even though it was only for a moment, the girl had definitely eased his boredom. And now that he had tasted such a thrilling sensation, how was he supposed to let it go? He wanted to taste it once more. The ends of his mouth loosened lightly. What is wrong with you? Give them back. What a surprise. The girl chased Leonardo and tried to reach for the bag he had in his hand despite their apparent difference in height. The strawberry blonde girl's cheeks were flushed in anger. The center of her face was dyed pale pink. Her light blue eyes radiated a clear determination. Leonardo fell in love with the lively expression of the girl who didn't try to mask her raw emotions. Whoa, you sure are loud, woman. Just like a noisy, stray cat. Well, still better than those women who keep rubbing themselves against you like cats in heat, I guess. Truly. That girl's color was completely different from those petty noble ladies who kept entangling themselves with Leonardo until now. It made her presence refreshing. And even more desirable to Leonardo. It had only been a short while since they first met, but Leonardo began to feel something more than just an interest towards that female stranger. What are you babbling about? I understand none of it, Kia. Despite being slighted, the girl never gave up. The girl who daringly tried to get the bag of sweets from Leonardo shielded her face with both arms as she retreated. That was because Leonardo had casted a tornado, far larger than before, to the point dust began to fly. No wonder the girl couldn't open her eyes. I don't have time to play with you. Well then, it's goodbye for now. What? What just happened? Being honest, rather than taking class, his desire to keep that girl within arm's length was stronger. After all, such a fateful encounter, there was no way it hadn't caused a strong impression in the girl. Entrusting himself to his mighty tornado, Leonardo soared to the heavens. In the scenery below, he could see the girl who escaped from the dust looking straight up at him and screaming. Leonardo threw a piece of a cookie from the bag into his mouth. Sorry, but I can't hear your cute hatred from here. He had never seen the girl's homemade green cookies either in the school cafeteria or at Royal Patisserie. Although it was bitter, it also had a mellow sweetness. After school. Your Highness. Ever since you left the cafeteria during the lunch break, where have you been? Nowhere, just wandering around. Does it matter? On the top floor of the boys' dormitory, there was a spacious room which was exclusive for the royal family. The size was about 3 times larger than a normal room. Next to Leonardo, who sat in a chair, was Edward Aria Rose, the prince's attendant. No. But, couldn't you at least be considerate of me? It was tough dealing with that swarm of noble girls whom were chasing you. Come on, do you think I enjoy being chased around? Next to a mahogany chair, Edward, with his haggard face, complained to Leonardo. Leonardo never wanted such a situation to begin with. It was those women who swarm him without permission. However, because Edward had dealt with the situation, Leonardo felt sorry for him. The role of an attendant was to be the limbs of his lord, and avoid bothering his lord as much as possible. An attendant must also accomplish the lord's intentions without being told. Leonardo snorted. It's only that, and you're already complaining? It's a first for you to not return right away after the lunch break concluded. Did you have something to do? That one question instantly revived the memory of that girl in Leonardo's mind, lifting his mood by a notch. His tone sounded more cheerful. Of course, it wasn't actually thanks to Edward, but more so because of that eccentric girl he met during the lunch break. Obviously, yes. After all, I spotted a cat with a rare color of fur. Yes, she was a cat. But not a mass-produced, golden-furred, blue-eyed pedigree cat who would usually spend her time flirting with a human in hopes said human would buy her. She was the type of cat who would roam around the field freely and live the way she wanted without regards to another's thoughts. A stray cat with pale pink fur and light blue eyes, which were rare in the world. A cat. But Edward, who may had articulated the words of his lord literally, showed a suspicious gaze. Leonardo took out something from his bosom while laughing at the scene. Here, a consolation prize to make up for your trouble. In all actuality, he wasn't showing kindness towards his tired servant. That wasn't his intention at all. He just wanted to show off to someone else the proof of his fateful encounter with that uniquely furred cat, so he threw the bag of cookies, which only contained half of its original amount, to Edward. What? Cookies? Wait, why are they green? Are these cookies all right? Yep, they're edible and also delicious. Turns out the thing the fluffy cat made was as interesting as herself. Ha! Hey, wait a minute. You're saying you went out of your way to eat such a thing, without testing whether or not it was poisoned? Your Highness. Nevertheless, as soon as Edward looked into the bag, he dared to express his suspicion. His face became discolored when he looked at the green cookies. It was as if he was looking at poison. Of course, I went out of my way to eat them. Is there a problem? There is. A big one. If something were to happen to your Highness. Your Highness, if you're hungry, you could have let me know and I would have told the chef to cook something. For now, I will dispose of these. Oi, don't do anything unnecessary. Those are my cookies. If you don't want any, then return them to me. Leonardo raised his voice out of anger towards Edward's attitude. A servant should reflect his master's desire, but that insolent attendant of his didn't even attempt to look uplifted. Moreover, although indirectly, Edward had labeled the girl as someone whom was trying to harm the prince. His attendant was behaving very uncouthly towards that girl. How could he not see that? Leonardo stared at Edward, who couldn't see his actions objectively. But it's an order. I won't repeat myself. Give them back. Edwards pondered for a while, but in the end, didn't find it within himself to disobey his master's order. He reluctantly put the small bag on Leonardo's outstretched hand. Good grief, you're being overly paranoid. Oi, Edward, leave. Don't annoy me any more than this. If his paranoid attendant kept standing beside him, staring begrudgingly at the cookies, said cookies would soon lose their taste. Leonardo held the bag of sweets with great amount of care as he waved his other hand to drive Edward away. But, never mind, I understand. Call me if you need anything. For a moment, Edward hesitated. However, immediately after, he bowed deeply. Edward quietly left the room. Leonardo, whom was left alone, took out some cookies from the bag and threw them in his mouth to regain his good mood. To prevent me from eating such delicious cookies, those people just don't know the value of things. Be it the first-class chef who had a shop in the royal capital, or the professional chef of the royal palace, none of them could recreate that flavor. He slowly chewed the taste of a simple, but warm cookie that only an amateur could make. Well, it's fine. It's all right even if I'm the only one who knows how delicious these cookies are, or how cute that cat is. Looking outside the window, it was right before dusk. The crimson-colored sky began to dilute the platinum-colored sunshine. The fantastic scenery reminded him of the pale and beautiful hair of that girl. How was he supposed to find that girl tomorrow if he didn't even know her name? What reaction would that girl show once she knew of his true identity? With that in mind, Leonardo finished the remaining cookies and smirked. Section. Even so, I never thought that there'd be a student trying to steal a girl's cookies in this academy. No matter how childish it was, a crime is a crime. However, the teachers probably won't take me seriously if I tell them. During her lunch break, a strange man had stolen her cookies. Sherina walked alongside her crush, Riyle, on her way home after school. But he seemed too dignified for a first-time offender. I can only conclude that his appearance is the main reason people can't punish him for his crimes. I wonder how many crimes he has committed up until this point. No. In the first place, if he's such a repeat offender, there'd be one report after another. The teachers would be going crazy. It was quite unfortunate for her to lose the cookies, but thanks to that, she got to walk home alongside Riyle, which for her was quite priceless. Also, for him to use magic to enforce his act, you could have been injured. I'm glad nothing happened to you, Riyle. The words, which were innocently muttered by Riyle, caused Sherina's heart to grow twice its size. Riyle was worried. She was so grateful for his concern, as she was so happy she could jump around. I'm the happiest person in the world. As someone who has just been robbed, you shouldn't be saying that. During the incident, Riyle rushed to her. In the process, he even left his book behind. Because he heard the tornado, he ran to the extent he was out of breath. She thought that the figure of Riyle, who left his book and stood up, was awesome. Because during that moment, Riyle was worried about Sherina and his thoughts were filled with only her. It was a pity that she couldn't see it with her own eyes. Why can't I rewind time? Why are you suddenly so philosophical? To be precise, why don't I have the ability to see a certain moment in the past from a bird's eye view? If you were a god, then that might be possible. The gate of the girls' dormitory was fast approaching as she was concerned about that. After arriving at the girls' dormitory, Riyle returned to the boys' dormitory. Why can't I stop the time? I'm truly at a loss. What do you want, exactly? Even his current expression, tinted with being slightly fed up, was cool. She wanted to gaze at his cool expression forever. While she was fascinated by his side profile, Sherina enjoyed what little amount of time she had left walking by the side of her crush with all her might. Extra 12, witness, Kate Fairfield. Just because she's a bit cute, she truly thinks she can overthrow the rose garden? How ignorant can one be? As if a mere countryside countess could match the royal family. What's more, ever since that day, she has been holding herself up in the royal palace. How very nice of her. Does she think someone who can't even fulfill her responsibilities as a student is worthy to be a queen candidate? Fala Rubia Academy, the classroom of the first-grade magicians. The tightly clenched hands of a girl with dark brown hair and eyes shook from atop of her laps as she heard the hurtful gossip swirling around her. Sherina-chan. She whispered the name of the girl whom was the current target of the academy students' rumors and jealousy. The girl's name was Kate Fairfield. She was the third daughter of the Baroness Fairfield and also Sherina Clydia's first friend at the academy. Hey, Kate, don't you think so, too? At the words which were suddenly directed at her, Kate trembled. When she raised her face in a hurry, she discovered her two female classmates, whom were heaping trash talk upon Sherina, were gazing at her, sporting some nasty smiles. I'm sorry, as of now, I don't know for certain, but how unbelievable. She didn't want to badmouth Sherina. Despite so, she also didn't have the courage to ignore or deny the rumors. Kate just lowered her gaze as she responded with a vague, safe answer. Precisely. Even though that girl, Sherina, keeps denying it, turns out she has been deceiving us all along. We found it unbelievable, too, for His Highness Leonardo to be deceived by such a girl. I wonder what kind of cowardly trick she used. Their malicious had interpreted her form of resistance into something that was very easy and convenient. Cornered yet again into agreeing, Kate's trembling lips parted. You guys seem to be very engrossed in your conversation. A dignified voice echoed from behind. Ms. Kirklight, did you hear about the latest rumor? I'll just be quick, move aside. With you guys there, it's really troublesome for me to sit. Why don't all of you cease the bullcrap and return to your seats? The class will start soon. The red-haired girl in front of the girls surrounding Kate stood firmly. Her fiery red eyes, which bore the same color as her hair, contained anger. She was a first-year student in the same magic department as Kate. Angelica Kirklight, whom was also Sherina Clydia's childhood friend. We got hooked into the conversation, and without realizing it, we lost track of the time. Isn't that right, Kate? Awkwardly lowering their gazes, the two female students tried to mend the situation. Judging from their lack of courage to continue speaking ill of Countess Angelica's friend head-on, they probably hailed from Viscount or Baron houses. Even without the difference in status, Angelica's gaze, which was usually friendly and cheerful, didn't bother to hide her disdain. It made her seem indescribably powerful. Did you hear me? I told you to cease all the squabbling and move. Well then, excuse me. Me too. See you again, Kate. Angelica mercilessly shooed her classmates away. Her face was distorted. Kate faintly heard one of the girls talking to her when they left, but she was so fixated upon Angelica's firm back and swaying hair, she forgot to reply. Lunch break of that day. Unable to withstand the tense atmosphere which enshrouded the academy, Kate left the academy grounds and went to the secluded courtyard. Sherina-chan, what are you doing now? I wonder if the people in the castle are being mean to you. Sitting on the root of a large tree, she thought about the current predicament of the girl whom had been taken to the royal palace a few days ago. However, unlike other schoolgirls, she felt neither jealousy nor contempt towards Sherina. She was genuinely concerned for her and felt guilty for being so powerless. She basically felt awful about herself. Nice to meet you. I'm Sherina, the eldest daughter of the Count of Clydia. May I ask for your name? Looking at the pale pink flowers swaying in the wind, she recalled the day she first met Sherina. The reason why Kate, who was an introverted baroness, became friends with Sherina the Countess was because their seats happened to be close. That was the reason Sherina talked to Kate that day. Honorifics are unnecessary. Alright, thank you. I hope we can speak more to each other. Since they first met, Kate always thought of her as a strange girl. Even though Sherina was an aristocrat, never even once did she trample on those below her, or kiss up to those of higher status. However, that didn't mean Sherina didn't have common sense. A strong one, in fact. The strength of that girl, whom always exuded fluffy atmosphere, could frequently be felt. No matter how I look at it, every noble looks the same. Same blonde hair, same blue eyes. That man in the photos looks so boring, he should just be thrown away. She was truly a strange girl. During class, far from showing any interest in the prince of their kingdom whom was the target of all the girls in academy, Sherina even wanted to throw him away. Well, no matter how disinterested you are in someone, you must never throw them away, though. Sherina was a mysterious girl who appeared to be everywhere but nowhere at the same time. Despite so, Kate had always liked her, longed for her, and truly thought they could be friends. Miss Kirklight, you're still saying that. I'll say it again and again. Sherry isn't that kind of girl. The end of lunch break was approaching while Kate was hazily killing time in the courtyard. Returning to her classroom, Kate dragged her heavy legs. On the way, she came across a scene in which Angelica Kirklight was confronting a noble lady with the same harsh expression as that morning. Can't you see that I'm just concerned about you? After all, you were the closest to Sherina Clydia. Your heart must be hurting. Well said, when in truth, you just want to dig further for new gossip. The only difference from that morning was the girl who stood in front of Angelica was more or less a count. However, even without the advantage of the difference in status, the red-haired girl's determination to protect the prestige of her best friend didn't lose its shine. How pitiful. In truth, you just don't want to face the truth, right? That your close friend was fooling you all along. But, if you keep running away from reality, the one being fooled, isn't it all of you? By a tyrant who thinks that the world revolves solely around himself. From my perspective, someone who just can't see the sad reality of the so-called ideal prince is much more pitiful. In that instant, the surrounding atmosphere froze. Angelica hadn't mentioned a name, but she was clearly referring to Prince Leonardo. Are you insane? What do you mean by that? The girl who confronted Angelica was calm at first, but she immediately paled. No wonder. After all, the target of Angelica's insult wasn't just anybody. She wasn't insulting a female student seemingly basking in ignorance, one who hadn't officially been recognized as a princess yet, but a member of the royal family, one who was also the next king. There was no way any aristocrat wouldn't know how risky that was. That's playing dirty. You think you can get through this by mentioning him? I'm not playing dirty or anything. How about I say his name directly? That tyrant, Leona. Ms. Angelica, just a moment ago, the classic literature teacher was looking for you. Without thinking, Kate screamed. While the two girls were bewildered by the sudden interruption, Kate seized the opportunity to grab Angelica's arm and run in the opposite direction of the classroom. Kate, thanks for your concern, but it's too late already. It's all right. It's too late already. It's all right. After helping Angelica escape from hell, they wandered aimlessly around the courtyard. Due to the curt reply of the mysteriously unfazed Angelica, Kate could only parrot it back to her, and she had even forgotten to use honorific. After all, I've already said that much. There's no going back, now. From the beginning, I have been aware of it. Treading on the crisp lawn, Angelica's light gait was in contrast to Kate's. Simply said, Angelica was brilliant. Her unblemished expression, marred by neither impatience or fear, didn't withhold any lies. Now that Kate thought about it, Angelica's actions were indeed unnatural. At a first glance, it might come off as her being dominated by anger at her best friend suddenly being taken away like that. However, if Angelica's intention was merely to protect Sherina, was there a need to insult the future most powerful figure in the kingdom? It was as if Angelica had been aiming for an opportunity to say what she wanted to say from the very beginning. As if her confidently issued words didn't only come from the standpoint of believing in her best friend, but also because she knew the profound truth. To not be able to do anything, be it as of the present or in the future. I just hate being powerless. You can laugh at how self-serving I am, it's fine. Angelica's eyes betrayed a quiet determination, one which Kate understood. It was different from giving up. It seemed that Angelica indeed knew of the truth behind the commotion currently unfolding, of a deeper and more accurate perspective about the heart of the matter. At the very least, she seemed to know more than Kate. Angelica had decided to stand her ground. She stayed on Sherina's side in the truest sense of the word, in order not to leave Sherina alone. I won't laugh. But that's truly risky. It's fine, honorific aren't necessary. By the way, I missed my chance to actually say it. Well, that's. Shortly after getting along with Sherina, Kate began to make friends with Angelica through her. However, after the rumors began to circulate, Kate couldn't talk to Sherina and she also avoided Angelica. By the way, Angelica should have been aware that it had been a while since they last spoke, hence Kate's timidity. Instead of blaming Kate for anything, Angelica just laughed gently. "Thank you for this morning. For attempting to protect Sherry, I've always wanted to thank you." The gentle words pierced Kate's heart much more severely than the words of her classmates who surrounded her that morning in the classroom, such that she couldn't even reply. Gayton, Goten, Gayton, Goten. The carriage of the Fairfield house travelled along the wide, beautifully cobblestone-paved road of the royal capital. Within Kate's eyes, which were vaguely reflecting the scenery outside the window, entered the signboard of a new stylish cafe. Ha! Date. Yes. Of course, it's a date. Doesn't matter what anyone say, it's a date. If it looks like that to others, I'm glad. He's Riyle, a scholarship student of the written magic department. He's the smartest, coolest, and kindest man in the world. Even though I've been enrolled in this academy for about a month, I never realized such a nice person exists. I'm truly ashamed. What a waste. If I had met him earlier, I could have spent more time with him. This hamburger sandwich has room for improvement. A month after the school had started, on Kate's way home, she remembered seeing Sherina going on a date with Riyle Glen from that very carriage window. Their date was at that exact cafe. She was talking to a boy. Her smile was akin to a blooming flower. At a glance, the fact that she was in love was apparent. Since Kate was curious, she tried inquiring with Sherina about it the very next day. For the first time since had been born, she experienced a girl's talk 100 times more intense than what she expected. Who would have thought that a girl's talk would be such a fierce thing? Riyle Glen of the Research of Written Magic Department. You rat, who keeps clinging to my future princess, Sherina Clydia. I challenge you to a duel. When she heard Leonardo screaming on stage in the Grand Hall a few days ago during lunch break, Kate could barely process anything. Nevertheless, there had been signs. The dubious rumors claiming, apart from the Rose Garden, there's also a student who's on good terms with the prince. Her name is Sherina Clydia. Ever since the freshman welcome party, those rumors had been spreading. Of course, Sherina flat out denied it, but soon after she disappeared from school, the rumors spread like wildfire. Ultimately, the prince broke his ties with the entire Rose Garden and proclaimed that Sherina Clydia would be his new fiancée the day after. It basically confirmed the rumors. Many students believed Sherina's flat-out denials to be an attempt to deceive them until last minute when in truth, she had been aiming for the seat of the fiancé candidate all along. All the other girls believed so. That's wrong. The only one Sherina-chan loves is Riyle. Inside the carriage, she muttered the exact words she couldn't muster in the Grand Hall at that time. The Prince of the Kingdom was about to separate a girl from her beloved and Lynch said beloved in a duel. If Riyle wasn't killed on spot by him, he'd instead be exiled. Not only was Sherina's beloved sentenced to death, at the same time, the only fate which awaited her afterwards was to become the wife of a tyrant. However, who would believe such an outrageous story which played exactly like a tragic play? Why did this happen? Did Leonardo even love Sherina in the first place? To force an end to the relationship between the couple, if he truly loved her, how was he capable of such cruelty? It seemed like that blonde, blue-eyed prince had always kept his twisted and terrifying nature hidden underneath his beautiful appearance that everyone admired. How did Sherina get noticed by such a terrifying person? Ever since that day, many questions had been spinning in Kate's head. Despite so, no answer could be found. If Kate inquired with Angelica, who was much closer to Sherina than Kate and was more intimate with the truth, she might be able to learn something. It was just that she didn't have enough courage, nor the qualification to confirm anything. I'm sorry. Forgive me. One thing was certain. Sherina, Kate's dear friend, was involved in something so horrifying, it was unimaginable. Inside the carriage, Kate could only repeat the same words over and over. Dozen of apologizes which, of course, couldn't reach anyone. Extra 13, witness, Kate Fairfield. It can't be, are you kidding me? As if responding to the lone frustrated voice, a roaring gale gathered and focused on a certain place. It came from the audience of students whom were watching the stage made of marble. Kate was a member of said audience. The first prince of that kingdom, whose face was distorted like a statue depicting hate. Leonardo Randall Ulysses Elgatia stood facing a weak, black-haired boy. His hand was extended. A powerful, high-class, magic circle was drawn on the floor where the black-haired boy, Riyle Glenn, stood. It was easy to imagine that when the magic activated, his delicate body, which was similar to that of a girl of the same age, would be blown up and beaten. The magic circle rapidly grew in size and quickly covered most of the stage. Even at the moment, if he were to jump off the stage, he might be able to escape. But that would also mean the duel would be forfeited. It'd be considered his defeat, and the only fate which would await him then was the gentle death sentence, banishment. Riyle Kuan. Kate's quivering voice whispered the boy's name. On her lap, her hands were clenched. It had merely been a week since that tyrant announced the duel. Absence wasn't allowed, for the entire student body was the witnesses. Ever since she sat on that seat, only 10 minutes had passed. Meanwhile, she was already despairing about the future which awaited her friend whom was about to be beaten up. However, contrary to the initial expectations of all the students, Riyle, without fail, continued to nullify Leonardo's magic using his amulets. Leonardo insisted the amulets weren't made by Riyle but purchased from a certain magical implement store in the royal capital. Despite so, the amulets, which should have been quite expensive, never ran out. Instead, it was Leonardo who was about to run out of magic. It was only a few minutes ago that she began to see hope. Maybe, just maybe, Riyle could get through that after all. Kate hoped that the duel would end in some kind of a draw, even if it was actually impossible to defeat Leonardo. For ha 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 ha. As I thought, with this, I will put an end to everything. As it turned out, reality was not so kind. The dozens of amulets dancing at Ryle's feet could no longer prevent Leonardo's magic circle from activating. The miracle could no longer continue. Everyone thought that the fate of the poor boy was finally sealed. Why? Why does the relationship between those two have to end like this? Ever since that day, those words repeatedly hammered inside of Kate's chest. So, just because he's royalty, it's fine for him to tear apart a pair of lovers and even deprive someone's life. That shouldn't be. There was no way that was forgivable. Surely, everyone would think so, too. However, even worse than a tyrant who mercilessly trampled on the life of an innocent boy, even worse than all the students who blindly believed in such a tyrant, was herself. Even though she knew the truth, she couldn't do anything. It not only made her the most pathetic but also the most disgraceful. Even now, she didn't have any power to overturn such a desperate situation. Even while she was tormenting herself like that, the wind circle at the center of the stage continuously increased in power. When Kate was about to shut her eyes tight, not wanting to face the cruel end which would arrive soon, Riyle. The cry of a girl resounded. It came from the VIP seat of the Fala Rubia Academy Arena, which was located at a high place overlooking the entire stage. The girl whom had already been declared by the future king to be his future queen was of course seated in said seat. That seat was usually reserved for special people, such as royalty or VIPs from other kingdoms. Suffice to say, the girl became the center of the jealousy and grudges of all the girls in school. Until recently, the girl who sat in that luxurious seat with castle escorts on both of her sides was quietly watching the duel between the two. Her hands were folded in front of her chest, as if praying. Sherina Clydia. Just now, she stood up and screamed in a desperate voice. The escorts who were guarding her rushed towards her, for she was about to jump down to the stage far below. That shout just now. But why? Why would that girl scream for that written magic department boy? The students sitting around Kate were clearly bewildered. It was only natural. The girl who was supposed to be enamored with the prince was instead desperately calling that boy's name. Even though she was supposed to be cheering, instead, for her beloved prince who was about to defeat the mouse who incessantly stuck to her. So, her oh-so-pure heart throbs for that pitiful, inferior, student, now? How selfish. Does she not think about His Highness' feelings? But, if it's merely sympathy, didn't she sound too desperate just now? As if. Wait, what are you trying to imply? The whispers enveloped the venue. Unfortunately, there were many who criticized Sherina, calling her eccentric. It boiled down to them concluding Sherina was torn between two lovers. Sherina-chan. Without hearing the hustle and bustle of her surroundings, Kate opened her eyes and stared at Sherina. There was no going back. Once the duel was settled by Leonardo, the distrust which sprung up in everyone's heart would soon be final. They'd be convinced that Sherina and the others were bad guys. No matter how violent she may be, one girl couldn't shake off the power of the escorts. Even if she could, if Sherina were to jump down onto the stage from that height, she certainly wouldn't be unharmed. What a strong girl Sherina was. It wasn't simply a matter of strength, authority, or magic. It was instead her firm, unyielding feelings. Her unbreakable will was much stronger than that prince. The same must have applied to her best friend, Angelica Kirklight, and her soulmate, Riyle Glenn. Compared to them, what's wrong, Kate? Kate stood up vigorously, looking away from the VIP seats, and started running towards the doorway of the spectators' seats. Her aim was the center of the arena, the stage where Riyle was currently fighting Leonardo. Even someone like me is capable of something. The larger the magic circle, the longer it took to activate. The magic circle, which had swelled under Ryle's feet, had grown to a size never seen before. In that case, there would be some time before the wind gathered within the circle would turn into a full-blown weapon. Kate's element was earth. Unlike wind and fire, it wasn't suitable for offense on a battlefield. Despite so, for defense and logistical support, said element was indispensable. Above all, the hard ground she planned to use to catch Riyle Glenn after he had been blown up high could be instantly softened and transformed. If an outsider meddled in the duel, surely that would deserve punishment. Not to mention, it was the duel of a member of the royal family, one which also used a national treasure. Surely, the punishment would be terrifying. Even so, if she didn't do anything, for the rest of her life, she wouldn't be able to lift her face. Please, let me make it in time. Her destination was close. If she went through that door, the stage would be right in front of her. While out of breath, with the feeling of praying, Kate opened the door by basically slamming her body against it. However, in front of her was a truly incredible sight. The victor, Riyle Glenn. The duel is concluded. Hurry, someone, bring His Highness a remedy. A teacher's hurried voice echoed throughout the arena. Leonardo, who was laughing maniacally just before, collapsed on the stage while his magic circle vanished without a trace. On the other side of the prince, who was no longer moving, Riyle Glenn stood with a calm face. He bore no injuries or scratches while his beloved laughed like a blooming flower beside him. Sherina Clydia was happily snuggling up to him. It was so different from the once desperate sight she had witnessed. Kate could only stand there in a daze. It should have been less than 10 seconds since she took her eyes off him. So what happened, exactly? She wondered how Sherina, whom was in the VIP section, reached the stage before her. Did that mean she jumped off? No way. But why, What? It was a happy ending. No doubt about that. The hero would afterwards live happily ever after with the princess he had saved from the Demon King's grasp. How great, how great. But what about her own determination? Was it fated to meet a tragic end? Highness, Your Highness Leonardo, what have you done? Riyle Glenn. Impossible. How could this be? Kate couldn't keep up with the developing anger and her thoughts flew towards the direction of the day after tomorrow. However, she was soon pushed away by a wave of students from behind and returned to herself. They rushed forward without even noticing Kate. The crowd mainly consisted of the followers of the prince and girls who strongly admired him. Most likely, they were shocked by the outcome of the duel and came down from the audience seats. Do you realize the weight of your actions towards the next king? Then came a loud, reverberating, angry voice. The Demon King's general, no, she meant, Leonardo's attendant, Edward Aria Rose, approached the stage. His shoulders were heaving in anger. Just you remember this, when His Highness becomes king, your head will fly. Even though he was the one who condemned an innocent person, he talked as if he was on the side of justice, and not of a power abuser. Indeed, it wasn't the end. The prince wasn't the only incarnation of all evil. The malicious enemies who were trying to entrap them weren't gone yet. It mustn't end like this. To come this far only to succumb against the power of authority. Kate started running in a hurry and jumped into the wave of people crowding the stage. By the time Kate managed to reach the front of the stage after desperately pushing her way through, the calm Riyle had already ascertained his innocence. When the atmosphere began to shift between blaming Riyle and suspecting Leonardo, one boy raised his voice. All this time, I couldn't say it, but Sherina has been bringing a lunchbox for that scholarship student. I've seen it. Them lunch together in the schoolyard. To me, they seemed like good friends. So, if His Highness is indeed imposing his one-sided feelings, then it seemed that the boy had never directly interacted with either Sherina or Riyle, but had been bearing the pangs of guilt for a long time because he was aware of the couple's innocence. Oh, this person understands it, too. So it turned out, there existed a person who was just like her of the past few days, who due to his own powerlessness, could only grit his teeth as the entire academy was swallowed by a lie. That fact alone was absolutely gratifying. Kate felt a gentle warmth in her chest. Me too. Then, the rumors spread, I was too scared to speak. But, I've certainly seen Sherina and that boy on a date in a cafe. Following the courageous male student, Kate spoke out. This entire time, I couldn't say it because I was too scared. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Sherina-chan. The reason behind her quivering voice wasn't because she was scared of the prince, but due to the compassion and relief for herself, for finally being able to say what she wanted to say. The confession was also filled with a blessing for the couple. As her various emotions blended, tears dulled her sight. Listen well. By abusing these scales to make everything go his way, this person was already showing signs of turning into a power-abusing tyrant who cares solely about his own gains, just like the 19th king who was deprived of his throne by the same scale. Anyone who is still willing to let him be king, raise your hand now. Before she knew it, the atmosphere had transformed completely. No one could overturn the words of Riyle Glen, who raised his voice again. It was an authentic happy ending no one could complain about. Encore. They still hadn't reached the ending yet. Riyle, you're really, really awesome. Encore. Please encore. Are you saying that either I lose or win, I'll be killed? Please repeat it from that point. Don't say something so unreasonable. The hero seemed a little dismayed at the unshakable princess who asked for an encore. Extra 14. Counseling Angelica. This story happened after the main story, in which Sherina consulted with Angelica. It's nearly 100. Ever since the morning of that day, Angelica's best friend hadn't been looking good. Not even aware that Angelica had entered the classroom, Sherina was sitting on her seat, clutching her forehead while groaning in anxiety. Occasionally, she'd stare at the ceiling and sigh. The number of girls who will fall in love with Riyle after that duel. I see, it's not a fever. With a serious expression, Angelica placed her left hand on her best friend's forehead and her right one on her own. Suffice to say, Angelica's worry was unfounded. She thought something had happened to Sherina, which in turn caused her to become flustered. As it turned out, it was nothing. When the last class during the morning became self-study, such was what happened after Angelica finished writing the assignment. After seeing the magnificent appearance of Riyle, there's no way anyone could resist falling in love with him, but that doesn't mean 100 people will fall in love with him. Then, 200. I'm not saying it's more than 100. She had come to realize, in the eyes of her best friend whom was infatuated with the boy, Riyle was the best-looking boy in the world. From the beginning, Ryle's inherent coolness has been overshadowed by those unfair, heartless rumors about him. I mean, look at those long bangs. They concealed his beauty, but at the same time, also brings out Ryle's mysterious charm. It's hard to understand Ryle's handsomeness from a distance. What? Why are you explaining this, all of a sudden? Sherina spoke with serious eyes, clasping her hands right in front of her mouth. Has her analysis about how popular should Riyle be begun? Taking into consideration how the research of written magic department only consists of one class, and they have almost no joint classes with other classes, not to mention how Riyle rarely goes to the cafeteria, There's almost no opportunity for other female students to get to know about him. I see. It couldn't be helped. Anyway, as soon as the lunch break begun, Sherina would fly to her meeting place with Riyle. For the short time until then, Angelica was prepared to listen as much as she could. In other words, most of the female students only knew the bad rumors regarding Riyle, but had never seen or interacted with him properly. No matter how attractive Riyle is, if you don't know him, you won't like him. Yes, I guess so. I mean, I also misunderstood about him at first. However, even though she was prepared for some outrageous theories, Sherina's conclusion turned out to be correct. A seemingly gloomy boy who sat at the scholarship student seat at the entrance ceremony, but showed no pride whatsoever for being the scholarship student. His department was research of written magic. At first, Angelica believed the rumor that he was an arrogant boy since he had scored a scholarship through writing alone. She never tried to get to know the real Riyle. Indeed, if there have been no such rumors, and Riyle frequented the cafeteria, everyone would have had the opportunity to get to know him. Sherina continued in a serious tone. She swallowed. Then, just like me, there'll be many who'll fall for Riyle. No, they won't. Are you saying that a person who will love him more than me will appear? That's definitely not what I was trying to say. Angelica was in a melancholic mood. Surely, there exists no other girl who would love Riyle more than her best friend, who currently sat in front of Angelica. Let's say there were indeed many girls who loved Riyle as intensely as Sherina. That'd be the depiction of hell, right there. Even if it's merely a possibility, I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone. Yes, I think so, too. But still, if there are many of them. At first, Sherina was clenching her fists and exclaimed resolutely, but in the next moment, she became dejected. Until now, I was the only one who tried getting closer to Riyle, but from now on, Angelica was a little surprised by the situation. After falling in love, her childhood friend had never yielded and always advanced forward. She never stopped at anything. It was unusual for her to be pessimistic like that. From now on, I shall pry off and discard all the love rivals who try to approach him one after another. Don't discard them. Correction, as Angelica thought, Sherina indeed would never stop at anything. I think a one-on-one stratagem would work, but if I were to be outnumbered, what kind of battle are you envisioning? Fight like a girl, for once. Like a girl. Should I make the most of my physical flexibility? For starters, don't get physical. Her unyielding attitude was wonderful, but sometimes it was necessary to stop and think calmly. Don't stray in the wrong direction, Sherina. My love rival's cuteness and beauty would be rendered useless if she can't get into Ryle's sight. Aren't you being too violent? I get that you're worried, but let's devise a more realistic plan. In the first place, there should be no need for Sherina to worry, but Angelica had already given up on reassuring her. The maiden in love saw a different world. The next moment, Angelica casually glanced at the clock, wondering when the bell would ring, indicating lunch break. That's right. I'm chewing more than I can swallow. I must change my perspective, to focus on Riyle and not the love rivals. Sherina's words turned to a disturbing direction. Angelica turned around to stop her. Wait, what are you saying, Sherry? What Sherina meant by that? Did she intend to block Ryle's field of view or something? Angelica experienced a drop in body temperature. Sherina's line was the exact same as that of an obsessed villainess which appeared in a dark romance novels. No way, that was just stupid. It was true that her infatuated best friend often showed risks of going astray because of love, but Sherina would never hurt anyone. I shall try to monopolize his stomach. However, without showing the slightest care for Angelica, who stood up with a pale face, Sherina continued on. She placed a basket covered with a polka dot patterned cloth on the desk in front of Angelica. Sherina uncovered the basket and proudly revealed a large hamburger sandwich. Her innocent smile was truly harmless. Unlike Angelica's imagination, it appeared that she never intended to ruin her loved one in the first place. What a relief. I see. Well, isn't that a good idea? That's what I thought, too. But what? Recently, Ryle's appetite seems to have been steadily increasing. Sherina's face became clouded yet again. She glanced at the large sandwich which was wrapped in thin paper, turning it both vertically and horizontally. Even though I've been increasing it little by little, every day, Riyle eats everything. That must be because until now, the amount of food was too little. Of course, I want him to eat a lot, but I don't know if he's full or not. Ah, I see. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Angelica was wondering if something else had occurred, but she calmed down again. The situation was too easy to imagine. Perhaps Riyle Glen was trying his best to not leave any leftovers because it would hurt Sherina, who made everything herself. It must be a little overwhelming. Angelica was sure that if any other girl attempted to give him food afterwards, just the mere sight of it would cause Riyle to be nauseous. Sherina's operation was a great success. Reeing. Goon. While pondering such, the chime which signaled the long-awaited lunch break rang. See, don't let it drag you down anymore. You guys are meeting today, too, right? Well, I can't help but worry about it. For today's sandwich, I took a plunge and sandwiched a thick sliced piece of bacon between 2 fried eggs, and also a hamburger steak. This time, Ryle's hunger will be appeased, for sure. Angelica waved bitterly to her best friend, who was completely rejuvenated and had triumphantly jumped out of the classroom. Sherina's menu was one that could satiate anyone's hunger through merely listening about it. I won't help you out of this, okay? As soon as she couldn't see her best friend's back, she lowered her face and muttered in a slightly lower voice than usual. For making my best friend uneasy, that's your just deserts. The destination of the slightly mean remark was not her best friend Sherina, but her best friend's soulmate, Riyle Glen. Although she recovered quickly, the initial reason why Sherina was anxious and depressed wasn't because of a fight or trouble. But Sherina's anxiety wasn't completely mere paranoia. It was true that it was mainly a delusion, but part of the reason why she was like late in Riyle. Riyle Glen was responsible for that. How long do you think it's been since the day of the duel? Angelica knew how much Riyle thought of Sherina. It was so much. He never abandoned her, no matter who he ended up turning into his enemy or what kind of crisis he had to face. Even if he never put it in words. That was right. He never put it in words. He still couldn't even say the word love to Sherina, who confessed to him on daily basis with all her might. If he indeed had said it, that best friend of hers would surely report to Angelica while singing and dancing. The fact that Sherina hadn't done so proved that he hadn't said it yet. Generally, in romance novels, it was written that as long as the hearts were connected, words were unnecessary. However, if it wasn't expressed properly, anxiety would always remain. Some words just need to be said. Angelica-chan, what's wrong? Would you like to go to the cafeteria together? Ah, right. Let's go. Angelica indulged in her thoughts for a while. To the voice suddenly calling for her, Angelica raised her face. Immediately after that, her belly groaned softly. She hurriedly stood up. What do you want to eat today, Angelica? I feel like eating a sandwich, one with tomatoes in it. While enjoying the friendly chat, Angelica was reminded yet again of the two who would be meeting under the tree in that yard. The moment he saw the overly grand sandwich, what kind of face would he make? Either he'd tense up or his calm expression would waver just the slightest. Still, she wondered if he would somehow be able to eat it all. After all, he was a man who could overcome any adversity, doing everything he could for Sherina. Then why can't he use that willpower to confess? Ha! What are you talking about? No, nothing at all. Angelica went to lunch with her friend while thinking that she'd give him an effective stomach medicine later. End of Volume 1.